Minister.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, as we approach Veterans Week and Remembrance Day, I stand before you a very grateful Canadian. We come together to recognize the remarkable Canadians who have served and proudly worn the maple leaf on their shoulders, including some of my colleagues that are here in this place today. This upcoming week is not only an opportunity to commemorate their sacrifice, but is also a chance for all of us, all Canadians, young and old, to reflect on the freedoms and the rights we enjoy today, thanks to the service of these brave individuals.
Every year, especially in November, we gather across the country to pay tribute across this country to those who have served or demonstrated unwavering courage and resilience. Their stories remind us of their strength and the profound impact of service.
As we close Women's History Month, I'm thinking of the women veterans and what so many of them have had to overcome in the service of our country. Over the past year, I've had the privilege to meet many of these women who have shared moments with me of their time in the military. They've shared stories of pride in service, of hardship, and how they fought and continue to fight through it all. Although women only began to serve in combat roles during the Persian Gulf War, the legacy of their service to Canada is much longer. As nursing sisters during the First World War, as decoders and wrens during the Second World War, and fast forward to today, as captains leading combat missions, flying squadrons, and even the entire forces as the Chief of Defence Staff. I encourage all Canadians to learn more about them. This year also marks, Mr. Speaker, the 60th anniversary of Canadian Nations Peacekeeping Force in Cyprus, and the 50th anniversary of the 1974 war, the Turkish invasion of Cyprus. As we mark this anniversary, I am thinking of the group of veterans who are preparing to return to Cyprus, to rekindle memories with their fellow service members, and to share this history with Canadians. I'm reflecting on the service of the 36,000 Canadians who participated in Operation Snow Goose, and those that remain there today in what is one of Canada's longest overseas military commitment. Many veterans continue to live with physical and psychological scarring from their time in Cyprus and in other operations around the world. We cannot ignore the heavy toll service takes on the men and women and also their families, Mr. Speaker, who sign up to serve, no matter the risk. This Veterans Week, I ask each of us to pause and to reflect on what service means to you. Pendant la semaine,
during Veterans Week, I encourage all Canadians to get involved in local activities, volunteer their time, and reach out to veterans in their communities. Simple acts of kindness, like a conversation, a shared meal, or even a sympathetic ear, can make all the difference.
We have a collective responsibility to educate future generations about the RCMP and CAF veterans and their families. By sharing the stories of those who served and what they gained from their experiences, we foster gratitude, pass on history, and most importantly, we leave them with lessons that have endured for more than 100 years. Like the Air Force motto says, through adversity to the stars. Prenons aussi le temps.
Let's also take the time to recognize the contributions and sacrifices of veterans who deserve equity, such as Indigenous veterans and LGBTQ+ veterans, as well as those who have served in non-combat roles. I've met so many veterans from these groups over the past year, all very proud of their military careers and of their contributions to maintaining peace and security around the world.
This Veterans Week, let's be united in a common goal to be there for veterans and to be there for their family members as well. And above all, let's make sure they know and that Canadians know how much we value their service and their contributions to our country. Together, we will never, ever forget their sacrifices.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Parliamentary.
Recently, I visited northern France for the 80th anniversary of D-Day. I had the honor to meet on Juno Beach with some of the heroes who led the attack on this beach on June 6, 1944. These are the heroes who saved the world.
Heroes who saved the world. Those brave young Canadians who stormed the beaches of Normandy 80 years ago. They were the greatest generation. One of those heroes was 102-year-old Charles Davis of Windsor, Ontario, who arrived in Normandy on D-Day +4 and was part of the campaign inland as Canadians and our allies liberated Nazi invaders. And Canada is home to many such heroes, heroes who endured conditions unimaginable to most of us. Heroes like Sam Sharp, then a Conservative member of Parliament, who rose up a battalion from his riding and led them in Europe during the First World War. Heroes like Lloyd Hamilton, a Métis soldier who once acted to save 80 Korean children from an orphanage during the Korean War. Heroes like Nicole Langlois, who was part of the first deployment of female soldiers in a frontline role. Heroes like Rick Moore, whose surviving family were the first to receive a Memorial Cross awarded to a Persian Gulf veteran related to illness linked to his service. Heroes like Jess La Rochelle, whose courage while severely wounded in Afghanistan saved many of his fellow soldiers. Although awarded the Star of Military Valor, Jess tragically left us last year before ever seeing his government recognize him with the Victoria Cross many feel he deserved. Heroes like the 66,000 Canadians who laid down their lives during the First World War. Heroes like the 44,000 who made the ultimate sacrifice in the Second World War. The 516 who gave their lives in Korea. And the 158 Canadian Armed Forces members who lost their lives in Afghanistan. Let us never forget that these are not just numbers or statistics. They represent real people who laid down their lives for our freedoms. They were young men and women who had hopes and dreams that will forever go unrealized. Ils l'ont fait pour.
And they made the sacrifice for all of us so that we could continue to live in freedom. They did it voluntarily in an ultimate act of courage and sacrifice. It is a debt that we will never be able to pay back.
And in much the same way, there is never enough that we can do or say to thank those who served this country and came back forever changed. Whether they're injuries or physical or psychological, they leave deep scars and often having a lasting impact on their relationships, on their families, and on their futures. And we owe it to them to ensure that what they fought for is never taken for granted.
We paid tribute to them for their loyal service and their sacrifice. It is a very great honor for me to be here today to express to them, on behalf of the leader of the official opposition, of all common sense Conservatives and all Canadians, our recognition, our admiration, our deep respect, and so we can always promise to be there for them as they were for us.
My wife Carmen and I recently welcomed our little baby daughter Jade into the world. And when I think about the Canada that I want her to grow up in, it's one where we have heroes like Charles, Sam, Lloyd, Nicole, Rick, and Jess defending our freedoms and values. It's the Canada the tens of thousands who made the ultimate sacrifice gave their lives for. And it's the one where those heroes and their families get the respect and appreciation that they deserve. Because the freedom for which they spilled their blood, the democracy for which they suffered, the sovereignty for which they died, is not the property of this generation to surrender. Let us all teach our children, as we will teach Jade, about these heroes and their bravery, about the constant battle of good versus evil, about freedom over tyranny. And if we ask those veterans to tell us the single most important thing that we could do to repay them, I know that they would all say the same thing: to never take for granted that which they fought for, our freedoms. So please join me and my colleagues in Canada's Common Sense Conservatives in making that commitment today. We pledge to uphold those freedoms. It is how we will honor their memories for their service and show our respect for their sacrifice. Freedom came at all costs, and at all costs, we must ensure it is maintained. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. Nunu.
We will remember them.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, thank you for granting me this right to speak, which I feel is extremely important, particularly in the current international context. The current global geopolitical context is marked by a number of tensions between the great nations of our planet, and a number of conflicts are taking place on a planetary scale. War is not just about World War I, World War II, and Korea. It's also a multitude of conflicts that dazzle the pages of our daily newspapers and that take us beyond the scope of many global concerns or concerns on a planetary scale. Against this backdrop, on November 11th, Remembrance Day, it takes on a more concrete meaning. For me, it carries an even more important message, that of educating new generations about the consequences of war and the importance of peace. Remembrance Day is a time to commemorate victory and the end of the First World War, but above all, to remember the value of peace. Over the years, this day has also become an opportunity to show our gratitude to those who went to the front to defend our freedom, our democracy, and our peace, and who paid the price with their bodies, minds, and souls. We also must take the time to recognize and thank the veterans of all wars, not just the Great Two Wars and Korea. I'm talking about operations in Cyprus, the conflict in Rwanda, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and the war in Afghanistan as well. It's remembering the Somme, the Pas-de-Calais, Vimy, Dieppe, Hill 55, Sarajevo, Kabul, amongst others. In all of these battles, Quebec soldiers fought under the Canadian flag. These men and women demonstrated boundless courage and dedication in some of the most difficult and complex situations. The sacrifices made by these servicemen and women deserve the same recognition as those who went to the front in the three great wars, in the First and Second World War and the Korean War. Indeed, for a Quebec sovereigntist like myself, this commemoration, which unites 54 countries of the British Commonwealth, is an opportunity to recall that our national project is in keeping with the values defended by these heroes and in maintaining unfailing solidarity with our historic allies. We have many reasons to be proud of their bravery, and I think it's essential and our duty to recognize their actions and their solidarity. Wearing the poppy on the side of your heart during Veterans Week through to Remembrance Day is a small gesture, but one with huge symbolism. It's a proud recognition of the value of peace and a reminder of the past sacrifices that made us to keep our democracy. This ritual dates back to the armistice of 1918, when bugles sounded at 11 a.m. on November 11th to bring an end to 1,561 days of total war that left 9 million dead and missing, and has since expanded to include veterans of all wars. Today, I invite all parliamentarians to take a few minutes to reflect on the meaning of peace of this day and of the consequences of these wars. We will remember them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Madam Speaker, as the NDP critic for Veterans Affairs, I'm honoured to work with many veterans who have served our country so bravely and endure so many challenges once they enter civilianship. I want to acknowledge that as we walk into the week of remembering veterans, I have stood by many graves, both in our country and in other countries, and I've read so many of those names. And those are the people who gave the ultimate sacrifice. And what is one of the most painful moments is when you see those that were not named, and you know that there is a family that still doesn't know where their loved one is. So today in this place, we hold their memory up in remembrance. Veterans tell me recognition of the sacrifices and of the sacrifices of their family members mean so much to them. So it is my honor today to stand in this place and recognize the Canadians who serve in the military, past, present, and future, to remember those who lost their lives in the line of duty, and to show respect to those who continue to serve in war, in peace, in protection of our rights and freedoms. The cost of war is high, and there is far too much conflict in our world right now. We continue to send Canadians into danger, be it on peacekeeping missions, international violence, or helping at home, fighting forest fires and pandemics. It is how we support the military members when they return home after their service that confirms our act of remembrance, our promise to take care of them. And this is so important. Canada must stop failing to uphold this promise. Commemoration of military service is not only about building monuments or holding ceremonies on Remembrance Days. It includes those things, but it also means so much more to veterans. Yet many Canadian veterans do not feel well supported. Indigenous veterans who bravely fought for Canada in the 20th century were stripped of their status when they returned home, facing poverty, unable to go home to their communities, and racist attitudes. They were really dismissed, even though they provided the greatest service to Canada. Today, Canadian Indigenous veterans continue to work towards that acknowledgement and the acknowledgement of their current service, continuing to tell the stories of their heroism and leadership, lifting a history that Canada has too often forgotten. In the 80s and the 90s, 2S LGBTQ+ veterans were purged from service because of an oppressive policy of heteronormalization. A terrible historical wrong was done to thousands of Canadians victimized solely because of their sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. Persian Gulf veterans are still fighting for the government to have recognition, having served in a war, and to receive the benefits of those who came before them. I think of women veterans who fought for their country in equipment that didn't fit, suffered horrendous injuries to their bodies, to their reproductive systems, had to endure sexist attacks, huge impacts on mental health, verbal and physical attacks from their colleagues, commanders, and had no recourse to justice. And yet those women are still fighting. This time they are fighting their government for the rights and benefits. I am so honored to know them. They are fierce and they will not stop. That is what bravery looks like. It's incredibly tragic to consider women veterans face dangers, not just from deployments, but from within the military because of archaic and sexist attitudes. They were made to feel invisible and often were mistaken for the wives of military instead of being recognized for their service. To the women veterans of Canada, I see you, I hear you, New Democrats support you. You are no longer invisible. There are many veterans who need trauma-informed care and support. When they contact Veterans Affairs for help, they are forced to deal with an overly bureaucratic and complex system, are threatened to be removed from programs if deadlines are not met, and experience multiple denials of service attribution and endless delays in receiving benefits. Some years go by, sometimes years go by, and the veterans receive nothing. My office has helped one such veteran who lived for 4 years without an income, even though he was entitled to receive one from this government. A member of Parliament should not have to intervene for a veteran to receive his earning capacity. The system of benefits at Veterans Affairs must be transformed to offer services through a lens of trauma-informed care. It is so important that the veterans of this country be recognized. Madam Speaker, in closing, I just want to say it is important to Canadians that veterans are acknowledged and that they're remembered. Let's normalize saying thank you, not just during Veterans Week and Remembrance Day, but each and every time we see a person who is currently serving or has served, because being thanked is the very least that we can do to acknowledge their service, lest we forget.
I see the Honourable Member Sandwich Gulf Highland has her hand raised. The Honourable Member Sandwich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to add my statement on behalf of the Green Party of Canada. I think we're united in this place, and I echo the words of all of my colleagues, pour tous les partis et tous les...
For all parties and all members who have already spoken this morning. We stand together with the same spirit. We shall remember.
Sorry, I just want to, before the Honourable Member continues, I just need to ask for unanimous consent from the House. Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to also do a speech on on Veterans Week? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all of my colleagues for that unanimous consent. To speak a little bit more on the subject of Remembrance Day and Veterans Week.
Just briefly, I certainly echo the words of all of my colleagues, particularly the very detailed enumeration of the number of wrongs done to our veterans, and a huge thank you to all past members of the Canadian Armed Forces, as well, of course, as those currently serving in uniform for Canada. But I just want to make a very personal reflection. We know, all of us, as we gather every November 11th at a cenotaph in our local community, that every year we notice the missing. Those veterans who, of course, as the years go by, are increasingly frail and slip this mortal coil. In the last year, we lost two such heroes, a little more than a year for Chick Goodman. In my community of Sydney, on Vancouver Island, the heroism of Chick Goodman is one of those Canadian soldiers who helped liberate the Netherlands and liberate people who'd been held in Nazi death camps. We think of Peter Godwin Chance, a hero of many of the campaigns, who died this year at 103. Every year, including November 11th, 2023, standing unaided, making his way to the cenotaph carrying a wreath. And we remember, as we think of these veterans, of members of our own family. My husband's father, Kendall Kidder, who served in North Africa, Sicily, Italy, and was in command of one of the landing crafts on D-Day to Normandy. My closest friend, Farley Mowat, who served in Italy. These are people we used to be able to hear their stories and hear what it was like for them. They weren't, in many cases, young men as soldiers. They were boys. And I think of the words of Joyce Mayer, who said, "Courage is fear that has said its prayers and decided to go forward anyway." Yes, there was tremendous courage, but there were also very young men, boys really. And in every war, they go forward and they die. And we must do everything we can to recommit ourselves to respect their service, to ensure their care, to ensure that they know our gratitude, and to ensure that we cease sending young people into war and that we fight. And I know the word fight might not sound right in this context, but Madam Speaker, we must fight for peace. Nous n'oublierons.
Lest we forget. We must always make, as Canadians, efforts to protect peace. Thank you.
Alors, j'aimerais aussi juste...
I would like to add, on behalf of myself and everyone, that it is truly important to recognize Veterans Week.
So many military personnel, the brave men and women who have served our country, and the people at D&D, and as well as the Legion members who do so much during Remembrance Week to raise awareness about this. And I just also wanted to thank the ones in my area of Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing who do so much, as well as throughout Canada. I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statements, government orders will be extended by 24 minutes. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Oh, sorry. Okay. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de...
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Monsieur
Mr. Thériault, seconded by Madame Larouche, moves that the second report of the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying, presented on Wednesday, February 15, 2023, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Montcalm.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So, today I will launch this debate on medical assistance in dying concerning this second report, which was tabled in February 2023, Medical Assistance in Dying in Canada, Choices for Canadians, a report of the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying, which was created in May of 2021. A year and a half after the tabling of this report, and specifically, I will remind you here in this House, I'm having this debate because right now, Quebec, as of yesterday, is moving forward with advance requests for those dealing with degenerative illness, which will lead them to inaptitude. And the Prime Minister's answer yesterday leads me to believe that he understands nothing about the issue and that he hasn't thought about this since May of 2021, which is absolutely unacceptable for those who are suffering. But before starting, I would like today to send my thoughts to all those who have left us or who are heading towards a loss of their mental faculties and slowly but surely becoming prisoners of time. When the present moment disappears more and more, and when they lose the sense of who they were and lose contact with that which gave meaning to their existence, pleasure, pain, the experience of others, full conscience, the ability to fully participate in life and to look to the future. This terrible illness takes the patient away from all that makes life and life's experiences human. It reduces people to a simple biological life, a loss of social, physical, physic and moral autonomy. And I think of my mother right now. I'm also thinking about Sandra de Montigny, who is fighting early Alzheimer's and who is fighting for the recognition of people fighting this incurable disease, and who has been fighting for the right to advance requests for medical assistance in dying. People fighting Alzheimer's want to live as long as possible. They don't want to cut their lives short with medical assistance in dying. When they are able to make the decision, they want to make a decision for that time when they will no longer be able to make that decision. And they're asking for our assurance that we have the compassion necessary to respect their final will. Happily, Quebec has decided not to wait for the federal government to wake up. Quebec has passed a law and, as of yesterday, now accepts advance requests. So bravo to Sandra de Montigny for her efforts, for her courage, her determination. Her determined to make sure that patients' right to self-determination is respected, because that's what's at issue here, Madam Speaker. The right to self-determination throughout one's life. Nobody can take that from us and should be able to. At the most intimate moment of our life, our death, the state would come and decide for the patient what's best for them. The role of the state, I will remind you, is not to decide on behalf of the patient what's good or not for them. The role of the state, the role of government, is to ensure that the conditions are in place for somebody to make a free and informed choice, because we're talking about freedom of choice here. Why, then? Why are the Liberals supposedly champions of freedom of choice when it comes to abortion, when it comes to women's rights to make decisions for their own bodies? Why would they take away freedom of choice for a patient in a decision as important as that regarding their own death? The Liberals are hesitating. They're taking their time. They're not doing their duty. The Prime Minister said that this was a profoundly personal decision, and we agree with that. But if you're going to say that, you have to put some details behind that. I think that it's clearly been demonstrated that this is indeed a very personal decision. But why, having put the Standing Special Joint Committee's report on the table, why create special joint committees with senators, with representatives of the people? And, there was a recommendation, the key recommendation of the committee. We even managed to get a conservative from Quebec on board with the idea. How can we do all of that? How? And then put the report on a shelf to gather dust. And now, here we are, a year and a half later, the government, has been asleep. We've been watching what Quebec has been doing, and, we have to note that Quebec is an example because Quebec's movement forward has been unanimous. Quebec's Assembly is speaking with one voice. This is a cross-partisan approach. We could take some lessons from the National Assembly of Quebec on this. And here the government is refusing to amend the criminal code. We made it easy for them. They haven't done their homework since 2021. They haven't been doing their homework for a year and a half now since the report was tabled. But, Madam Speaker, I was talking about the law that was passed in Quebec. On June 7th, 2023, this law was passed by the National Assembly. June 7th, 2023. And now we're in 2024. It's November 2024. And this government says that it needs to have conversations. Well, who do they want to converse with? When we've heard from many experts, from many groups, from many citizens, we've received briefing after briefing. And despite that, the government feels that it has to wait some more. That it has to wait, what, for people to suffer, Madam Speaker? And here I'll refer to the committee's report and Sandra de Montigny's testimony. Sandra de Montigny expressed to the committee in an eloquent and moving way the feeling of peace that an advance request can have for those facing situations like hers. The fact that they can have in their hands the ability to know that when they have passed their threshold of tolerance, we will take care of them and we will respect their will, their final will. So that allows them to face the challenges before them in a more serene way. This is elementary humanism. And I'll refer back to the report. Sandra de Montigny said, I'm working to my mind, which is leaving slowly but surely. I want to know that my future is safe to better live in the present. I hope that I can profit from the final few years of life ahead of me without having to live in fear. And listen, if those words don't affect you, it's because you don't have a heart. It's very simple. No compassion, if you're not moved by these principles. And this testimony led the committee to say that it's important to respect the Carter decision, because in Carter, there was the fact that the government cannot affect the right to life with a law that would force sick patients to cut their lives short. We saw that in the Carter decision. It was upheld in the Baudouin decision. These people don't want to commit suicide. And that's what Sandra de Montigny was saying. I want to live the best years of my life, the years that I have left, knowing that when I will have passed the threshold of tolerance, you will take care of me and you won't force me to live what my father had to live, a terrible, terrible end of life.
But up until then, I want to live to the fullest. I don't want to commit suicide. Is that clear enough? There is no one more vulnerable than someone communicates this call from the heart. When people want to live in autonomy, who want to be independent, we need to have a serious discussion about this and not fall into the hysteria of people in the healthcare system being malevolent. We have to hear this call from the heart. Madam Speaker, how is it that on the government side we have doublespeak? In February 2023, this report was tabled with a strong recommendation, but the strong recommendation was left by the wayside. In C7, there was an amendment from the Senate, an amendment that had to do with mental health, with a deadline. The government, at the committee's recommendation, re-examines the question with experts. The government does a new study by saying, well, we recommend that we wait because we don't think that everyone is ready from coast to coast to coast. They take this recommendation, they turn it into C62. But for 1.5 years, not a single bill is drafted following the strong recommendation made by the committee about advance directives. That is a lack of courage. That is a way of avoiding responsibilities. We have a minister who is incapable of understanding that an advance directive cannot be done before having received a diagnosis. Quebec adopted a law, and 6 months later, I wonder in what world we live. Now, I understand that they find this subject complex, but they keep inventing issues that shouldn't exist in the first place. We aren't just here to criticize. we tabled a bill, Bill C-290, which offers a solution to the government, a solution, Madam Speaker, because we are an opposition, but a constructive opposition party. This bill would allow provinces to legislate once they have had their debate. Quebec has, since 2009, thought about starting medical assistance in dying. And now in 2024, it can agree to advance directives. In Quebec, there's a legislative framework that was created. Perhaps, if the government finds this difficult, the government should perhaps not consider C-290 that says let's go at the province's pace. Provinces should be allowed to study the matter themselves, bring it to a vote, and once provinces have a legislative framework, then they can move forward with medical assistance in dying for advance directives. Madam Speaker, this is perfectly reasonable. It's a perfectly reasonable proposal. It's not a special case for Quebec. It's an extra layer of security for the federal government. They could change the criminal code by saying, when a legislative assembly, when a province grants a legislative framework, it can thereafter move forward. Healthcare is provincial. End of care and end of life care rather is provincial. So we have that, and then a federal criminal code. The federal government has no right to say how medical assistance in dying should look like. We know that there were many polls on the matter, polls that show us that 83 to 95% of people are for advance directives. Given that information, I wonder what the risk is, politically speaking. What is clear right now is that I feel that this government is scared of its own shadow. It does not have the courage to follow up on its convictions. Well, if they still have convictions, who knows? I thought that freedom of choice was an essential pillar of the Liberal Party that distinguished it from the Conservative Party. But no, Madam Speaker, we can criticize the Conservatives, but there is one thing that's interesting, is that we know what they think, and we know why they think it. They wear their heart on their sleeves. And so we know how to position ourselves on the other side. It's much more nebulous. How can they be so nonchalant with an issue such as this one that has to do with human suffering? What are the Liberals waiting for? I'll tell you what they're waiting for. And I'll tell you what the Conservatives were waiting for in 2015, because when the Carter decision asked Parliament to make a decision, this government was unable to manage medical assistance in dying beyond court injunction after court injunction. They did nothing until the courts told the government, you have no more choice. We compel you to change the criminal code. The government has never listened to patients, has never listened to the Canadians and Quebecers. In Quebec, 87 to 90% of Quebecers are for advance directives. It seems that we should move forward. Why is there an issue right now? There's an issue because the Canadian Association for the Protection of Medical Experts has always said you will always be protected insofar as you apply the most restrictive statute. Quebec was the most restrictive for the longest time. Then there was C7 and then C14. Because in Canada there was no statute that was X1. There's a criminal code. Quebec found itself in a situation where men and women, like Madame Gladieux and Monsieur Truchon, could not have access to medical assistance in dying. C7 would have allowed it. And Quebec had to change its statutes. Madam Speaker, I call upon everyone's sense of duty and humanism, and I hope that everyone will put aside state paternalism and listen to Quebecers and Canadians. And I'm saying this directly to the government, that they take our private members' bill, make it their own if they want to. But to claim today that there needs to be a national conversation, Madam Speaker, I thought that when a joint committee had been struck in a democracy like ours, I thought that that would have been the consultative committee that would make recommendations that would mirror what the Canadian population wants. Madam Speaker, I look forward to seeing what our colleagues will say during this debate, and I ask the government and I invite the Prime Minister to do his due diligence and to update himself on the matter so that we can change the criminal code, allow advance directives, so that there is no more confusion, legally speaking.
Comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, and I understand and I appreciate how it is that the Bloc over the years been pushing the issue and in an attempt to move it forward. But I do believe that the Prime Minister and the government have done a very respectful job at advancing the issue. A part of that advancement is in regards to the consultation that we're committed to starting later in the month of November. And because it is a joint responsibility, both provinces and the federal government have a role to play on the issue. Would the member not agree that we should, in fact, be working with the other jurisdictions and stakeholders before we make a decision? We know this whole subject matter has been very complex and at times difficult to even get any attention inside the House in terms of its advancement, whereas we finally have a government that has taken tangible action, moving by working with other jurisdictions and listening to what Canadians want.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. I would say that it depends on what the government wants. If they just want to confuse everyone, if they want to try and just kick the can down the road before an election, yes, then have a national conversation. At the end of the day, all that needs to be done is adopt C390 or table a similar bill. What would that do? It would mean that provinces that are ready to move forward will move forward. Those that are ready to have a debate will have a debate, and then they will move forward. And then advance directives will be available in those provinces. So I really don't understand, Madam Speaker, why the government wants to convince Canadians before they can have a debate in their own province. And no government, irrespective of its stripes, can make a decision on behalf of the entire population. And I think that should be a provincial debate. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Belchesse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Salaberry-sur-Roi, rather. We're not quite the same. Our hair colour is a bit different, Madam Speaker. In any case, I'm very happy to take the floor to very much commend my colleague from Montcalm, because I feel that he has eminent knowledge about this subject, and the Minister should be envious of this level of knowledge. The Bloc Québécois is of a mind that the member from Montcalm understands this file 100%, much better than a Minister for Health, which is, in a way, regrettable. Now, my question is very specific, Madam Speaker. We hear many things about advanced directives, what are sometimes misconceptions. We hear that the government doesn't have the courage to legislate rapidly to allow ailing people in Quebec and Canada to choose when they depart this mortal realm. Is it true that anyone can make an advance directive at any time, for any reason? We often hear about a slippery slope and that everyone will be able to get it for any reason at all. That's what the opposition seems to think. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. I'd like to thank my colleague for this question that allows us to note, of course, that very often people confuse advanced directives and advanced requests. Requests are for potential medical assistance in dying in degenerative diseases of the brain. So we have to wait for a diagnostic. It's not just signing a piece of paper like one would for organ donation on one's health card. If, for example, I'm 50 and I wake up in the morning and I read a newspaper and I say, oh, I want to make a medical assistance in dying request now because I may get Alzheimer's, well, that form won't go anywhere because it needs a diagnostic. And once one gets a diagnostic, we have gone beyond the level of accessibility to care because you are taken into care. There's a care team that will help us until the very end of our journey, as difficult as it may be. Questions and comments?
Hastings, Lennox, and Nanigton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, I'd like to start by complimenting and applauding the member for his work. We served on the joint committee together. I'd like to thank him for his contributions to that. Indeed, medical assistance in dying is an extremely complex and personal issue. I was wondering if the member would like to speak to the safeguards that could be in place to protect those on the basis of mental illness. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. My objective this morning, Madam Speaker, wasn't to bring a debate on mental health and mental illness. The debate was done with C62. My objective today was to bring the debate back to a more specific subject because currently the Joint Committee's main recommendation, which was to move forward with advanced directives, was not respected by the government. It was not only not respected, but the government didn't even start to think about it because they think that it's so complex that they want to start to think about pondering about perhaps one day having a discussion. So today's debate is to focus on advanced directives and talk about the Liberal government's inexplicable inertia that should be ashamed of having let this recommendation rot by the wayside. Such an important recommendation, such an important report.
Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Montcalm not only for his speech, but for all the work that he has done on this file. Exemplary work. I also share his impatience and his frustration with regards to the Liberal inaction. I have a question. On medical experts, practitioners. Since yesterday, there have been impacts on Quebec physicians because there is a clash between provincial and federal rules. What impact will this have on their work? They're in a rather difficult position between a rock and a hard place. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Yes, the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie is right. As it stands, there are physicians, family physicians, who have conducted medical assistance in dying since the implementation of Quebec statute on the matter, and who currently, given the rule that stated that federal law trumps provincial law, now are asking themselves how they will be covered from a civil, or protected from a civil suit. The government will say, no, I'm not going to sue anyone through C11. But these physicians know that they are not sheltered from legal troubles. A directive may have been issued, but the criminal code trumps these kind of directives. So people are less enthusiastic. There's always been resistance for any health matter, even for those who are in late-stage terminal cancer. So there will be pockets of resistance. There may be physicians who disengage themselves from this option for their patients. A quick question.
Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Quebec, well, in Quebec, it's the Minister of Seniors who took charge of this file. And to answer my question from the member from Petit Patrie, obviously she has said yes to moving forward, but we have found that unfortunate that the federal government is not moving forward with us. As the member has just explained, it may give some doctors some fears. And what message does it send with the change of government? What will happen at the end of the day with this legislation and everything that's happening in Quebec, bearing in mind that there is an ideology of the Conservative government on this issue? The honourable member from Montcalm. Well, I said it during my questions to the government this week. I wondered if they realized the current political situation and the situation in Canada is such that if there's an election tomorrow, we will obviously be facing a Conservative government that has always been against any form of MAID. So the government has just washed their hands of this issue. They're not dealing with the issue. And it's a lack of political courage. I thought the Liberals had it, but they don't. And I find it strange to always hear them, when it comes to Conservatives, they talk about abortion, even though MAID is the issue that we need to face the Conservatives with.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just before I get underway, just to kind of provide a quick comment in regards to the member's last statement. He points out the issue of the Conservative Party and the Conservative Party's resistance to the issue. And I believe it's Bill C-290 that the Bloc is advocating for or advancing. It's a Bloc bill attempting to deal with the issue. And at the end of the day, this is the first time in which I'm hearing it on the floor of the House. And I would have thought members opposite, members within the Bloc Party, would have raised the issue with the leadership teams in hopes that maybe we might be able to work together on Bill C-290, at the very least, how it might actually be incorporated into some of the consultations that are going to be taking place. Madam Speaker, there is absolutely no doubt this is a very important issue. Since 2015, when the Supreme Court made a decision on the issue, it has been very much a hot topic for discussion for parliamentarians on all sides of the House. We've seen a great deal of compassion, understandably so, on the issue, a great deal of emotions, and so forth. But before I get into the substance of what it is that the report is about, I want to make reference to why it is, again, that we find ourselves here talking about this particular concurrence report. When you think of issues of the day, or issues that are really important to caucus strategies, or just wanting to have that desire to have that public discussion, we have what we call opposition days. And take a look at the concurrence reports, including today's, Madam Speaker, that the Bloc Party has brought forward. Contrast that to the opposition day motions that they actually bring forward. and you'll find that there's a stark difference. Now, and the Bloc are not alone. They'll bring forward a motion and say how important it is that we debate the motion or the concurrence report, yet they never give it any attention during opposition days, when not only is it just a debate of a concurrence report, but you can actually have something at the tail end of your opposition day motion that will instruct an action of some form or another. So why is it that we're actually debating it today? Well, I would suggest to you we're debating it today because of an action that was taken a number of weeks ago. Ask yourself, Madam Speaker, why it is that we have not had any discussion on Bill C-71, something that we started the session on, the Citizenship Act. All but the Conservatives actually support that act. Think of Bill C-66, the military court to civil court. Think in terms of the sexual abuses taking place within the military and having that shifted over to the civil courts. My understanding is that every political party supports that legislation. You have the rail C-33, the rail and marine safety, talking about supply lines, so very important to Canada's economy. And again, C-63, the online harms bill. Last night, I had members talking about the importance of children and protecting children from the internet, and yet the government has C-63, Online Harms Act. We're trying to get this legislation, the legislation that I just listed off, to get debated inside the House of Commons. And it doesn't take away from the importance of the many different issues, such as the one that we have today, Madam Speaker, in regards to MAID. MAID is an important issue. I know that. We all know that, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, there was a concurrence report on housing. Housing, too, is a very important issue. I don't question that, Madam Speaker. But do you know, we have well over 100 reports that are in committees or at report stage. If we were to deal with every one of those reports, not only will we not have time for government legislation, we wouldn't have any time for opposition days either. Not to mention confidence votes. I'm okay with that, Madam Speaker, as long as we get the budget passed through. But personally, I think that we have to ask the question why it is that we're preventing the House of Commons from being able to do the things that are important to Canadians. And where that can be easily amplified is by looking at the behavior that we see from the Conservative Party. So the Conservatives will stand up today and they're going to talk about MAID. As well they should. As well I will too, Madam Speaker. But let there be no doubt, the only reason why they're happy to talk about that particular issue today is because it feeds into their desire to prevent the government from having any sort of debate on legislation, let alone attempt to see legislation passed to committee, Madam Speaker. The Conservative Party is more concerned about their leader and the Conservative Party agenda than the agenda of Canadians. The types of things that we could be doing if, in fact, the opposition party, the official opposition party, would actually, for example, allow their motion to actually come to a vote. We're debating this concurrence motion, Madam Speaker, because the Conservatives have frustrated the other opposition parties to the degree in which we're sick and tired of hearing Conservative stand up repetitively, over 100 of them now, Madam Speaker, on the privilege issue, preventing any and all types of debate. So as opposed to listening to Conservatives speak on something that is absolutely useless, we're ensuring that at least there is some debate that's taking place on important issues, such as MAID, such as housing. But members of all political stripes need to realize that the games that the Conservatives are playing today is at a great expense to Canadians. The motion of privilege is to send the issue to proc. Every member in the House supports that except for the Conservatives, yet it's a Conservative motion, Madam Speaker. They're filibustering and bringing the House to a standstill unless you're prepared to think outside of the box and bring in a motion of concurrence. Madam Speaker, the concurrence, no doubt, is better than listening to the Conservatives continue to repeat and repeat speeches. I've attempted to address their speeches in great detail weeks ago. It's time that we change the channel, Madam Speaker. It's time that the leader of the Conservative Party start putting Canadians and the nation's best interest ahead of his own personal interest, ahead of the Conservative Party of Canada's interest, Madam Speaker. We need to start talking about issues that Canadians want us to hear about. I was pleased with the member from Bloc when he made reference to the province of Quebec and indications that the province of Quebec wants to move forward on this issue. And based on terms of what my understanding is, they're even taking substantial actions towards it, Madam Speaker. Advance requests for MAID is something that has been on the table and has been discussed. We need to recognize that it is not only Ottawa that plays a role in regards to MAID and its implementation. Our primary role is with the criminal, with our criminal act, Madam Speaker, and how it is that we might be able to make changes to it. But I think members, no matter what region of the country that they come from, have to appreciate that Canada is a vast country in which there is an obligation to consult with the different provinces, territories, Indigenous leaders, community advocates, healthcare professionals, and Canadians, Madam Speaker. There is an obligation to do that, especially when you talk about the type of legislation that the member or the Bloc is trying to change. I was hoping to get a second question of the member because he made reference to Bill C-290. I'm not familiar with the background to it. I believe it is probably completely related to the advance requests for MAID. And the member in his question to me can maybe expand upon what exactly his bill has done or is proposing. But the question I would have for the member in regards to it is to what degree has he done his homework? And doing your homework means going outside of the province of Quebec. All provinces have something to say about the issue. There are many people that were born in the province of Quebec that live in other jurisdictions. Just like there are many people that were born in other parts of the country that now call Quebec home. There is an obligation, Madam Speaker, that when we talk about legislation dealing with issues like MAID, that we do not take it lightly. That because you might have one jurisdiction advancing it quicker than another jurisdiction doesn't necessarily that Ottawa can buy into it at a snap of a finger, or because one province jurisdiction is demanding it. And it's not to take away anything from the province of Quebec, because on a number of fronts, the province of Quebec has led the nation in a number of areas. I could talk about issues like childcare, $10 a day childcare, a national program that this Prime Minister and government, with a solid support from the Liberal caucus, has advanced and put into place, and every province now agrees to it. It's a good example where on the MAID file, Quebec is probably leading in terms of pushing the envelope more than any other province, as they did in regards to childcare. Other jurisdictions take a look at other aspects. Healthcare today is a national program that was implemented by a national Liberal government, but the idea, in terms of in a practical way, because the idea predates Tommy Douglas, but the implementation was demonstrated in the province of Saskatchewan. And as a government, we continue to support health care in that very real, intangible way, Madam Speaker. Because as a political party, unlike the Conservatives, you want contrast, take a look at the Conservatives on health care and the concerns that we have in terms of the threat to health care, Madam Speaker. We've invested $198 billion in health care. That's there to ensure that future generations can feel comfortable in knowing that the federal government will continue to play a strong role in health care. Why is that relevant to the debate today? When you think of MAID and the individuals that are recipients ultimately of using MAID, for many of them, it's an issue of long-term care, hospice care. When my grandmother passed away in the 90s, I can tell you that it was a very difficult situation in St. Boniface Hospital. We would have loved to have seen hospice care being provided for her, Madam Speaker, but it didn't happen. It doesn't take away anything from the fantastic and absolute fantastic work that our healthcare workers provide in our system, but there she sat in a hospital setting, Madam Speaker. Questionable in terms of dying with dignity. Healthcare matters. Long-term care. When on my father's passing, it was Riverview. And I tell you, it was totally different atmosphere because it provided hospice care. Healthcare matters when you talk about MAID. And what the Government of Canada is bringing forward is that, look, let's recognize that you can't change things overnight. But at least we're moving forward. Back in 2015, when the Supreme Court made a decision, Prime Minister Stephen Harper, in which the current leader of the Conservative Party was a major player during that whole era, the Stephen Harper era, did absolutely nothing in terms of dealing with the issue of MAID. It put us into a position that virtually immediately after the federal election, we had to take action. And we did, Madam Speaker. I remember vividly in Centre Block when members of Parliament shared stories. I remember the emotions. I remember many of my colleagues that sat on the committee that listened to Canadians from across the country on the issue. We all talked to constituents and conveyed our thoughts of our constituents here in Ottawa. And we were able to bring in and pass legislation, the first ever for Canada dealing with the issue, Madam Speaker. In 2021, we actually updated the legislation, Madam Speaker, to deal with persons whose death is not reasonably foreseeable. That was done in 2021. Madam Speaker, we are making changes, but it's got to be done in a fashion that is fair, reasonable, and responsible. We want to hear from Canadians. We want to be able to see what the different provinces have to say, and territories, Indigenous leaders, the stakeholders, the doctors, the nurses, those that are providing that direct care, Madam Speaker, the families. This is a very personal, intimate decision that people have to make at very difficult times in their life. We should not be taking it for granted in any fashion whatsoever. And that is the reason why, once again, we have another special joint standing committee that hopefully will be starting their work in November with the idea of doing something tangible over 6, 8 weeks or whatever it takes in order they can bring back something to the House, dealing with advance requests for MAID, Madam Speaker. And that seemed to be the focal point of what it is the Bloc was talking about today. With less than a minute to go, I think, Madam Speaker, I want to bring it back to some of my other comments in regards to the government recognizes the importance of the issue of MAID. We have done that since 2015. We continue to recognize it and work with Canadians and the many different stakeholders that are out there, and we're committed to continue to do that. It is unfortunate that because of the games that are being played by the leader of the Conservative Party and the Conservative Party of Canada, that the government is not able to continue to have debated important pieces of legislation. Legislation that I made reference to, the Citizenship Act, the Military Court to Civil Court on Sexual Abuse, Online Harms Act, the Rail and Marine Safety Act. All of these are so important. I'm asking for the Conservative Party of Canada to stop focusing on their leader's best interest and to start thinking in terms of what's in Canadians' best interest, and that is to stop the filibuster and allow legislation, at the very least, to get to committee so Canadians can have their say. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, 2 weeks ago, the Ontario MAID Deaths Review Committee out of the Ontario Coroner's Office issued a damning report in which the committee identified multiple cases of abuse and non-compliance. Persons who were administered aid who likely did not qualify under the law, as well as evidence of elements of coercion leading to their deaths. In the face of that shocking report out of the Ontario Coroner's Office, the silence from these Liberals has been deafening. Where has the Minister of Health been? Where has the Minister of Justice been? They have been AWOL. I put it to the Parliamentary Secretary, why?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know, it's amazing. The member who was an active participant with Stephen Harper, and I've emphasized just how close his current leader was with Stephen Harper, and you want to talk about being absent? Supreme Court of Canada makes a decision, and the Conservatives have absolutely nothing to say at all. They're not bringing in any legislation, let alone any committee of the House of Commons to deal with the issue. They want to bury it. Canadians that understand and appreciate the importance of MAID should be aware that you cannot trust the Conservative Party, especially under this far-right Conservative reform leader that they have today, Madam Speaker. They should be fearful in terms of things that we will witness if, God forbid, they become government.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Surwa. Madam Speaker, I am so furious after listening to 20 where the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has shown very clearly his ignorance of this file when it comes to advance requests. Ignorance, complete lack of understanding. He doesn't even know what's in Bill C-390, which was tabled in May 2024. He said that he didn't know what was in it. And the contents, Madam Speaker, is the solution which would allow the provinces that are ready to accept medical assistance in dying and to protect in the case of advance requests. He showed his ignorance, and that is what makes me so angry, because this government is a lazy government, and they should be ashamed of how they're abandoning the people who today are suffering from Alzheimer's. They can ask, for an advance request in Quebec, and no doctor is going to be ready to do it because this government is not doing its job.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's somewhat interesting that the member believes that there are individuals inside the House that have a full and comprehensive understanding of all the private members' bills that are on the order paper. I suspect, Madam Speaker, that member there, I would suggest you probably has knowledge of 50% of them. And that's being exceptionally generous. And if I'm wrong, she can stand up on a point of order and tell me I'm wrong, Madam Speaker. But the reality is, I found out about this debate just over an hour ago. So for the members to try to say, I don't know Bill C-290, and to diminish in terms of the importance of the issue at hand that the House has to talk about, I think does a disservice to all parliamentarians. If the Bloc Party genuinely wanted to have a healthy, strong debate on Bill C-290, at the very least, they could have used it in an opposition day. They could have raised the issue weeks ago, months ago, Madam Speaker, saying that they would like to have that particular debate.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lausanne, La Petite Patrie. Madam Speaker, it's just crazy to hear the Parliamentary Secretary from the Liberal government right now, because we're talking about a subject that is fundamental. It's the dignity of human life and respect for people. But if it weren't for the Supreme Court or the Quebec Superior Court, they wouldn't be doing anything at all. The Special Joint Committee made recommendations months and months ago. They knew that the Quebec's government legislation was coming. Well, nothing. What are you doing? What are you waiting for? Why are you always waiting to the last minute? Why? I remind the Honourable Member that he has to address his comments through the Chair and not directly to the government or to the member. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The government from day one has understood the depth of the issue and how important it is to Canadians. As I've indicated in my comments, this is very much a personal issue with great difficulties in surrounding the decision-making process, and the government has brought in legislation. It has updated the legislation. It has had special joint committees in the past. There's another one coming up in November, which is going to be providing a report in January. The federal government has a responsibility to do proper consultations, despite what it is that the Bloc and the NDP might try to portray.
Sorry, a point of order. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Surwa. Madam Speaker, I must tell you that the Bloc Québécois had taken the time to advise the government last night that the government knew that we would be debating this report, so that's a point of debate. It's a point of debate. So the Honourable Member will probably have another opportunity to raise a question. The Honourable Member for questions and comments, the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, I would remind the Parliamentary Secretary that I was not elected during the Harper government, and second of all, the Carter decision was rendered at the end of the Harper government. It was up to this government to pass legislation, and this government has been in office for 9 years. The Supreme Court contemplated the need for stringent and robust safeguards to protect vulnerable persons. That report of 2 weeks ago out of the Ontario Coroner's Office indicates that those safeguards are not being properly monitored and enforced under this government's watch. So again, Why the silence from the Justice Minister and the Health Minister? Is it that they just don't care?
No. L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the member is kind of like half right. You know, at the end of the day, the Carter decision, the Supreme Court of Canada decision, was, yes, light in the Conservative mandate. I'll give him that much. But having said that, there was absolutely no indication whatsoever, no approach to try to deal with the issue, but rather Stephen Harper at the time believed that maybe we'll be able to deal with it, maybe we won't be able to deal with it. It just was not a priority for the Conservative government. And yes, the member might not have been an elected member of Parliament, but that doesn't take away his involvement with Stephen Harper before he was elected.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, if the C7 wouldn't have been possible in past if C14 hadn't had an impact on people's lives. I'm very disappointed to hear my colleague because he hasn't read Bill C390. When, you know, he's responsible for procedure, he should be able to understand what bills have been tabled in the House and at least have some idea of what's in them because he doesn't know. He's ignorant. He doesn't know what solution we've proposed, Madam Speaker. And, you know, sorry, I will ask the honourable member to take back the word ignorant, as he knows we don't directly attack individuals. Another point of order, the honourable member Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Madam Speaker, I'm having a hard time understanding the rules of this House. Recently, Conservative members attacked the members for Timmins James Bay, saying that he was anti-Semitic. The Conservatives are regularly attacking ministers by saying they're incompetent. Why can the member for Montcalm not say that the Parliamentary Secretary is ignorant? Once again, I have another point of order. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, in French, there are subtleties. The word ignorant can be considered as an insult, but the word ignorant can also mean a state of being, the state of ignorance, the state of not knowing. In the context right now, I think that the Honourable Member for Montcalm is trying to note that the member for Winnipeg North was not aware, was not familiar with the dossier. It's not an insult, it's a state of being. So it seems that it's the definition or the way that it's been used. So I just want to make sure that we're not attacking personally the members and that it's better to go on speak out against policies instead of individual. I think maybe it's me who had there's a lot of differences between the interpretation. That's the word that I'm looking for. So if I didn't interpret properly, I'm sorry for that. The Honourable Member for Mirabel, are you in the right seat? Yes, Madam Speaker. With all respect, I think that it's an important point to add to the debate on this point of order. It's the Parliamentary Secretary himself indicated in his speech that he was not up to date and that he had not read the bill, that he was not aware of what's in the bill. So indirectly, we can't say indirectly what we can't say directly. So as the Parliamentary Secretary himself said that he was ignorant of this, should he have to take back his words? Well, listen, I think now we're heading into that's not really the right direction to go here. So I will go back to the member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I didn't say that the Parliamentary Secretary was ignorant. I referred to the fact that he is not aware or not familiar with or is ignorant of the bill. And that means that he can't understand that it is the solution, the most reasonable solution, because it reflects the need that certain provincial legislatures will have, the fact that they will need to have additional debates within their parliamentary democracy, but it doesn't prevent those that are ready, that have put a legal framework in place, to go forward. And Madam Speaker, unlike what he says, I've done my homework, and I worked with people across the country. He's the one who has not spoken to all Canadians, because Canadians are in majority behind advanced requests. He doesn't know it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member doesn't know that. And quite frankly, there are hundreds of private members' bills that are on the order paper, and it is not my responsibility to read 300 plus private members' bills. And there's all sorts of debates that come up inside the House of Commons. And every time you have an issue debated, are you suggesting that whomever it is that's speaking should actually do private members' bill research to make sure that they give some reference to the person that maybe brought in the private members' bill? The member made reference to the private members' bill in his comment. Out of respect for the member, Madam Speaker, I made reference to the bill, and I suggested that that might even be a part of the discussion that would take place when you have the committee. So I don't know why it is the bloc are so offended. You know, my apologies for not knowing the details of all the hundreds of private members' bills, if that's what he's trying to get at. But I would challenge any member, with the possible exception of Mr. Cooper, I mean the member from St. Albert, of actually knowing the details of every private member's bill.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Under this Prime Minister's watch, actually, before I do that, I'll be splitting my time with the member for Bellechasse-Letchemins-Levy. Madam Speaker, under this Prime Minister's watch, Canada's MAID regime is broken, and this Prime Minister broke it. His government is the architect of establishing a MAID regime that serves as a warning to governments around the world who are contemplating, perhaps implementing a MAID regime, of what not to do. And the world is taking notice. These are the headlines over the past 2 weeks in the UK about Canada's MAID regime. Poor, depressed, or lonely in Canada? Why not let us kill you? Assisted dying abused in Canada admits group that helped legalize it. I went for a mastectomy and they offered me assisted dying, Canadian cancer patient reveals. Poor at risk of being coerced into assisted dying in Canada. Canada's assisted death rush is a grim warning. Euthanasia doctors in Canada struggle with the ethics of killing vulnerable patients. Dark lessons from Canada. Once assisted dying is legal, the boundaries of what is permissible expand. This out of The Telegraph, The Times of London, The Independent, The Critic, over just the past 2 weeks. UN experts have condemned this Prime Minister's MAID regime, including the UN Special Rapporteur on the rights of persons with disabilities. And here at home, virtually every disabilities rights organization has been sounding the alarm for years that the lives with disabilities are uniquely at risk after this government recklessly removed any connection between the foreseeability of death and eligibility for MAID. For years, there have been credible reports of widespread abuse, non-compliance with the law, and persons who were administered MAID under highly questionable circumstances, to put it mildly. And in the face of those credible and disturbing reports, do you know what the response of the Prime Minister was, Madam Speaker? He accused those who were sounding the alarm that vulnerable persons were falling through the cracks as being blinded by ideology. How callous on the part of the Prime Minister, and how ironic, because it isn't those who are calling the alarm who are ideological, but the Prime Minister himself. And Madam Speaker, if there was any doubt about the credibility of those reports of abuse and non-compliance. Those have surely been put to rest in the face of the bombshell report of 2 weeks ago from the Ontario Made Deaf's Review Committee out of the Ontario Coroner's Office. I emphasize that this is a committee comprised of medical professionals, legal experts, as well as MAID assessors. The report found that vulnerable persons face potential coercion and undue influence to seek MAID. And the report identifies a number of cases in the province of Ontario where persons received MAID who likely did not qualify under the law and where there was evidence of elements of coercion leading to their deaths. I will cite a few examples. One was a 40-year-old Ontario man who received MAID after his psychiatrist suggested it. The MAID practitioner who administered MAID drove him out to a location to administer MAID, and the committee in its report said that, quote, may have created pressure and gave rise to a perception of hastening a person towards death. Another Ontario man received MAID. He had only a year before attempted to end his life. He suffered from ulcers, had suicidal ideation and severe personality disorder. In all likelihood, he didn't qualify under the law, but he received MAID. In another case, an Ontario man was convinced that he had suffered from a vaccine injury. He received MAID. A post-mortem, however, found no pathological findings in that regard. And then there is the disturbing case of a 50-year-old London, Ontario woman who received MAID due to a lack of adequate housing for her to live in a home having regard for her symptoms of multiple chemical sensitivity syndrome. And there are many other disturbing cases. Alarm bells should be going off at the Department of Health and the Department of Justice. But instead, these shocking findings have been met with silence on the part of the Minister of Health and the Minister of Justice. It's as if they don't care. And the report found that amongst those who received MAID who were not terminally ill, that they disproportionately came from Ontario's most deprived communities, leading the committee in its report to suggest that, quote, MAID could be the option of least resistance and be used to end lives when social policies have failed them, end of quote. And the report identified widespread doctor shopping of persons who were turned down, who went to a medical practitioner until they got the result that they wanted. On that point, it should not come as a surprise, given that doctor shopping has been a well-known loophole in the law. It is a loophole that this government has failed to close, and it is a loophole that has become a standard to be abused by none other than CAMAP, the body that is supposedly responsible for developing training for MAID assessors, a body that has been tasked by this government to develop the MAID curriculum, and a body that has received millions of taxpayer dollars from this government. At a CAMAP seminar, radical and infamous MAID activist Jocelyn Downey actually encouraged doctor shopping. She said, quote, you can ask as many clinicians as you want or need. At another seminar, she said, disagreement doesn't mean you must stop. Those are chilling words and illustrate how embedded abuse is in the system after 9 years of these Liberals. Over the past 9 years, these Liberals have failed to establish robust safeguards to protect the vulnerable. What safeguards they have put in place, they have systematically dismantled over the past number of years, all the while turning a blind eye to reports of abuse and non-compliance, rendering this government and this Prime Minister complicit in that abuse and non-compliance. As a result of this government's recklessness and negligence, the lives of the poor and the disabled, and if these Liberals get their way, soon the mentally ill have and will continue to fall through the cracks. Made after 9 years of this Prime Minister is the very antithesis of what is humane and compassionate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I often hear what my colleague has to say. I sat with him at the committee. This should be studied, yes. Mental health should be studied, yes. For the benefit of the people in this House, I would ask him to table the documents that he has referred to. It would be interesting to read them. But the fact remains that during committee debates, there were a number of hearings. The only physicians that came to tell us that they're trying to change their patients' mind were those who were against MAID. They openly said they wanted to discourage patients from MAID, and they managed to change their mind. And I said that this went against Quebec law. It went against the Physicians' Code of Ethics, and it didn't seem to bother them. What I would like to say is that I hope that, given that healthcare is provincial, I hope that the Ontario government has started legal proceedings against those that have tried to persuade people not to obtain MAID in order to try and change their mind. Just a quick point. You keep pointing out that I need to stop my question, but perhaps I have risen because no one has risen. Just because no one has risen now doesn't mean that other people don't want to ask a question. The honourable member has had 1 minute 30 to ask his question already. Order. Order. I have recognised the honourable member. He rose. There may be other questions from others. The honourable member will have time for a second question if there's still space. So we have been at this for over 90 seconds. The honourable member has only 5 minutes for questions and answers. Is that a point of order? The honourable member from Montcalm. I ask for a touch of equity in this House, and you are affecting my privilege here in this House. After 30 seconds, you're already telling me to wrap up, whereas it is customary to see how many people rise before making that kind of decision. So a point of order, because you keep doing that against us. As I have already mentioned, there were 5 minutes of questions and answers. We are now at 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Time has been stopped. The honourable member, if he wants to finish his question, can do so. I would like to see if someone wants to ask a question. Perhaps other members wanted the honourable member to have the first question. I try to be equitable with time with everyone. If the honourable member would like to finish his question, he could do so, and then we'll move on to the answer. The honourable member from Montcalm. No? No questions. The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Montcalm. Indeed, we did serve on the special joint committee together, and he wasn't able to quite get to his question, but if I took what he said and the context in which I believe he put it with respect to advance requests, if that was what in fact he was alluding to, what I would say is that the committee was seized with a number of different issues, advance requests being merely one of those issues, and in the face of that, or given that, there was insufficient time to properly study that complicated issue. I understand that the National Assembly has studied it, but we didn't study it in a sufficient way. And so that is what I took away from the Special Joint Committee, and why Conservatives, or some Conservative members, issued a dissenting report that said at the present time we were not ready to proceed with advanced requests due to insufficient study across Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Government of Canada has made a commitment to have a national discussion on the issue, which would incorporate people of Canada, provinces, territories, Indigenous leaders, the different stakeholders, doctors, healthcare workers, and so forth. And I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts in terms of the importance of doing that consultation before any form of legislation is actually brought through the House.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a fair question from the Parliamentary Secretary. I would submit that it is important that there be widespread consultation, not just in the province of Quebec, but right across the country, because there are legal, ethical, and clinical challenges that have been identified with rolling out advanced requests in a safe manner. And that was underscored by the expert report that this government commissioned back in 2018 that found that the big advanced request is that someone who might not wish to die would have their life terminated, and that is a serious risk. So we need to have widespread consultation to ensure that it can be done safely and to ensure that there are appropriate safeguards in place.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always an honour to stand in this House and to have the privilege of being able to speak to various matters. What a great privilege, and so I'm very grateful every time I can rise. Today, we are talking about medical assistance in dying, Madam Speaker. This is a question that I know very well. This is an issue that I know very well for the following reasons. In a past life, in a different parliament, I was able to reflect upon this question in a non-partisan way. It was a very important moment, if not the most important moment of my political life at the legislature. Before speaking about this, Madam Speaker, I heard what my colleague from Montcalm had to say in his speech. I would never take away from him the work he has done and the knowledge that he has on the matter and the work he has done for medical assistance in dying. But what I will not accept this morning, Madam Speaker, is that through this question, parliamentarians are insulted. I'm a Conservative. I'm well known in Quebec, well known for my position on medical assistance in dying. My Conservative colleagues know it. Everyone knows it. It's not a secret. And so, hearing that just because we're not like him, just because some people disagree with him, that means that we are heartless and that we have no courage, that is not how we will be able to convince parliamentarians, various parties, to go forward. I'm sorry to say it, but I have personal experience, both personally and professionally. I have been a member for a long time. I was a minister in Quebec. That's not how we move things forward. That's not how committees were struck in Quebec. It was impartial. There was good discussion. Never did I hear any insults. Beyond that, it's true that since yesterday, advance directives are now allowed. If the member for Montcalm found this to be so important, then answer me this, Madam Speaker. Why did the leader of the Bloc Québécois not use the lever that he had when he was propping up the government? How come the Bloc Québécois did not choose C-390 as one of their sine qua nons with the Liberals to maintain them in power? Am I right? Today, they rise in the House, and now I understand that he's perfectly sincere. I sat with him at the Quebec legislature, and I wonder why it's him who's rising and not the member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU, because it's his bill. But it's a different kettle of fish. We would have liked to have heard what Ms. Bérubé had to say. We are not allowed to name people who are not in the House or mention if they are in the House or not. The honourable member. Yes, my apologies, Madam Speaker. I won't have the same level of attitude with you than others have had. How come the Bloc Québécois isn't seizing this opportunity, knowing that in Quebec things were about to change? They knew it. They tabled this bill, C-390. They tabled it on the 22nd of May, 2024. They wait for the day after the implementation of this matter in Quebec to say that, well, no one here has a heart. Everyone's terrible. What did the Bloc Québécois and their leader table as a sine qua non? 2 bills, one about pensions, one about supply management, to prop up the government. They can't convince their own leader of the urgency of the matter, so how can they think that they will be able to persuade all parliamentarians to move forward today? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, Madam Speaker. So I invite the member to calm it down a bit, to stop insulting us, and to look at his own party, what his party's strategy is to get C-390 passed, or to have it progress. This is a highly sensitive subject, a highly complex subject, which calls upon our values. When I was in Parliament in Quebec City, I was there when debate began. At the beginning of the 2000s, I was there when we voted on this, and I voted for. I was also there when medical assistance in dying began. But this debate didn't just happen overnight. The subject was triggered. People sat around the table. They thought together. They discussed together. This was a cross-partisan committee that discussed the matter. And a position was reached that of moving forward with medical assistance in dying. Parliament spoke. And, Madam Speaker, in my own political party in Quebec City, there were people who voted against. And that's fine. Why? Because it calls upon something that is personal, that is visceral, that calls upon our values, that calls upon our conscience. And I think that that is important to note. Madam Speaker, it's political swordplay. We have to be partisan. But the Conservatives have a strong shell. But let's rectify certain things. My colleague, the leader in the House, rose to say that we are terrible when it comes to healthcare, that we do nothing for healthcare. I just would like to remind this House that I saw the following. When Prime Minister Harper was in position, it's thanks to him that Quebec got its first asymmetrical agreement with Quebec. My colleague for Lévis-Lotbinière was here as well. I was in Quebec City, and I saw it happen. So, the Conservative Party is the only party that's listening to provinces. Over the years, it has shown time and time again how strongly it respects provinces and accommodates provinces. Throughout my career, Madam Speaker, I had to make decisions that were easier to make than others. As Minister for Labour, I changed labour standards, labour code. It was a lot of work, but the decision wasn't difficult to make compared to the issue of medical assistance in dying. No one is saying that this is an easy file. What I would like to say today, however, Madam Speaker, is the following. Let us be careful. Let us be careful. Haste does not bode well for anyone, and we cannot treat thinking about the matter and discussing the matter lightly. What do Canadians expect of our work? They expect us to make the right decision.
Making the right decisions. If we had acted quickly, Madam Speaker, without thinking things through, we would have followed up on the Liberal government's haphazard actions, which would have brought us down this rabbit hole and allowed us to offer MAID to people who only had mental health issues. But we raised a red flag. We said, we're not ready. We studied this issue and convinced the government to not apply it as of 7 March 2023, and we extended the deadline by 1 year until 2024, and then at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, you're telling me my time is almost up? Well, we decided to wait for 3 years. All of this to say, it's always better to take a little more time rather than committing irreparable errors. Questions and comments? The honourable member.
When you think in terms of MAID, it is something that is deeply personal and complex. And for individuals that are put into the position to have to make these decisions, it's very difficult and it's very emotional. I believe that the House of Commons, as parliamentarians, all of us have very passionate opinions on this issue. And at the end of the day, that there is an obligation for us to fully participate in the consultations through the Special Standing Committee that the Government of Canada is advancing, that will be taking place in November and could go 9, 8, 10, 12 weeks. I'm not too sure of the exact time frame, but that's a very important process given the nature of the issue, and that those stakeholders are afforded the opportunity or an opportunity to be able to be engaged on this issue.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins, Lévis. Thank you. You're right. We can never consult too much, particularly on issues like this one. And I understand how some people can be impatient, but once again, if it was so urgent, Madam Speaker, I think that the Bloc Québécois would have taken the opportunity they had to table this bill with respect to their strategy and the Conservative Party with respect to supply management and OAS. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis for her speech, and also in terms of her advice and with respect to our strategy at the Bloc. Her criticism is, of course, allowed, but when I look at the polls lately, the most recent one says it's 43 versus 23% for the Conservatives in Quebec. Well, with respect to our leaders' strategy in Quebec, things are working better. But the member for Montcalm and his questioning in terms of he was the one who was speaking, even though my colleague from Abitibi Bay James, well, the member from Montcalm has been on this file for years. It's something close to his heart. He knows it very well. And he even underscored the excellent work of my Conservative colleague who has criticized him. So, Madam Speaker, I find this hard to hear. But my question to my colleague, one of the member for Montcalm's criticism is that the Conservatives were against MAID and that the Liberals lacked political courage. Can the colleague say no? On the contrary, the Conservatives, unlike what the member was, will support this measure and are favorable to MAID? The honourable member. When Bill C-390 comes to House, we will be pleased to study it. The honourable member for Rosemont-La-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She put a great emphasis on not acting too quickly. I think that was kind of the overarching theme of her speech. Well, I'd like to start the debate on MAID around 2018, and it's been going on for quite some time. And there was a mixed committee that established recommendations. The courts have intervened, and it has been under study for quite some time. We have to take action. Yesterday, the Quebec government gave a directive saying that advance requests were now allowed. And it doesn't meet the criteria of the Canadian Criminal Code. We're not acting too quickly, but since yesterday we've had a problem. There is a Quebec consensus, and if we respect provinces and Quebec, why would the Conservatives not bring themselves in line with Quebec's decision? The honourable member for Les Eides-Chemins. Madam Speaker, it's the government in charge that can decide when this bill will come to the House. I would be happy to look at it. Thank you. The honourable member for Rosemont-La-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with my exceptional member for New Westminster, Burnaby, who will shed a lot of light on this issue, which is very important. Allow me to take 3 seconds to start off with something more personal. It is October 31st, and a year ago, the mother of my spouse passed away, and it is the anniversary of her death. And I just wanted to underscore her life and all of the love that she gave to her family and friends. We miss her so much still today. Madam Speaker, I also wanted to talk about my grandmother Alice, who did not have an easy life, who had to flee her home where she was abused and also suffered from malnutrition. She left home at roughly 14 years of age. She was able to meet my grandfather, who was in the army at the time, and they had one child, a son. But Alice had a very young life that was tough, and also an end of life that was very hard with Alzheimer's disease. She passed away. We saw her waste away before our eyes for years and years. My father even wrote a book on Alzheimer's disease that is called The Memory of Words, or Les Mémoires des Mots in French, that described the end of life of my grandmother Alice. But it also touched many families across Quebec and Canada. We all have stories of our loved ones, sometimes friends, people who lived through the end of life of someone who was very close to them, who ended up being unable to recognize their spouse, their partners, their children, their friends. It's very painful and difficult to live through. To witness it, even when you're a child or an adolescent, is something that really marks you. And you say to yourself, one day, if I have the chance to be able to have an influence on this, whether it's in terms of research, science, or medicine in general, or in terms of legal actions that you can take so that someone is not able to see themselves waste away and lose track of their own existence. well, we could say I'd like to do something about that. And today I have the opportunity to be able to rise in this House and talk about this, even though it's a very fundamental topic because it does pertain to the dignity of human life. We will all, Madam Speaker, sorry to say this, but we'll all die one day. And I hope it'll be in the best possible conditions with the less amount of suffering possible and surrounded by our loved ones. But right now, the legislation does not allow for advanced requests for MAID. And MAID, of course, was part of a very wide societal debate in Quebec and in Canada. In Quebec, there is a consensus about the fact that it's a way to support someone and to respect their wishes so that that person can die and leave this world in dignity with the least amount of suffering possible. And, for example, with Alzheimer's, people can also, well, it is very painful. It's a degenerative disease. Not everyone will ask for MAID. It's a choice that is very personal, that reflects everyone's desire and how they see their lives. Sometimes they have religious values, other times they don't. I was talking about the mother of my partner, Debbie. Debbie had a very close friend, Janice, who had multiple sclerosis, but who always wanted to live until the very last day. She never saw MAID as an option. And we have to respect that. But I think science and medicine have evolved so that, or as our society has, to say that now there is a consensus for this being acceptable, and we have to respect someone's decision. For the time being, MAID has been authorized for people who have a foreseeable short-term death. There has to be a diagnosis for example, with Alzheimer's disease, which is degenerative. But in Quebec, yes, it has to be authorized, as should advance requests for MAID be. There has to be, the person who will sign this document has to be conscious to say, here are the criteria, these are the various times and the symptoms that will allow me to get to this stage, and here is my desire when I will not be able to make a decision in the future because I will have reached such a level of degeneration, or cognitive degeneration, that I will no longer be able to make the decision then. So then we're facing a situation since, well, as of yesterday, the Quebec law has allowed for advanced requests for MAID, and this contravenes the criminal code because the federal government did not take action for months or years. It's absolutely amazing how this issue, the only thing that the Liberals want to do is step in line with the Conservatives to do nothing. They are not moving on this. It took the Supreme Court ruling to make them amend legislation and a Quebec decision. I've never seen a government with absolutely no leadership on such a fundamental issue that affects all Canadians, all families in our society. And today we're in this situation that is absolutely absurd because of their lack of action. They are dragging their feet, and now we don't know what's going to happen. And the Liberal government's answer is, we're going to consult. We're going to have a national conversation. But Quebec legislation came into effect yesterday. So what do we do now? The Liberals have known this for months. There was a joint committee of the House of Commons and the Senate who made recommendations and studied this issue. But what did they do? Absolutely nothing. And now we're in this impossible situation today. While Quebec legislation gives people hope. It gives them hope of a death with dignity that reflects their desire to not die in a situation, as I perfectly understand. I wouldn't want either. And I think it's what a lot of people would feel. We have to respect it. So, Madam Speaker, in Quebec, someone became the spokesperson for these people who were diagnosed and who has said, I want to decide when, under what conditions I will leave this world. Sandra Lamontigny, her name is. She has spoken about this a lot publicly, and she has touched the hearts of many people. And her message is, we have to head in this direction. And she has hope that Quebec's government legislation will allow us to avoid the worst, avoid the worst at the end of her life. She has faced early Alzheimer's, and she has looked at this legislation for quite some time. And she is happy with the Quebec government's decision, and her desire is clear. There was an article in the press that was published that has said she doesn't want to be depossessed of her body. She wants to, I want to keep my dignity and my autonomy. It is a privilege to be able to define limits for yourself rather than having them imposed on you, she said. So, Madam Speaker, there are clear rules in place. It's not just anyone or any who can have access to MAID or at any time for an advanced request. There are guidelines that have already been established with respect to the discussion that has to take place between a healthcare professional, the patient, and they have to have received a diagnosis and give their authorization under some certain very precise circumstances. So there is a framework. It is scientific. There are professionals involved, witnesses involved, third parties that the person trusts are involved. There is a description of the symptoms with respect to the advancement of the disease that are involved. So I don't see why the government, this Liberal government right now, is unable to take action. They're putting Quebec doctors in a very impossible situation right now, where there are legitimate fears of being charged if they respect Quebec legislation and the desires of their patients. Questions and comments.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've made reference to the fact, my previous question to the Conservative member, the importance of having that national conversation on the issue of having advance requests for MAID. A very serious issue. We've seen one jurisdiction in Canada that's been very proactive on this issue, the province of Quebec. But we also have to be respectful in terms of trying to build that national consensus and do a consultation. Because, to be quite honest with you, Madam Speaker, we need to realize that MAID is, in fact, a very deeply personal and complex issue that touches people in very difficult times. And we have to make sure that we do it right and we get it right. And I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts in regards to the importance of actually working with the different provinces, territories, Indigenous leaders, the different stakeholders, to make sure that, in fact, we are getting it right.
The Honourable Member for Rosemount, La Petite Patrie. Madam Speaker, for almost 10 years now we've been talking about this in this House. We've discussed it at various committees and at the Senate. Do the Liberals understand by dragging their heels, they're just playing into the Conservative Party's game? They don't want to even look at MAID. It's against everyone's interest and what the doctors are saying. Dr. Maureen Gaudreau from the Quebec College of Physicians has said that advanced requests are a major advancement for many Quebecers, but there's a great deal of concern around the legal protection for doctors. And this is the result of this government's inaction, who has aligned itself with the Conservatives on this file.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to express my condolences to the member on the one-year anniversary of the passing of his mother-in-law. And I also would acknowledge the member has made his position very clear, and I respect his position, but I would ask him to address the fact that there have been concerns from medical professionals and other experts about clinical, ethical, and legal issues associated with advanced requests, including, for example, the difficulty in securing or delivering fully informed consent, insofar as that it is difficult for one to predict their future state, as well as issues around the subjectivity of advanced requests and the interpretation of such requests in the face of a physician being unable to reaffirm consent by the patient.
The honourable member for Rosemont Le Petit-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his kind words. Quebec law is clear, and if the Conservatives want to respect provincial jurisdiction, they have to align itself with the Quebec government on this law. I don't understand why they say sometimes we're the best allies of provincial jurisdiction, and another time when it doesn't suit them, they say we have to consult more. But Quebec legislation is clear. Advanced requests for MAID have to be someone who has received a serious diagnosis, there has to be fully informed consent, and the patient also has to involve a third party that they trust. There's a very personalized description of the symptoms and the signs that will decide when the medical act will take place for MAID. So I think the Conservative Party have to respect the Quebec legislation in this respect. The honourable member from Montcalm. Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, the colleague for St. Albert Edmonton often raises this. He says, talks about things that may not work, and I think that this is a slippery slope. But can my colleague explain to all of our colleagues? There's no problem in terms of access to care, because there has to be diagnosis in place. And if there was a diagnosis, the person has already been under care. So can you also talk about the very important moment when there's a meeting with the healthcare team and the patient has two witnesses so they can establish the criteria in terms of what's the threshold for pain for them? A quick answer, please.
Well, the member from Montcalm is absolutely right that there's a crucial moment in a process of, thinking things through after a diagnosis. So if somebody makes a request for an advance request, it's because they're already inside the system, a system that is professional with people who are there to respect, to make sure that ethics are respected. There are ethics specialists in the system in Quebec, and I also think there's, equal rights. I mean, that's the position of the Alzheimer's Society. People who have Alzheimer's should have the same rights as all other citizens. Resuming debate.
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to say, first of all, that it's with great sadness that I learned that it's a sad anniversary for my colleague, the member for Rosemont La Petite-Patrie. Everyone in this debate, has spoken about very difficult situations, and I won't be an exception to that. This is such a difficult question to talk about. The end of life and medical assistance in dying is part of that. I also share my colleagues' frustration on the fact that Liberals haven't acted, that it's been 10 years now that this question, which is such a personal issue, has been before us. And, it's such a difficult question, but, we have a government that refuses to act and that refuses to show leadership on this. I find that incredibly sad. That's, this isn't a partisan issue. This is a question of human life. It's a question of respect for people who are at the final stage of their life. People who often are facing incredible pain. And we have a responsibility as parliamentarians to be there for them, to take the necessary decisions, to show leadership. And that this question has been, before us for 10 years now. It shows the inability of parliamentarians to act properly. And that's why we're having this debate today. And I'd like to say that this is a very important debate to be having. I'm glad that we're having it, but it has to lead to something concrete. It has to lead to action. The decision that was made by the Special Joint Committee and the recommendations, that's what we have to put in place, Madam Speaker.
Have profoundly painful memories when we talk about medical assistance in dying. My colleague from Rosemont La Petite Patrie shared with us his extremely difficult anniversary. Tomorrow will be entering the month of November, and for me that is a very difficult time, Madam Speaker. 3 years ago, my father, Terry Julian, passed away, and he passed away in an extraordinarily painful time. It took 2 weeks in the palliative ward of Burnaby Hospital before he died. He was in immense pain, Madam Speaker. The family rallied around. We tried to be there 24 hours a day during this period. It was extraordinarily difficult and heart-wrenching. Madam Speaker, when he finally passed, my sister was with him, and I'm incredibly grateful for that. Myself and my spouse, we were racing as other members of the family were doing, racing to the hospital. We were around the clock with him in his pain and in his final moments, but I was unable to arrive in time, Madam Speaker. If I could have turned the clock so that he didn't experience those unbelievably difficult weeks before he passed, I would have. It was heart-wrenching as it is to all of us to see him live through that difficult time. And a year later, my mother went through the exact same thing. It took 2 weeks for her to pass. She was in the palliative ward at Burnaby General Hospital. It was an extraordinarily difficult time, and we tried again to be there 24 hours a day. The fact that my father simply was not the same, and they'd been married over 70 years, Madam Speaker, so obviously that pain of a broken heart was too much for her. I was with her when she passed. I held her hand and I said prayers in her final moments, and I was grateful for that privilege, that blessing to be with her. It was, again, extraordinarily difficult, and if we could have in some way changed the situation so that she didn't have to live through those 2 weeks of intense pain before passing, we would have given everything. These are heartbreaking moments, Madam Speaker, and that's why the issue of medical assistance in dying is so important for us to consider, that we, in each of our families, with our loved ones, so many of us have experienced the pain of losing a loved one and the pain of seeing them suffer. And medical assistance in dying is designed to give those people a choice, but also to, as much as possible, take away from that intense suffering that the person who is dying, the loved one, lives through, but the entire family suffers from as well. When you're there in 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning in the hospital ward, and you're thinking, what can I do to end this pain and suffering that they are going through? You don't want to see them suffer anymore. And so, in a sense, their passing is a relief in one way. Yes, it's incredibly painful to know that they have passed on, but it's an end to their suffering. In a civilized society, we try to make sure that people do not suffer unnecessarily. And that's why this issue is such an important one. Now, Madam Speaker, we all come, I think, from the same place. We have all, in this House and right across this country, lived the same difficult, terrible, extraordinarily painful experiences. And what we need to do as parliamentarians is to make sure that that suffering is relieved as much as possible. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to address particularly the issue in the report, recommendation 10, that states that we need to support persons with disabilities. And I think this is a fundamental part of the debate that we're having today. People with disabilities, when we look at those across the country who are forced to go to food banks to make ends meet, who are homeless, more than half of them are people with disabilities. And this country has failed people with disabilities. Of that, there is no doubt. We have, I think, seen some minor improvement of how people with disabilities are treated. But the reality is that recommendation particularly strikes me as something that we need to implement as quickly as possible to ensure that people with disabilities, with that terrible choice of a life where they simply are not provided with the supports that are so essential. And we have seen a number of times where people with disabilities have chosen MAID because they have not gotten the supports that are so essential to them. And as Speaker, we have pushed for a disability benefit. We have pushed for a disability benefit that provides for a guaranteed a livable basic income. The member from Winnipeg Centre brought forward a bill that would provide those supports for people with disabilities so they're not forced in that unbelievably difficult choice. And yet, to date, we have still not have in place a guaranteed livable basic income that applies for people with disabilities, to provide them with the dignity and respect that they deserve and that they should expect from their country. And Madam Speaker, this is a fundamental issue that absolutely has to be resolved. We are a country that has provided enormous resources to the banks and to big businesses, $1 trillion in liquidity supports to the banking sector over the last 15 years. We've given untold amounts, tens of billions of dollars a year to wealthy Canadians and through the form of overseas tax havens. We have the resources to put into place a guaranteed livable basic income for people with disabilities now, Madam Speaker. And I hope as part of this debate, we choose to do that. Every Canadian deserves dignity. This is a debate about dignity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I concur with many of the words that the member has spoken, especially when you think in terms of the bigger picture of every Canadian deserves dignity. And it is important during the debate that we recognize just how difficult an issue this really is. Because it touches the hearts and emotions and so much more of people that are having to make a very difficult decision. And we cannot underestimate just how difficult that decision actually is. It's one of the reasons why I think that it's important, as the government has said, we're starting up that conversation with Canadians to incorporate provinces, territories, Indigenous leaders, the many different stakeholders, the professionals, and the patients. I hope to hear from a lot of patients that are out there, and the providers, the bedside, the family members, and so forth. I think that is absolutely critical in terms of continuing the move and bringing in what will hopefully made legislation ultimately that we've seen in the Allied Force.
Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question, but as the member from Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie pointed out, we are now in a legal vacuum, and that requires the government to act. Consultation is always important. We've had discussions and consultations for a decade now. It is important to act to ensure that that legal vacuum does not continue. And there is an ongoing debate in this country. I have no doubt people feel very strongly about MAID. I understand this, and I think people come from a standpoint of good faith from all sides, but we cannot continue with a legal vacuum that imperils that ability of people to make that free decision on it.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for New Westminster Burnaby quite appropriately spoke about persons with disabilities. When the Carter decision was rendered by the Supreme Court reasoned that vulnerable persons could be protected by what it characterized as a set of stringent and well-enforced safeguards. I would submit that the safeguards that have been adopted by Parliament have not been adequate, and what safeguards were passed have been chipped away by the past several years, including the requirement that death be reasonably foreseeable. The removal of that safeguard resulted in the sounding of the alarm from virtually every disabilities rights organization in Canada, as well as the UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Does the member share those concerns of voices who represent the disabilities rights community?
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Yes, I do share those concerns, but that wasn't the principal focus of my speech. I was speaking to the fact that we have, in this incredibly wealthy country, we have not met what is required to ensure that all Canadians with disabilities live in dignity, can put food on the table, can have a roof over their head. And the appalling statistics that we have seen for people with disabilities that are homeless, people with disabilities that have to line up in food bank, should give us all pause, every single member of Parliament, that we are failing Canadians with disabilities each and every day. We have immense resources when the banking sector calls, immense resources when the very wealthy and privileged Canadians, the wealthiest of Canadians, the most profitable corporations call. We need to respond to the call of Canadians with disabilities.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I have three things that I took out of my colleague's thoughtful speech. First of all, when it comes to increasing the quality of life for those with disabilities, it's a reminder that disability is individual, but end of life is social, and that's why we had recommendation 10. But I hope he agrees with me that the idea that persons with disabilities don't have access to medical assistance in dying would be a lack of rights for that people. This is obviously a very complex issue. But, and obviously, those requests for medical assistance in dying are treated very carefully, unlike what the Conservative member suggested earlier. When it comes to freedom of choice, it's important to remember here that even if you are in great difficulty, it's your freedom of choice, and freedom of choice is always there in medical assistance in dying. And anyone who has any doubt about that or has concerns about advance request, they don't have to fill out a form. They can make a free and informed choice. It's the role of the state to preserve that free and informed choice.
New Westminster.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby, a short answer, please. Well, I agree with my colleague, but I'll come back to the fact that when we talk about the situation of persons with disabilities in Canada, it's deplorable, and that's why I would say that we have to deal with this not through. I'm very sorry, but we have to continue with debate. We've gone well over the time available for questions and comments. I was very generous with questions and comments. I'm sorry. Resuming debate.
Member for Cumberland Colchester.
To stand here in the House of Commons and debate things that are of critical importance to Canadians. And certainly having had the opportunity to serve on the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying, I think it's important to have that ability to stand here today and certainly allow Canadians to understand some of the difficulties that exist and of course why Conservatives want to put forward a dissenting report which of course is easy for Canadians to find. Much of the deliberations, of course, that were performed in the Special Joint Committee related to mental disorder as the sole underlying medical condition, so-called mature minors, persons with disability, and advance requests. And clearly the plight of Canadians under the NDP Liberal government has increased the usage of MAID in this country, and I'll go on to cite several examples of that as we go through this. And I think that that's absolutely incredibly important to look forward to. And if I might, just to read a bit from the dissenting report, nous souhaitons reconnaître.
We wish to recognize that medical assistance in dying is a complex issue and a profoundly personal issue on which reasonable people and well-intentioned people can be in disagreement. That having been said, the Canadian medical assistance in dying regime represents serious problems, and vulnerable persons are endangered because of the failure of the Liberal government. Whatever the point of view of each individual on medical assistance in dying, in principle, these problems cannot be ignored. After 9 years of poverty and hopelessness under this Liberal government, Canadians are turning to medical assistance in dying because they don't have the means to live with dignity.
I say to you that statement is incredibly important to allow Canadians to understand that as far as Conservatives are concerned, that those Canadians who are well-intentioned and well-informed are able to speak about this incredibly emotionally charged topic in a very hopefully non-partisan way on behalf of Canadians. And certainly as a former practicing physician, these are issues that came up multiple times, of course, when I was back practicing medicine, and medical assistance in dying is something that came about during my time in practice. When I first started practicing, of course, medical assistance in dying was not something that was out there to be considered. And that being said, I certainly feel it is something that perhaps I can provide some insight with respect to that. And I think one of the other things that's really, really important for Canadians to understand is, and I know my colleague spoke a bit about this, Madam Speaker, about how Canada and the Canadian regulations around MAID are perceived around the world. And just to quote the American Journal of Bioethics, the title of this particular article is "When Death Becomes Therapy: Canada's Troubling Normalization of Healthcare Provider Ending of Life." And certainly it is a telling commentary on how the regime here in Canada is perceived. And if I might just quote a bit from this report, undeniably a strikingly higher number of people die with direct healthcare provider involvement in Canada's euthanasia regime, euphemistically termed medical assistance in dying, MAID, than under a California-style assisted suicide system. Daryl Pullman rightly identifies several key reasons. The fact that in about all cases it involves a lethal injection by healthcare providers rather than assisted suicide with a self-administration of medication. The law's vague and broadly interpreted access criteria, acquiescence and indifference of federal and provincial authorities, the courts and medical associations, and briefly mentioned the failure to treat ending of life as a last resort. So when we begin to think of those incredibly emotional words, because they are, and often I wonder, realistically, Madam Speaker, how did we get to a spot where really we are in a culture of death and we believe that the ability for simply to hand over our essence of life to a healthcare practitioner, how did we get there? How have we failed as a society simply to say, life is no longer worth living, just go ahead and kill me? And I think, I can remember when the debates on this first began and everybody talked about the, of course, slippery slope argument that we will never go down these roads, that this will simply be for those with reasonably foreseeable natural death. And I think that Canadians, in their heart of hearts, because of who we are, really believe that the expansion of MAID would never happen. And I know that I've heard my colleagues in this House today speak a lot about, well, it's their right to die. Well, what about their right to live, Madam Speaker? And I think that, once again, how did we ever get to the point of a country to say that part of the necessity of an incredible nation that's incredibly developed with great riches and wealth, the golden age of Canada, almost, if one would use that term, that how did we get to the point where it's not about caring about each other, but saying, yeah, I agree with you, just go ahead and end it. Your life is not worth living. So as we begin to contemplate those things as a country, I do believe that it's incredibly important to value human life and to say that it's important. Are there folks out there who are suffering? Absolutely are, and I certainly will come back to that. I think the other important thing, before we talk about some very, very sad examples, are really to talk about the state of palliative care in Canada. And once again, Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity as a physician to witness an incredible change in how palliative care is delivered where I live in Nova Scotia. And it was absolutely life-changing to have a driving force behind a palliative care program where I live that enabled care which historically had been delivered all by family physicians to a quality team of palliative care providers who are able to provide a much more nuanced way for people to continue to live a life even though it's difficult. And I might be so bold as to say my great friend Dr. David Henderson was the person leading that charge. Historically, where I had the opportunity to work in our hospital in Truro, Nova Scotia, again, that palliative care would be provided by family physicians. And realizing that many symptoms during the end of life and the dying process were very difficult to control, this great physician, Dr. Henderson, came along and was able to begin to educate all of us family physicians who delivered care, and not only to do that, but to make us better providers. As time went on, many folks began to realize that either they weren't very good at palliative care, which not everybody is good at it, if I can use that terminology, but they also began to realize that there were certain skills, not just in determining which medications to give at which time, but also to speak to patients to understand what their goals and desires were. Exactly, was it that they simply wanted their pain to be alleviated or their suffering to be alleviated at all costs, or did they want to be more functional in their abilities? So those are incredibly important conversations to have with patients. And I would go on to say that Dr. Henderson also realized that delivering care at people's homes was also an essential part of palliative care, because of course folks often feel much better when they're able to stay in their own homes and have the distressing symptoms alleviated there. And Dr. Henderson was a great advocate to say that we also need to have nurses trained in palliative care who can then be the extenders of physician care, again, at home or in the hospital. And certainly he has been, as I said, a wonderful advocate for the palliative care program in Nova Scotia, and indeed across the country. The sad state of affairs is that good quality palliative care, such as I've described, does not exist across the country. And I would suggest to colleagues here in the chamber to give that a good thought, because I do believe that if good quality palliative care existed across the country, that perhaps some of the conversations we would be having now would be quite different. I also think it important that we do understand that 7 million Canadians do not have access to primary care. And of course, that does affect the quality of care overall in terms of how Canadians are able to manage symptoms of their illness and understand their illness. Because of course, in Canada, primary care is the way that we access the system. And once again, the demise of the healthcare system, our much cherished healthcare system, has certainly accelerated at the hands of this NDP Liberal government over the last 9 years. And as I mentioned, a recent report from CIHI, which lays out clearly that 5.4 million adults do not have access to primary care, which we know translates into about 7 million Canadians without access to primary care, which means that they're unable to have lab work, diagnostic imaging, referrals to specialists, unless they are there in walk-in clinics or visiting emergency rooms, which we know then creates an entire other type of problem. Those things being said, I do want to get to some examples about MAID in particular, and there are several quotes here talking about MAID in Ontario. In Ontario, more than 3/4 of people euthanized when their death wasn't imminent required disability support before their death in 2023. And another professor of health in the Netherlands has stated that Canada seems to be providing euthanasia for social reasons when people don't have the financial means, which would be a big taboo in Europe. And when we begin to, again, unpack those types of things, a report just this morning, Madam Speaker, outlining that 40% of Atlantic Canadians have difficulty paying for the basic necessities of life. In this article, it quoted food, rent, and home heating. And that is a disturbing feature when you begin to hear what a professor in the Netherlands, and of course the Netherlands have had a MAID regime for quite some time now. The other statistics we need to be aware of is it would seem that poverty is a contributing factor in Ontario's MAID provision. And I quote, people in the lowest material resource, end quote, category represent 20% of the general population, but they make up 28.4% of Track 2 MAID recipients compared to 21.5% of Track 1 recipients. So when you begin to understand some of these statistics, as we might say, not to be foolish about it, but Houston, we have a problem. The impact of the housing crisis seems to be a factor. Persons identified as having housing instability made up 48.3% of Track 2 MAID deaths in Ontario, an absolutely staggering figure. Isolation is also a definite factor in Track 2 cases. 90% of Track 1 MAID recipients provided an immediate family member, spouse, sibling, or child as their next of kin, compared to 73% of Track 2 recipients. Those who accessed MAID via Track 2 safeguards were more likely to have provided a friend, extended family member, or other person such as a caseworker, lawyer, or healthcare provider. And as I started off my remarks with, Madam Speaker, here we are in this incredible country in which we live, and socially isolated. They're unable to afford housing and access services. The other disturbing trend, of course, Madam Speaker, is the significant increase in MAID in Canada. In 2019, there were 5,631 cases of MAID reported in Canada, accounting for 2% of all deaths. The total number of deaths marked a 26% increase over the number of MAID deaths in 2018. In 2020, there were 7,595 cases of MAID reported in Canada, 2.5% of all deaths, and the toll represented an increase of 34.2% from the year prior. By 2022, and again, in 2019, we talked, I mentioned, I just have to say this one more time. 2019, 5,631 cases of MAID reported. By 2022, there were 13,241 MAID deaths reported in Canada, accounting for 4.1% of all deaths nationwide. And again, year-over-year growth rate in the 30% range. The total number of medical-assisted deaths reported in Canada since the introduction of the federal-made legislation is 44,958 Canadians. It can therefore be projected that the number of MAID deaths, as well as the share of these deaths representing in the annual death toll, will increase in 2024 and may reach up to 5% of the national total of deaths. So as we begin to look at these things, this is a very disturbing trend. I do want to quote a couple of disturbing cases that I think we all need to be aware of. These are readily available in open source literature. Christine Gauthier, a disabled veteran and former Paralympian, was offered MAID by a caseworker from Veterans Affairs Canada during a phone call where she discussed her deteriorating condition. Gauthier had been seeking to get a wheelchair ramp in her house for 5 years. Madam Speaker, as a veteran myself, this is particularly disturbing, and we know that there are other cases of veterans who called for help by Veterans Affairs simply for their mental health, and of course were offered MAID as part of what these individuals at Veterans Affairs thought was appropriate in terms of offering treatment to veterans. It's appalling, Madam Speaker, for folks who signed on the dotted line to serve our country, to uphold our values elsewhere, and potentially, of course, put their lives on the line, or offered death as opposed to help. Another case, Normand Meunier, a former truck driver who had been paralyzed from a spinal cord injury in 2022, was forced to spend 95 hours on a stretcher after being admitted to a hospital in Saint-Jérôme, Quebec, with a respiratory virus in January of 2022. This led him to develop a severe pressure sore that eventually worsened to the point where bone and muscle were exposed and visible. Mr. Meunier, in terrible pain for the ensuing 2 months, opted to end his life and passed away in March 29th. Again, we look at these stories. This is a failure of a healthcare system, and again, as I quoted from this report, when death becomes therapy, as opposed to understanding that we need a healthcare system that is responsive to the changes that have been foisted upon us by this NDP Liberal government. Madam Speaker, I think that it's important also in the last couple of minutes that we talk about the Blue Seal program for Canadians that the next Conservative government will put forward, so that international medical graduates will be able to have their qualifications and experience recognized quickly as they come to this country and want to serve Canadians and want to have a better paycheck to be able to look after their families as well. That will be something, of course, that a Pierre Poilievre government will be able to put forward as we've had multiple discussions with the stakeholders and decision makers that exist both at provincial and national levels. And I think that's incredibly important, that we give Canadians hope that there is help on the way, and that the way things are not the way that they need to be forever. Change is possible. We also know that understanding exactly how this MAID regimen works is important on behalf of Canadians. Consultation needs to be had, and we need to be able to replace, sadly, the hurt that Canadians are now experiencing with hope for the future, so that Canadians once again can be prosperous in that dream and contract of being a Canadian, where if you work hard, that you will be able to achieve a job with a reasonable paycheck, to put food on your table and to put a roof over your head, and to live in dignity in this country and not have to worry about death being the therapy for all that ails you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the member highlighted just in terms of how important the issue is in terms of that personal perspective. And I don't think anyone challenges that at all. I think there's members on all sides of the House, and as we've seen this debate over the last number of years, Madam Speaker, we have seen all sorts of emotions on both sides of the issue, and I think that's healthy for the public debate, because I think it's a reflection of what Canadians are feeling on the issue. The challenge that I have for the Conservative Party is that when the Supreme Court decision was actually made, it wasn't until the Liberals took government that we actually started to see tangible action. Now we have a commitment to have that national conversation on the next step coming up in November, going through to January. And I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts in regards to how important it is that we do have that national conversation, because the legislation should reflect Canadian values.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Parliamentary Secretary for his question. Obviously, engaging Canadians in what they think our future should look like is incredibly important. That being said, what we also know, it's difficult to have an honest and open conversation when we know that the systems sadly, Madam Speaker, under the NDP Liberal government are failing Canadians. Mental health care, for instance, is not adequate in this country. I already talked at length about palliative care and the inadequate nature of it across this country. And once again, I would be inappropriate for me not to consider the lack of primary care for 7 million Canadians across this country. When we don't have systems that Canadians know and love and have come to rely upon that are appropriate, then it makes it very difficult, because Canadians would suggest that they don't have other options besides death.
We have to get to other questions. The
honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague talks about death as a therapy. Roughly 70% of people die from MAID in Quebec because they had cancer. They were at the end of their lives, where the death process was irreversible and had already started. So we can't really talk about death as a therapy in a context such as this. They're already in palliative care. What I want to know about from this former doctor is, when a patient says, I would like to make a free choice to not die in total agony and use MAID, he did what the law prescribed him to do.
For Cumberland Colchester.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think it's, as I've already said, and always hard to say. The situation is an emotional one, because if choices are not what we want here in Canada, for example, primary care, it's a problem. Also, palliative care, if it's not offered in all provinces or available, or particularly in rural regions in Quebec, it'll always be a problem if the patient cannot have access to palliative care, and they have no other choice right now. So for me, it's always essential to have all choices on the table, so the patient can make the right choice for themselves.
London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly it's very interesting, especially on a difficult subject such as this, when a chamber with all different perspectives and all different sides comes together to discuss such a topic. I certainly disagree with many of the things that the honourable member has said. However, he spoke at length, of course, about palliative care. And one of the recommendations of the report that we're discussing today is recommendation 6, which talks about the increased funding for the implementation of the action plan on palliative care, which brings me to the idea of increasing the transfer payments that go to the provinces in relation to all health care, when he talked about health care, the demise of health care. And we know that before, with the Harper government, there was a significant decrease in those transfer payments for health. They have not been renewed from this government, this Liberal government. So I would ask him about his commitment to the increasing of those transfer payments to ensure that we don't see the demise of our healthcare system.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. And I think there's a few things again, not to be, this is a serious topic, but it is interesting how the long legacy of Mr. Harper lives in the heads of many in the NDP Liberal Party. That being said, I know very clearly that the Harper government increased the value of transfer payments to 6% on a year-over-year basis, which is more than any government has done previously. I think it's also interesting that during a press conference, myself and the leader of the official opposition made it clear that we would honor those commitments which are already been made to provinces. I think the other interesting part of it, of course, is that there are many opportunities for leadership inside the federal government, which this government, NDP Liberal government, refuses to take, to say that there are very simple ways to show leadership to get many folks on board, such as the Blue Seal program, which will introduce international medical graduates with experience to be able to apply their trade here in our great country, providing service, of course, for Canadians who desperately need it. I've mentioned many times the 7 million Canadians who do not have access to primary care under this failed NDP Liberal government. And then, of course, the ability to get those appropriate stakeholders and decision makers together to support provinces so that they can unfold the mandate that is so essential to what they are trying to do for their provinces. And I think it also a shame, Madam Speaker, that the NDPs continue to prop up this Liberal government and to say that the house is burning down, but they're Nero on the wall playing the fiddle.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his great speech on this and the knowledge that he brings to this debate. I just wanted to ask him a little bit about the recruitment of doctors, the recruitment of healthcare professionals, and their participation in this MAID regime. I know that in my own life I have had several people who used to work in the healthcare field and have now moved out of that field just because of their participation and their concerns around their conscience rights and things like that. And we also have seen entire hospices be kind of shut down across this country because they're unwilling to participate. I don't think this was the intended consequences of this bill, and I'm just wondering if the member has any comments about that.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, I thank my colleague from Peace River Westlock for his comments. And it is interesting, I know I have the exact statistics here somewhere in this mound of paperwork on this particular topic, but it would appear that year over year in Canada that there are many more physicians who are participating in the MAID regime. And I think it is sad, once again, it's a sad reflection on society that those physicians could easily be trained to provide better palliative care. And we know that there is a call for patients across the country to receive appropriate palliative care. Many folks around the chamber may think of palliative care simply as giving people more and more medications to end their physical pain. And we know clearly from those who provide good quality palliative care, it's about having conversations with families. It is partly about providing medication. It's about talking about their lives that they've had. It's talking about the difficulties that they may have suffered. It's also very clearly, Madam Speaker, with a patient-centered focus, talking about what their goals of care are and how to meet those needs. And that takes a very specialized team of people often. But once again, if we looked at the number of physicians who are choosing to provide MAID care who are not providing palliative care, then I think there's an obvious ability to recruit those physicians in the appropriate circumstances to provide good quality palliative care for folks who are not able to receive it. And again, this exists, of course, in many rural and remote Canadian places across Canada. I think that's a real travesty when that situation exists, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always an honour to rise on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. I'll be splitting my time today. I rise today to speak on a concurrence debate that was put forth today regarding the report of the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying, MAID. And Conservatives had also put forth a dissenting report on this. I will speak from the perspective as the Shadow Minister for Disability Inclusion, and with the impending Liberal government law coming into effect after the next election on MAID eligibility to include mental illness as the sole underlying condition. The Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying heard from a range of experts regarding MAID. This included clinicians, psychiatrists, disability advocates, and mental health experts. Many expressed the same concern regarding including mental health as the sole underlying condition for MAID eligibility. Now, many experts are saying that it's impossible to clinically determine if a patient will be able to recover from a mental health challenge. Dr. Don Mayer, a clinical psychologist and medical ethicist, told the committee, quote, "Psychiatrists don't know and can't know who will get better and live decades of good life. Brain diseases are not liver diseases," unquote. Abandoning people with mental illness to turn to medical assistance in dying instead is wrong, and experts in the field agree. The Ontario Medical Association surveyed Ontario psychiatrists in 2021 and found that 91% of respondents opposed the expansion of MAID for mental illness. Only 2% of respondents supported it. This speaks volumes to how wrong the Liberal government is on this issue. And now, disability groups are sounding the alarm over the drastic negative effects MAID can have on those with disabilities and concerns over looking after the most vulnerable. Recently, a disability rights coalition put out a release detailing how those with disabilities are being affected by MAID. This coalition includes major disability advocacy organizations, including the Council of Canadians with Disabilities, Inclusion Canada, Indigenous Disability Canada, and Dawn Canada, among others. These are organizations whose missions are to support the vulnerable, and we need to consider their concerns. In a release, the Disability Rights Coalition stated that MAID, quote, has resulted in premature deaths and an increase in discrimination and stigma towards people with disabilities across the country, unquote. Krista Carr, the Executive Vice President of Inclusion Canada, further stated that, quote, people with disabilities are seeking assisted suicide due to social deprivation, poverty, and lack of essential supports, unquote. Heather Walkus, the National Chairperson of the Council of Canadians with Disabilities, stated that, quote, instead of providing the support and resources we need to live, our government is offering death, unquote. This release comes after a letter was sent to the Justice Minister in 2022, signed by 50 disability organizations that called for the expansion of MAID for mental illness to be stopped. In this letter, the signatories stated, quote, to legalize MAID for mental illness would pour gas on a fire that is already out of control, unquote. Further, how can we trust this Liberal government with expanding MAID to include those with the sole underlying condition of mental illness when their record on this issue has been so troubling? Now, there have been numerous reports detailing the increasing prevalence of Canadians seeking MAID for circumstances for which it was never intended. Multiple Canadian military veterans who fought for our country, seeking help from Veterans Affairs, were pressured by Veterans Affairs staff to consider medically assisted dying. One veteran, a Paralympian, tried to get a wheelchair ramp, testified that a Veterans Affairs employee offered her assisted dying instead of addressing her concerns. A food bank manager from Mississauga reported clients asked about assisted suicide without a special physical illness. We heard testimony at the Human Resources Committee from witnesses talking about persons with disabilities considering MAID due to the cost of living. Most recently, CTV reported on a woman who has health conditions making her unable to work, and she applied for MAID for financial reasons. The editorial states, she said, quote, I'm very happy to be alive. I still enjoy life. Birds chirping, small things that make up a day, are still pleasant to me. They're still enjoyable. I still enjoy my friends, she said. There's a lot to enjoy in life, even if it's small. Unquote. This is where we are in Canada after 9 years of this Liberal government. All these issues, and yet the government continues, undeterred, in proceeding with expanding MAID for those with sole underlying. Experts in mental illness and those who support and advocate for persons with disabilities have come out against this, citing concerns for abuse and concerns over protecting the most vulnerable. We have been very touched by some of the correspondence from residents in Colonial Lake Country who have shared their concerns with me on this. Judith, from my community, wrote to me with her concerns after hearing about the delay in the planned expansion of MAID for those with mental illness as the single underlying cause. She acknowledged that many people have brought forth many concerns to the government, and she was surprised that the Liberals were now just delaying the expansion, now not stopping it altogether. Not every community has the same mental health services, especially in rural and remote areas. I previously spoke to a young woman who was movably shaken by the thought of medical assistance in dying being considered to be made available to individuals whose sole underlying condition is mental illness. His deceased mother had struggled with mental illness, and he was extremely angry to hear that the Liberal government had not cancelled outright the option for people to seek MAID under these parameters. People were rightfully concerned about protecting the most vulnerable in our society. Because of this, the reckless expansion was paused, but not halted and stopped altogether. The public outcry and concern is what forced the government to take this first step of this MAID delay for people with a single underlying cause of mental illness. Now, unfortunately, the pause in this expansion is only that, it's a pause. Parliament would be better served in our responsibility to Canadians, particularly vulnerable Canadians, to abandon this expansion of MAID to those with mental illness as the sole underlying condition altogether. We cannot give up on people experiencing mental illness. We must ensure support is there for help and treatment. I don't want to give up on people. There are so many people in my riding of Kelowna Lake Country who suffer from mental health issue, and it's heartbreaking to think that the government solution to these issues is offering assisted death. It is the government giving up on those experiencing mental illness. We must focus on giving people help and hope. We must focus on treatment for mental illness rather than assisted death. Conservatives do not want to give up on people. Medical assistance in dying cannot be the most accessible solution for individuals with mental illness, or as well for those seeking palliative care that may either exist or may be very limited in a community where someone may live. There are multiple recommendations with respect to palliative care and persons with disabilities in the Joint Committee's report we are discussing today. As well, instead of bringing forth changes to expand MAID to persons with mental illness, the Liberals should be instead focusing on proposals to bolster mental health support for Canadians, many of whom are facing challenges given the last 9 years of this Liberal government, which has made life so hard for so many. We have to remember that it was the Conservative member from Caribou, Prince George, who spearheaded a 3-digit suicide prevention hotline in Canada, 988. As I mentioned, the Liberals did not bring in legislation to cancel the implementation of MAID for those with the sole underlying condition of mental illness. They just delayed it. Instead of these misplaced Liberal policies, building the mental health support systems in Canada needed to live fulfilling lives should be the top priority. And this is a top priority for Conservatives in this Parliament and in a future Conservative government. People suffering from mental health issues need resources to help them. Recovery is possible, and we must never give up hope on anyone. Conservatives will always stand on the side of the most vulnerable and their loved ones and those who support them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, You know, I started when I was providing my comments on the issue. I made reference how important the issue that we are debating today is. And having said that, I then also comment in regards to how the Conservative Party was using the filibustering methods in order to prevent debate on a wide spectrum of issues. And I just wanted to provide her the opportunity to provide a comment as to why it is the Conservatives are, in fact, not wanting to see legislation come forward. And if she doesn't want to answer that, then she can continue on with her remarks on this particular issue, which, as I say, is an important issue, no doubt.
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for the question. What we're dealing with here today is we are referencing what was brought forth is a report from an important committee, and that's what we're discussing today. And a lot of what I had spoken about was in reference to not legislation that we have in front of us now, or that the Liberals are looking at bringing forth, but legislation that was in the past and where they had delayed the implementation of MAID being available to persons with who are suffering from the sole underlying condition of mental illness. And as part of that, as I had mentioned, many persons from the disability community and advocates had come out against this.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sauva. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague's speech, and I imagine that she is aware of the report from the Joint Committee. And with respect to Recommendation 13 in particular, all committee members, both parliamentarians from all parties in this House and senators, they agreed that MAID offered to those who are mentally ill with their only, so as being their only underlying condition, is not ready. They were not ready to make a decision on that. And the committee's recommendation, Madam Speaker, was to continue consultations with experts and pursue the work of the Joint Committee. Does this decision and this recommendation not reassure her? Because we will have the opportunity to continue reflection with all parliamentarians and senators at the Joint Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. I think it's really important to listen to Canadians, and especially those who are serving the most vulnerable of Canadians. And unfortunately, the government did not listen in the onset and delayed the implementation of making MAID available to persons who are suffering from the sole underlying condition of mental illness. And I think it's really important that we continue to listen to Canadians that have very strong concerns about this, and in particular to listen to people from within the disability community that have put forth very strong issue and concerns with this as well.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what we have seen from this Liberal government is a total disregard and disrespect for the rights of persons with disabilities. We have a former Justice Minister who failed to appeal a lower court ruling, ignoring every disabilities rights community who said that in removing the safeguard that death be reasonably foreseeable will result in persons with disabilities falling through the cracks. And now we have seen, since the government removed that safeguard, that is precisely what has happened. Can the member speak to that?
Very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question and for his diligent work on this particular topic as well. I think it's incredibly important that we listen to people with lived experience, that we listen to people who are serving, supporting, and advocating for persons with disabilities, because they're right on the front lines, and they know what the issues are that are very important, and they're the ones that are really bringing forth the issues that really need to be addressed with this. We need to make sure that we're protecting the most vulnerable people in our society in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Salisbury-Surwa will have 7 minutes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have to say that it's very important to me to speak to this report today. We're talking about it because in Quebec, advance requests are very much front of mind right now because Quebec's legal framework was implemented yesterday. Yesterday was the big day. So a year ago, the bill was passed. It came into effect this week. So for us, for Quebecers, it was really a big day for us because those who are diagnosed with a neurodegenerative illness, an incurable illness, will have the possibility of making an advance request for medical assistance in dying. So it's important to understand that we're not talking about an obligation to do it. We're talking about the possibility, the freedom to make that request. The possibility to express their will after receiving a diagnosis of an illness that eventually a person's ability to make a decision because of the neurodegenerative effects. Throughout the debate today, I've heard a number of speeches, and I had the impression that we were going back in time. The whole question of medical assistance in dying was being called into question. The debate has already happened, and even if some aspects are still open, everywhere today in Quebec and in Canada, you can ask for medical assistance in dying. You can ask for that final act of care. In Quebec, there was a long and wide-ranging social debate on this issue, and I think that at a societal level, we were able to move quite a ways forward. Because we know that medical assistance in dying isn't an end in and of itself. Now, somebody who receives a diagnosis and asks then for medical assistance in dying has a number of choices in front of them. They can ask for palliative care, for example, sedation, palliative sedation, and yes, a lethal injection, which allows them to choose the day that they will depart this mortal coil. So there was a very clear debate in Quebec on this. It's been underway for a decade now, and I think we've moved quite a ways forward in terms of how we address this choice, this freedom of choice to make a decision for oneself, accompanied by professionals, to make a decision about how and when to leave this coil. Now, I have to talk about my colleague, the member for Montcalm, who has, done a lot of work on this and has great expertise. He explained in his speech how the Joint Committee was put in place in 2021 after a court decision that asked us to look into the issue. The committee was put in place with senators, with members of this House from all parties, including the Conservative Party, the Liberal Party, the NDP. And I have to say, they did, the work they did was immense because over 2 years, they heard from witnesses from Quebec, the other provinces, and even from internationally recognized experts, all for or against, but everyone shared their knowledge, their wisdom. And it was impressive, everything that we were able to learn, everything we were able to understand from that. And now, as parliamentarians, we have to give value to this work that was done. And, this work wasn't always easy. These issues like advance requests and other points that were studied, it's not easy. These are emotional issues that these are values questions. And so very good discussions took place. And at the end of all of this, the committee agreed on certain recommendations, quite a number of them, and among the recommendations that the committee tended to be in agreement on, and I'll remind you, Madam Speaker, there were Conservative members on that committee. They agreed on 2 recommendations that I want to refer to here, because we've been saying since the beginning of the debate that I think some members are forgetting what exactly it is we're debating today. And within the Bloc Québécois, we're saying, why is it that despite the rigorous, exhaustive report that was published, why has the government not acted on these recommendations, particularly recommendations 21 and 22, which refer specifically to advance requests? So I know I just have 2 minutes left. It's not very long to end, but I would like to refer to these. Recommendation 21 is that the Government of Canada amend the Criminal Code to allow advance requests after a diagnosis of an illness that would impact one's capacity to make a decision, and 22, that the government work with the provinces and territories, regulatory authorities, and provincial bar associations and other stakeholders to put in place a legal framework for advance requests for medical assistance in dying. So these are two great recommendations that in 2023 invited the government to get to work because there was consensus at committee, and the government did nothing. They let that hang in limbo, despite the fact that they knew very well that Quebec was going to legislate on this, that Quebec would be implementing a new law. And now we're in the position that we have in front of us, where there's a province that has taken the time to think about this and that has taken the time to pass a law that corresponds with what Quebecers are asking for. We have that on the one hand. On the other hand, we have a federal government that put this report up on a shelf that didn't put an ounce of energy into working out how it was going to move forward the debate on advance requests. And, so the situation we're in now is a case where doctors have the right to move forward. They are probably going to accept some requests, but there are many doctors who are going to be concerned and hesitant, and that's what we're very worried about. And so we ask the government to get to work as quickly as possible. It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put the question before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Thériault, seconded by Madame Larouche, moved that the second report of the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying, presented on Wednesday, February 15th, 2020, third in. If a member participating in person, I imagine the Honourable Member from Montcalm, I would ask for a recorded division. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. So we are under motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Albany.
Madam Speaker, it's a huge privilege today to table e-petition 5144, which was signed by 3,444 people from across Canada, Madam Speaker. And they cite that Canadians care deeply about the health of the ocean and depend on thriving ocean ecosystems, that the cruise ship industry, which we know is important to the economy, and it's growing quickly and setting new records actually year after year over year for passengers traveling from the west coast of Canada to Alaska, that these cruise ships generate significant amounts of pollutants that are harmful to human health, aquatic organisms, and coastal ecosystems, and that Canada's regulations under the Canada Shipping Act addressing this discharge of sewage and grey water are less stringent than those in the U.S. Pacific coastal states. And Canada has brought an interim order to address this discrepancy, but significant loopholes undermine its effectiveness and put ecosystems, food harvesting areas like that in Bain Sound and the Salish Sea, and community.
May I remind the Honourable Member that we give a very short idea of what the petition is and not reading the whole thing? Thank you.
They're citing the calling on the government to require cruise ships to have holding tanks of sufficient size to store all sewage and grey water produced during their voyages, remove the exemption that allows cruise ships to discharge sewage and grey water close to shore, extend the application of cruise ship discharge regulations to the entirety of Canada's internal waters and territorial seas, establish complete no discharge zones within marine protected areas, and ban the use of scrubbers in Canada's internal...
Is way too long. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad I caught your eye. I have two petitions to table today. My first petition is one I have done before. It is about the Green Calgary Co-op compostable bags that the federal government has ruled are not a compostable product. In fact, they are. The City of Calgary in this petition is again drawing attention of the House of Commons to the fact that they are fully recyclable and compostable within the city's own system, and are calling the petitioners are calling for the Government of Canada to recognize that compostable bags do not constitute single-use plastic and are therefore worthy of an exemption to the upcoming ban. Madam Speaker, my second petition today is about the Falun Gong Canadians who are in Canada who are continuing to be persecuted by the CCP. They're drawing the attention of the House to the work of the late Canadian lawyer David Mattis and former Canadian Secretary of State for Asia Pacific, the late and great David Kilgour, who conducted an investigation in 2006 and concluded that the CCP regime and its agencies throughout China have been putting to death a large number in the tens of thousands of Falun Gong prisoners of conscience, and their vital organs were seized involuntarily for sale at a high price. They're also drawing the attention of this House to the European Parliament passed a resolution condemning the organ harvesting abuses in China. They're calling for three things. They're publicly call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong in China, amend Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting, and pass a resolution to establish measures to stop the CCP's systemic crimes against Falun Gong.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Southwood Interlake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's indeed a pleasure to rise. And also want to follow up on a petition in support of Falun Gong practitioners who are being persecuted in China by the Communist Party of China, like Gao Li-jun, who has been is a prisoner of conscience because she is a Falun Gong practitioner, is not allowed to practice, and then they've thrown her and many others in jail, which is disgusting. But as we all know, and talking about the Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting, they have over 1.5 million people have signed petitions to stop this disgusting and barbaric practice of using political prisoners in China as sources of organs that are then sold around the world. This was brought to light, as was mentioned, by our former colleague, David Kilgour, as well as by David Mattis, a human rights lawyer based in Winnipeg. And I can tell you that we need to follow suit, as the European Parliament has done, passing a resolution condemning this practice. That's what Falun Gong practitioners here in Canada are calling upon, who signed this petition, asking the House to actually pass this, bring in new legislation, and end the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to present a petition. The petitioners note that frequent parole hearings often re-victimize and re-traumatize the families of victims. They note that the Liberal government has failed to respond to the Bissonnette decision, disregarding the impact that this decision will have on families of victims of some of Canada's most heinous murderers. Accordingly, the petitioners call on Parliament to expeditiously pass Bill S-281, named in honour of Brian Elisick, who was murdered in an armed robbery at the University of Alberta. It is a modest response to the Bissonnette decision that puts victims first by preventing convicted murderers from applying for parole every year after serving their minimum sentence.
Prince George, Priest River, Western Rockies, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And a shout out to Kaylee Erickson, who was really behind this petition. It reached almost 1,000 signatures. It says the crime rate in Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies continues to rise and poses a significant threat to public safety and community well-being. Many residents in the cities of Dawson Creek, Fort St. John, Prince George, and surrounding communities feel unsafe in their own neighborhoods due to the increase in drive-by shootings and drug-related crime. And rural communities should not have to accept the violent financial, societal, and economic consequences of the government's lack of action in addressing crime. It asks the government to repeal soft on crime catch and release policies end the decriminalization of hard drugs, stop the tax-funded handout of hard drugs, and lastly, invest money into treatment and recovery and bring our loved ones home drug-free. Thank you.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
A couple of petitions to present today. The first petition is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about political discrimination, and they're calling on the House of Commons to adopt Bill C-257. This bill seeks to add protection against political discrimination to the Canadian Human Rights Act. They're noting that Canadians can and do face political discrimination and call for the government to quickly pass this bill and defend the rights of all Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. The second petition I have to present today comes from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the comments made by Louis Roy, the Quebec College of Physicians, recommending that euthanasia be expanded to babies from 1 year of age who come into the world with serious deformities and syndromes. This proposal for the legalization of the killing of infants is deeply disturbing to many Canadians, and infanticide is always wrong. The folks that have signed this petition call on the Government of Canada to block any attempts to allow the killing of children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Mission Massacre Fraser Canyon.
Madam Speaker, correctional officers in my riding are calling upon the Government of Canada to eradicate the prison needle exchange and all other programs and policies that turned a blind eye to the rampant drug use in federal institutions in our country. Inmates in federal institutions are often there for drug-related crimes. It doesn't make common sense for the government to turn a blind eye to these criminal activities in our institutions, which compromise the safety of our correctional officers. Petitioners are calling upon the government to eliminate these programs to protect correctional officers and ensure public safety in our institutions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Keep it short. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Liberal member across the way would like me to keep it short. I will never be silenced, speaking on behalf of my constituents, Mr. Speaker. The first petition I'd like to table is regarding the ongoing horrific persecution of Falun Gong practitioners, and in particular I want to join colleagues in drawing attention to particular cases of individual practitioners who either are Canadian or who have close connections to Canada. In particular, to note the tragic, immoral imprisonment of H.E. Liz Hong, one of a number of Falun Gong practitioners who have close connections to Canada who are unjustly imprisoned as part of this persecution campaign. And I want to call for the release of H.E. Liz Hong, as well as others that colleagues have mentioned. Madam Speaker, the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners has now been going on for decades, this despite the fact that Falun Gong practitioners simply wish to practice a spiritual discipline and various meditation exercise, emphasizing the virtues of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. Prominent Canadians have been involved in research that's revealed forced organ harvesting as part of the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. Petitioners would like to see this House and the government do more to combat forced organ harvesting and the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in general. Next, Madam Speaker, I'd like to table a petition in support of Private Members Bill C-257. This bill proposes to add political belief or activity to the Canadian Human Rights Act as prohibited grounds of discrimination. Right now, you can't discriminate against someone on various named criteria, but there's no prohibition against discriminating against someone on the basis of their political views. Political discrimination can also particularly undermine the free flow of ideas and debate within a democratic society, and it is in the best interest of Canadian democracy, petitioners note, to protect public debate and the exchange of differing ideas by acting to combat political discrimination. Petitioners therefore call on the House to support Bill C-257 and to defend the rights of all Canadians to freely and peacefully express their political opinions. Next, Madam Speaker, I am tabling a petition raising concern about proposals to further expand the already very troubling euthanasia regime in this country. This House has heard calls to expand euthanasia to include children, and in particular, one Louis Roy from the Quebec College of Physicians recommended expanding euthanasia to include, quote, babies from birth to 1 year of age who come into the world with severe deformities and very serious syndromes. Petitioners note that this proposal for legalized killing of infants is deeply disturbing to many Canadians, that infanticide is always wrong, and that we're already seeing so many abuses and targeting of vulnerable people within Canada's legalized euthanasia regime. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to block any attempt to allow the killing of children in Canada as part of the euthanasia system. Next, Madam Speaker, I'd like to table another petition regarding the ongoing detention in a Chinese prison of Hussein Chalil. Mr. Chalil is a Canadian citizen. He is a Uyghur human rights activist. He was taken from Uzbekistan and sent to China decades ago, in fact, and he has 4 sons who live in Canada, the youngest of whom he's never had the opportunity to meet. This is a terrible, tragic situation that underlines the evil of the CCP regime and the horrors that they inflict upon people who simply wish to speak out for justice and human rights, including Canadian citizens. We must do more here in Canada to draw attention to the case of Mr. Chalil and to push for his release. Petitioners want to see the Government of Canada take the following steps. They want to see the government demand the recognition of Mr. Chalil's Canadian citizenship.
Well, member, a very short presentation of each petition, please. We don't need to have the listing of all the required actions. And the phone, if it can be moved from the, thank you, from near the mic. Thank you to them.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just in case I got a call in the middle of tabling petitions, but I've turned it off in all seriousness. Madam Speaker, I will be brief. This petition is about seeking the release of Mr. Chalil, and briefly, they want to see the House formally state that the release of Mr. Chalil from detention is a priority for the Canadian government of equal concern, as was the unjust detention of the 2 Michaels. They'd like to see the appointment of a special envoy working on Mr. Chalil's release, and they'd like to see the Government of Canada engage with the American administration and seek their assistance in pursuing this release. Madam Speaker, finally, I'd like to table a petition opposing the Liberal government's attack on natural health products. Petitioners are deeply concerned about the attack we're seeing on natural health products that we saw as part of the last budget and how the Liberals have increasingly taken steps to make natural health products more expensive, less accessible, and undermine the natural health product industry. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to reverse the changes that were brought in as part of the last Liberal budget on this.
That is it for presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour. Reprise de considération.
Resuming the consideration of a motion on privilege on the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Mr. Muse. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar-Verdun. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege for me to rise today in this House to deliver my first speech. To everyone's surprise, this adventure began for me with an eclipse and ended in a full moon. Even if I worked very hard, I find myself incredibly lucky to be elected. I really feel like the stars were aligned for my election. At the end of the day, we have eclipsed our adversaries. It was a great victory for an independent Quebec, but it was especially a victory for our activists. It shows that by getting involved, we can change things. It's also a privilege that I'm here, thanks to my 78,000 bosses, my constituents, and I will be their voice here in Ottawa. We are gathered here today to address a question of privilege. So, Madam Speaker, allow me to thank from the bottom of my heart my constituents for the confidence that they granted to me. I was very happy in traversing my riding and talking to Bloc Québécois members in my riding. I enjoyed eating a sub at the La Salle Drive-In with locals. I loved rediscovering Villemar and Saint-Paul, where I was as a young man with Yoann Péchaud. Thank you to the people of the Madeleine Islands for their incredible support. I was very pleased to go say hi to the people in the Maxillon-Laurendeau to hear what they have to say. During our campaigns, we run about a lot in Villemar. Sometimes we even find ourselves jogging on Jog Street. And at the end, we go and have lunch on Rue Allaire. What about Verdun? Verdun the Victorious. Verdun, my home where I found my love. We often hear about the hip and trendy Verdun, and I love Verdun, but there's another Verdun that no one talks about, and I would therefore like to talk about it today. I love the more popular side of Verdun, where people you can find at Maxi. Verdun with those who are less well off, seniors and others. That's my Verdun. That's a Verdun that has to remain. The Verdun that I don't want to see disappear, because they are the heart and soul of our community. It is in that Verdun, it is about that Verdun that I will think when I think about the housing crisis. A great number of people, 1 out of 3 people, is Anglophone. So I'd like to talk to the Anglophones of my riding. What I told them, and I spoke to CGAD, I wanted to be a bridge between the Anglophone minority in Quebec and the Francophone majority. Without denying my principles, I believe that there should be a dialogue. During this campaign, I met many Anglophones, and many of them voted for me, which I found surprising. There was Mr. Bellefeuille, who, despite his Francophone-sounding name, is totally Anglophone. We shared a good discussion about his family history, about assimilation in his family, and it made me realize that the French language is fragile on the banks of the St. Lawrence. He voted for me because I'm a true child of Verdun. There were a number of Anglophones who were in their early 40s that I met on Boulevard Monk and who shared their attachment to French and their desire to learning French. There was also Ms. Berman on Argyle Road, a Jewish woman originating from the United Kingdom who shared her admiration of René Lévesque's integrity. The memory of our former premier is still alive. The memory of him is still alive in Verdun. There was also a senior of Irish descent who, despite being liberal, shared her admiration for former Premier René Lévesque. Mr. Levesque was someone who had a lot of respect for the Anglophone communities in Quebec, and that is the reason for which the people of Quebec admire him. We need to follow his example. Lastly, I will never forget this constituent of mine of Welsh origin, a senior, who told me how the cost of living and how the increase in housing prices had a significant impact on her quality of life. A senior who cannot buy meat anymore, who can't even pay for a taxi to go to her Anglican church, her church on Wellington Street. And I think this is profoundly unjust. People who have worked all their lives find themselves having to live in sheer misery. And I believe that on the other side of the House, a bit more attention should be directed to the Bloc Québécois' suggestions for seniors. On this side of the House, we don't trust the Liberal Party and Liberal coalition. And this is a great example of why. I met real people, great people, and I will never forget them. And I want them to know that I will be here to work for them and with them. Now, Madam Speaker, what are we talking about today? For a number of weeks, we have been debating a question of privilege, and at this stage, our debate has reached a dilatory form. And people will not see this in a positive light for Parliament. As elected representatives, we have our responsibility, a responsibility to our constituents, and we have to be relevant in our statements, and we have to foster a feeling of trust between us, our constituents, and our feeling of democracy. We have to continue to prove to our constituents that we are here to work for the common good. Let us go back to the question at hand. First of all, I'd like to talk about the government's attitude to our democracy. The people of my riding, Les Salles-et-Mar-Verdun, have had their word to say, and I'll mention what they said, and then I will mention what kind of conclusions we should take from this. So, Madam Speaker, let us remember the fundamental principle of parliamentarianism, of British derivative parliamentarianism, which is the supremacy of Parliament. The executive power of our country is subject to the legislative power of this country in order to avoid a dictatorship, and to ensure the good governance of our country. The House and the opposition especially have a strict role to play in studying spending made in our name, so that the government be held accountable of its decisions. There is no democracy without this, Madam Speaker. And so, some MPs will say that my party is useless, but I think that they should be ashamed of that, because the Bloc Québécois takes its role very seriously, and we believe that Quebecers will trust in us once again because of this. And we, legislators, what do? We no longer legislate, and we have not legislated for weeks because this government refuses to respect one of the pillars of constitutional order. One final digression. This issue raises significant significant problems with the accountability of this government before the House. Now, far from me to discuss the internal troubles of the Liberal Party, as the leader of the official opposition inelegantly did over the past few days. However, I must reveal the reason why voters chose me. The people of my riding, Les Salles-et-Mar-Verdun, voted for me because they wanted to send a clear message to Ottawa. Here is the message. Throughout my campaign, I federated the people who were unhappy, who have had enough of he who shall not be named. Mrs. Speaker, I signed a contract with my constituents in French and in English, and I said, if you have had enough of a Prime Minister, of this Prime Minister, if you want to send him a clear message, you need to grant your trust in me, because the NDP has been blindly voting for the Liberals, and the Conservative opposition simply does not have the numbers to win in our riding. And I repeated this thousands of times, and so I had to share it today. Mr. Speaker, if I may, the people of my riding want the Prime Minister to go. he must now submit himself to our work, to Parliament. And that is the message I've come to deliver today, not in my name, but in the name of all those who voted for me and who elected me. And I wanted to say this, whether people appreciate my words or not. I will now make no further comments on who should lead Canada or not. After all, this could be seen as foreign interference. Now let us finish on the basis of this question. The House was asked to provide documents to this Parliament. This was deemed founded by the Speakership, and now we've been speaking in circles ever since. The government has said that the RCMP does not want documents because the fact of receiving them through the House of Commons could compromise the chain of evidence. This is a valid argument, perhaps, but it's not what the motion is saying. The motion states that the government and the Auditor General should send SDTC government documents to this House so that we can study it and send it on to the RCMP. The RCMP doesn't need to accept it. Let them decide. Given that the government is obstinate in not following the Constitution, including parliamentary privilege, then we have been turning around in circles for the past 3 weeks. No, sorry, for the past 9 years, Madam Speaker. Is Parliament supreme, truly, in this country? The government's answer is not clear. Pierre Trudeau and his constitution that was thrust down our throats is one of disdain. And the answer is no, Mr. Speaker. What I have to say is that this is an outrage of Parliament, an outrage with regards to our sovereign people, and an outrage for our democracy. How much longer will the government abuse our patience? Enough is enough. They need to send the documents right now to stop this masquerade. Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude on a more positive note. On the day of my election, I said that love conquers all, and I'm convinced of that. It's an essential ingredient for our democracy. That is what is our democracy's strength when faced with despotism. We cannot be under the boots of fascism. Real patriotism is one that defends our of free forms of government. The love that we can have as opponents, irrespective of our diverging opinions, is a pinnacle of democracy. This is essential for our democracy, and we have to show to those we love that we can love. We have to show that we can love. We have to be on each other's side. That is our responsibility. We have to be trusted despite our errors, because we are humans. Where there are humans, there is love. So let us be indulgent to our members of Parliament. The Bloc Québécois victory is a victory for independence, and independence is the cause of my life. It's a unique opportunity for us to find our freedom. We can't love ourselves, and we can't love Canada as roommates, but we can still work together in the future. Through Meech and Charlottetown, that hasn't worked out. Canada doesn't want to change. We don't want to change. In the image of this Parliament, this country does not work anymore. We have to start on a new basis. I regretfully interrupt the honourable member, but he will have another 6 minutes to continue his speech at the next opportunity.
Now we're on statements by members.
The honourable member from Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today at Standing Order 31 to praise and thank the extraordinary volunteer efforts of conservation organizations within Saanich Gulf Islands, in particular Peninsula Streams, Saanich Inlet Protection Society, and I want to speak particularly to the testimony given on behalf of Friends of Shoal Harbour by Bob Pert just this last Monday, October 28th, to our Fisheries Committee. It's very clear evidence. It needs to be said out loud and with urgency that our harbors, quoting his speech, our harbors are filled with derelict and abandoned boats. The situation seems totally out of control. The solutions are in his testimony. The government needs to enforce existing acts. We need to deal with the mess left by Harper on the treatment of buoys as minor works. We can act and protect the Salish Sea. Just do your job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a historic milestone, Korean Heritage Month, which we have celebrated in the last month. Willowdale proudly hosts the largest Korean community in our country, so this is profoundly significant for everyone in my riding. The unanimous support of the Senate has meant that October has become a time for our country to honor the rich contributions and enduring spirit of the Korean Canadian community across Canada. A few weeks ago, many of us here in Ottawa participated in the first flag-raising ceremony on Parliament Hill alongside Senator Yona Martin, Ambassador Lim of the Korean Republic, and our brave Canadian veterans of the war. Their sacrifices remind us of the strength of our shared history. We should all be celebrating Korean Heritage Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, during these times of economic uncertainty and financial challenges, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the incredible generosity of the people of Souris Moose Mountain and to thank them for all they do to give back to their communities. 2 weeks ago, the SFN United Way held their annual telethon with a goal of raising $348,000 to support the organization's member agencies. They blew that goal out of the water and raised a new off-air record of over $380,000 in pledges and donations by the end of the 33-hour event. The following Weyburn Communathon, which was also filled with performances that showcased some of the local talent from the area. They raised an incredible $92,000 that day alone, and donations continue to roll in. Thank you to all the volunteers who work so hard to make these fundraisers happen, and my sincere thanks to all the businesses and people who continue to donate to these great causes. I am extremely proud and grateful to represent them here in this House.
Well done.
The honourable member from Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to wish the Sikh, Hindu, Jain, and Buddhist community across Canada a very happy Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas. It's a wonderful opportunity for us to reflect on the victory of light over darkness, good over evil, and knowledge over ignorance. Also known as the Festival of Lights, it's the largest festival celebrated in Brampton. During Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas, communities come together by gathering with their loved ones, lighting diyas, visiting gurdwaras, mandirs, and temples, and exchanging sweets and gifts. As we celebrate, we're reminded of the rich diversity that is the strength of Canada. I've had the immense honor to visit countless Diwali melas, eating more sweets than my dentist would like, but it's the time of year I always look forward to. I ask all members in this House to please join me in wishing everyone celebrating a very happy Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas.
Great message. Great message.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, last Saturday I had the opportunity to meet delegations from all over Quebec Granby, which will host the next Special Olympics Quebec Summer Games. This event features more than 1,050 athletes, aged 12 to 70, living with an intellectual disability or autism, accompanied by over 400 coaches and 100 officials. Some 3,000 visitors from all over Quebec are expected to attend this event, which promises to be unforgettable and enriching. The entire committee will be working hard to help these athletes shine and excel in 10 disciplines, from the opening ceremony to the closing ceremony, including the torch relay and the medal ceremonies. There's sure to be plenty of excitement in the air at this event. The slogan, Granby, a daring city where multi-talented athletes shine, sums up the city's desire to shine and above all showcase these athletes with a difference while recognizing their abilities and self-determination. Let's be proud of them. Thank you. The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, today I rise on behalf of my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges to thank and honour those who served Canadians in uniform, those who continue to serve us today, and to thank and honour their families who bear the burden of the sacrifice these men and women made every day.
Like Maxine Brett, who 80 years ago served the Canadian Armed Forces as a nurse during World War II. Veterans like Lieutenant Edward Duckworth, who 25 years ago served as an armored crewman as part of Operation Palladium in Bosnia. And Mr. Speaker, I honor Lieutenant Lynn Murdoch Feingold, who left port just days ago on the Indo-Pacific region. She and 240 fellow armed forces members will join regional partners and allies to promote a stable, secure, and prosperous Indo-Pacific region and help enforce UN sanctions imposed on North Korea. Lieutenant Murdoch Feingold and all those who are actively serving Canada around the world, I wish you a successful mission and a safe return home. Thank you for your service.
Bravo.
The honourable member from Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Hindus, Sikhs, Jains, Buddhists from across Canada and around the world celebrate Diwali, the Festival of Lights. Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas symbolize the spiritual victory of light over darkness, good over evil, and knowledge over ignorance. The stories and traditions may vary, but their universal message continues to unite people from all walks of life. This is more important today than ever. As we continue to see many struggling in our communities and so much darkness and pain around the world, Diwali inspires us all to look forward with hope and optimism. Diwali is particularly special for my family this year, as it will be the first time my two sons, Arvin and Avin, will light diyas together, celebrating Avin's first Diwali. I also look forward to celebrating Diwali on Parliament Hill and across our beautiful country with our Conservative leader and our great colleagues. Conservatives will always stand up for our shared values of faith, family, and freedom. To all those celebrating, have a happy Diwali.
Here. The honourable member from Eglinton Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge Iris Weinstein Huggy, whose parents Judy Weinstein and Gadi Huggy were taken hostage and murdered by Hamas following the October 7 terrorist attack in Israel. Iris's mother, Judy, grew up in Toronto before moving to Israel in the 1970s, where she raised their family in Kibbutz Nir Oz. Judy was a daughter, a mother, grandmother, and loved her community. She taught children and she wrote poetry. Judy was a Canadian, and her life exemplified Canadian values. For over a year, Iris has fought for justice for her mother and for the rights of families of the victims to see their loved ones returned home. I applaud her courage and call on the Minister of Global Affairs to do everything in her power to secure the repatriation of Canadians who were victims of the October 7 terrorist attacks. When I met with Iris, she asked that everyone remember and say her mother's name. I hope all members, and indeed all Canadians, will remember this name, Judy Weinstein. Bring her home, bring all the hostages home now.
The honourable member from Halifax West.
Speaker, this November we mark our second annual Lebanese Heritage Month in Canada. As a Lebanese Canadian, I'm proud to have sponsored and shepherded this bill into law and invite all to celebrate this special occasion. I encourage all Canadians to connect with their local Lebanese communities, attend an event, share a meal, listen to our vibrant music, experience the pride and passion that define Lebanese heritage. Speaker, Lebanese communities across Canada and around the world are hurting as a result of war and conflicts in the Middle East. I again reiterate my call for an immediate ceasefire and peace in the region. It is my wish that this month becomes a symbol of hope and joy. I invite all to join us on the 7th as we raise the Lebanese flag on Parliament Hill and sing Lebanon Will Be Back. À toutes et à tous.
To everyone, happy Lebanese Heritage Month.
The honourable member from Calgary Heritage.
Today, a tragedy shames our nation. Judy Weinstein, a proud Canadian, is the only Canadian hostage held by Hamas in Gaza. A beloved teacher, Judy and her husband were brutally murdered and taken hostage by the savage attacks on October 7th. For 83 days, Judy's family waited in agony, unsure of her fate. Since that horrific day, Judy and her husband's deceased bodies have been held as human currency, depriving their family of closure. The United States has already taken action. They've issued indictments against Hamas perpetrators, against terrorists responsible for attacks upon Americans. And where is this Prime Minister? Nowhere. He and his foreign minister have failed to confront Hamas terrorists at every turn. We have demanded that Judy be brought home, that terrorists be indicted. The world is watching. Today, Judy's daughter Iris is here in Ottawa. Together, we stand with her.
The honourable member from Whitby.
After the deeply disturbing realization that the Indian government has been interfering in Canada's democracy, including the murder of a Canadian citizen and intimidation of many others, how can anyone trust the Conservative leader to protect Canadians when he won't get the same security clearance that all other party leaders have? The Conservative leader knows full well that the NSI COP report indicates foreign interference in the last two Conservative Party leadership races. Okay, so we understand that he's not willing to stand up to protect Canadians or our democratic institutions. No surprise. But you'd think he'd be at least willing to step up to protect his own Conservative MPs. Now, Conservatives love to say sunlight is the best disinfectant, and yet their leader prefers to dwell in ignorance. I'm starting to think that the Conservative leader is so untrustworthy that he doesn't even trust himself with the intelligence. On behalf of Canadians, step up, be responsible, show some leadership, get the security clearance. Anything less is utterly shameful.
The honourable member from York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the NDP is this Prime Minister's top guy. When even Liberal MPs are lining up to take the Prime Minister down, the PM knows he can still count on the leader of the NDP to have his back. In fact, there's no bigger supporter of the Liberal failed policies than the NDP leader. He supports the Liberals' carbon tax that sent more than 2 million Canadians to the food bank. He supports the Liberal inflationary deficits that resulted in fewer jobs and smaller paychecks for Canadians. He supports the Liberals' catch and release policies that's increased violent crime by 50%. Instead of putting country before party, the NDP leader is putting his pension above everything else. It seems the costly coalition is as strong as ever, despite all the NDP leaders bustling. The sellout leader of the NDP will say and do anything to keep the Prime Minister in power and prevent Canadians from voting in a carbon tax.
The honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, reports on the death of the NDP Liberal coalition have been greatly exaggerated. Despite the leader of the NDP's prank on the voters of Elmwood Transcona, Canadians see the truth. Like an unkillable zombie from a Halloween horror show, the Marxist coalition is coming for your soul. The NDP support for the Liberal agenda is making life deadly. The NDP voted for the carbon tax 24 times. These junior Marxists support the Prime Minister's out-of-control spending and Liberal Party corruption. These far-left radicals demanded the soft-on-crime policies that have fueled the terrifying rise in violent crime. Every day the Prime Minister remains in power because the leader of the NDP sold out Canadians. All he offers are tricks with no treats. As we watch the Liberal Party tear itself apart from the inside, Canadians will face a choice when they finally get their carbon tax election. Common sense Conservatives or more corruption on the road to communism.
The honourable member from St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, 1 million Canadians have been able to get the dental care that they need, and that number will continue to rise with the over 48,000 Newfoundlanders and Labradorians who are now approved to receive care, thanks to our government's Canadian Dental Care Plan. Our government understands that oral care is health care and is delivering dental care to keep Canadians healthy and reduce the strain on our health care system. We will ensure that Newfoundlanders and Labradorians have access to oral care through the Canadian Dental Care Plan, a program that the Conservatives have blocked every step.
The honourable member from Vancouver East.
After 3 decades of Conservative and Liberal government failures, Canada's community housing stock is the lowest amongst G7 countries. There are about 5,000 people in the Lower Mainland who don't have a place to call home. They have little choice but to try and survive on the street or in encampments. And what is abundantly clear is that forced evictions don't fix anything. They just make the unhoused more homeless. People need dignity, not decampment. Crab Park 10 city residents have traveled from Vancouver East to Ottawa this week for the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness conference. They want to see a tiny home village develop on a vacant Port of Vancouver parking lot. The federal government can take immediate action and invest in this solution to help end homelessness. And this can be replicated from coast to coast to coast in communities large and small. Talk is cheap. It's time to realize housing as a basic human right.
The Honourable Member for Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia. Today I'd like to highlight the exceptional work of Matane visual artist Philippe Giroux. His work has long been known beyond our region, but now he also enjoys prestigious international recognition. On October 6th, Philippe Giroux was awarded the gold medal from the Société académique des arts et des sciences et des lettres de Paris for his body of work. This local artist paints our rivers, and in particular the Matane River and the wildlife heritage there. He's a true ambassador for the region, and his work have found buyers in 4 corners of the world, including in the US, Holland, Sweden, Germany, the UK, and the Bahamas. Over the years, Philip has won dozens of international prizes and awards. The Mondial Art Academia has honored him for several of his paintings. So, Philippe, you are the pride of our region. Thank you for so magnificently showcasing our part of the country as you do. Bravo and all the best.
The Honourable Member from Peterborough-Kawartha.
What an amazing and exciting announcement. The Conservative Party of Canada will cut the federal tax on all new homes under $1 million. The headlines and reviews of this smart policy are in, and they're fabulous. West End Home Builders Association said the most significant housing policy commitment made in the past 2 decades. Wow. Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness. This is smart. Wow. Habitat for Humanity, eliminating GST would reduce cost. Build GTA, this is a significant step forward in helping housing affordability. LIUNA, the biggest construction union local in North America, this is good policy. Residential Construction Council of Ontario, it will save buyers tens of thousands of dollars on the purchase of a new home. But wait, there's more. Mike Moffat, economist and founding director to Place Centre. Wow, I admire the boldness here. This will get more housing built. There's so much more to say, Mr. Speaker, but sadly, I'm out of time. Here's the bottom line. The NDP Liberals will increase taxes on housing. Conservatives will cut them and build the homes.
The Honourable Member from Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. The number of the day is 1 million. That's 1 million Canadians who now have access to oral health care to the Canadian Dental Care Plan. Speaker, that's 1 million Canadians, many who are seniors living in our communities who are able to visit a dental hygienist, a dentist, or denturist. Many for the very first time. They are now getting access to health care as they should so their health can improve. But Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party argues that this program somehow does not exist, and he wants to cut this program. He is going to deprive millions of Canadians from getting good oral health care through Canadian Dental Care Plan. We are proud to have brought this program that is serving now 1 million Canadians who live in all of our communities to get good dental care. Congratulations to all Canadians.
Questions orales, oral questions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Unfortunately, Statistics Canada has revealed today that economic growth in Canada in the 3rd quarter was at just 1%, a weak 1%, a third lower than expected, 2/3 lower than in the United States. Our per capita GDP has gone down for the last 8 quarters out of 9. And it's going down more quickly than in any other G7 country. Is this not the proof that doubling the debt and increasing taxes on capital gains is destroying our economy? The Honourable Minister of Public Works and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Leader is looking for good news. Well, interest rates are down. Inflation is down. Unemployment is down. But it's Halloween, Mr. Speaker, and there's one thing that scares kids. It's that the Conservative leader refuses to get his security clearance to protect Canadians and members of his caucus. When's he going to answer the question and protect? It's a question that all kids are asking today. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. What's scaring people is that their paychecks are getting smaller, Mr. Speaker, every year. And that paycheck can't buy a house because this government doubled the cost of housing. That minister, he's been trying to find affordable housing in his city, and he hasn't been able to after 9 years of this Liberal government, which has doubled the cost, despite the fact that in my time, we built 180,000 new affordable homes, and now we're proposing to cut the GST on new homes. Will he accept my common sense plan? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, kids in my riding are smarter than the Conservative leader thinks. They know how to count up to 6, and it's indeed 6 affordable housing units that the Conservative leader built. Not in my riding, but in all of Canada throughout his entire mandate when he was in charge of housing at the time. But Canadian kids need to know if they should be scared of him. He's not getting a security clearance to protect his own MPs. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Statistics Canada reported terrible news for the Canadian economy today. It grew at a meager 1%, a third lower than foreseen, and lower than our population grew. In fact, it was the 8th out of the last 9th economic quarter where our per capita GDP shrunk. It's fallen more than any other G7 country since the year before COVID. This is the direct result of higher taxes on capital gains, on energy, on work. Why won't they accept our common sense plan? Better yet, why don't they call a carbon tax election so we can fix the economy?
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
I know the Leader of the Official Opposition doesn't like facts getting in the way of his good Halloween story, but here are the facts. Mr. Speaker, 1.6% inflation. The Bank of Canada Governor...
Colleagues, it's important for those, of course, to be able to follow and for the chair to be able to follow what's being said. I'm having difficulty hearing this. I know people who are using the translation devices are also having difficulty. The Honourable Minister of Employment and Workforce Development from the top, please.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. There is a lot of chocolate being consumed on the other side. I can see how energized the Conservatives are, but they're upset because we're sharing the facts. 1.6% inflation in this country. Interest rates are down. 47,000 new jobs in the last month. The International Monetary Fund has Canada positioned as the fastest growing economy in the G7 in 2025. What else, Mr. Speaker? We're going to keep supporting Canadians. We're going to build houses from coast to coast. The Conservatives don't need to like it, but that's how we're supporting Canadians each and every day.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the American economy is roaring while the Canadian economy is snoring. In the most recently reported economic quarter, U.S. GDP grew 3 times faster than Canadian, despite our out-of-control population growth. In fact, per-person income is now lower than it was 10 years ago in Canada, while it's gone up 18% in the U.S. The gap between U.S. and Canadian incomes is worse than at any time in the last century. Why would they call a carbon tax election so Canadians can vote for powerful paychecks that buy affordable homes on safe streets?
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, it's quite surprising that the Leader of the Opposition isn't taking the bare facts on board. But quite frankly, not just 1.6 inflation or 47,000 jobs. Let's go to what he's trying to distract Canadians from, which as Leader of the Official Opposition, as somebody who someday wants to sit on this side of the House, will simply not go and do the work to get his security clearance. He will not protect his MPs. He will not protect Canadians. Shame on him, Mr. Speaker. Get his security clearance.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canada's collapsing per person economy. It means lower wages, which means that Canadians can afford less food, less housing, and governments can afford less for schools and hospitals. It's the direct result. These are first economic data points that have come out since they jacked up the capital gains tax and now driving billions of dollars south of the border. Why don't they follow our common sense plan to axe taxes? In fact, in addition to getting rid of the carbon tax, why not follow our plan to axe the GST on new homes to build 30,000 more per year? It's common sense. Let's bring it
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, we can do the facts game all day long. Let's just focus. The Leader of the Opposition likes to remind people that he has roots in Alberta. So let's talk about the Liberal government's investments in Alberta, Mr. Speaker. $22 billion in clean energy investments, for clean electricity, for hydrogen, for greening the grid, for making sure that we have the greenest barrel of oil in the world, Mr. Speaker. The third in the world for foreign direct investment. We are the #1 in the world per capita for foreign direct investment. They don't want to tell Canadians about it. We will, and we'll make sure there are good jobs from coast to coast to coast.
Other Randy is ahead of you then in the center.
Then I have
the Honourable Member for Salaberry-Surwa. The Liberals' decision to abandon seniors is heartless. Their insinuations suggesting that seniors are too rich to deserve a pension increase are deplorable. There are retirees in Quebec who rely solely on their pension income. They don't have a rainy day fund to face rent increases. They don't have room in their budget to replace their old cars, even with a used one. They're putting food back on the shelves at the supermarket. Why would the Liberals rather risk an election than come to help seniors? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Mr. Speaker, every time that we've put forward proposals to help seniors, the Bloc has voted against them. Even with dental care, where it's very, very popular in the members' riding. I heard the Leader of the Bloc say that initiative is poison, and that's absolutely ridiculous. I would ask the Bloc to, think more closely about what it's doing instead of just paving the way forward for the Leader of the Opposition. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Surwa. The Quebec Lieutenant is against the pension increase of 10% because there are, among seniors aged 65 to 74, a few rich people like him who don't need it. But it's false. Rich people like him are seeing their pensions cut with clawbacks at tax time. But the 10% increase, they're still already giving it to everyone 75 and up. It's universal. If the Liberals think that it's fair as soon as you turn 75, well, it's also fair for seniors 74 and under. So why are the Liberals treating 1 million Quebecers like second-class seniors? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The colleague is looking for problems with the Liberal approach. Now, since 2015, Mr. Speaker, we have been there to help seniors, and we have reduced senior poverty by about 20% through measures that the Bloc and the Conservatives have opposed. But now they're looking for friends, and I would like to warn them that having the Conservatives as a friend in the House of Commons, it's very dangerous for Quebecers. The Conservatives want to cut everything that's in place, including the Canada Dental Care Plan, which is helping 900,000 seniors get affordable dental care right now. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, thousands of renters are very worried their landlords could be using YieldStar software to come to agreements between themselves to raise the cost of rent. In the United States, the FBI has launched an inquiry into that software. We know that YieldStar is used by major landlords in Canada, but the Liberals and the Conservatives are refusing to investigate this to protect profits of big landlords. Will the Liberals defend renters and launch an inquiry so that we can know if landlords are guilty of collusion to increase rent? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The practice that he's describing is completely unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Today, I will write to the Competition Board to ask that an inquiry be undertaken. Thanks to the new powers that we've given to the Competition Bureau, Mr. Speaker, we're going to shed light on this issue on this side of the House. We are always going to be on the sides of renters. We will always be on the side of consumers. We will always be on the side of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. This is a major issue, and we are going to defend Canadians.
The honourable member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
This is always the way with the Liberals, Mr. Speaker. Behind the scenes, not transparent, gentlemen's agreements. Get it out in the open. Canadian renters are struggling with skyrocketing rents. Tenants are calling on this government to investigate the potential use of AI software by their corporate landlords to hike their rent. The same AI software is under investigation by the FBI in the United States. Yet the Liberals and the Conservatives have stood by greedy corporate landlords by refusing to investigate. Will the Liberals support an investigation into the use of AI in rent fixing and protect Canadians from illegal rent gouging?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I wish the colleagues just have heard my answer. We are going to launch an investigation. That's exactly what I said, Mr. Speaker. It's completely unacceptable what we've seen. I'm going to be writing to the Competition Commissioner today to launch an investigation. But the NDP should celebrate what we've done because thanks to our party, Mr. Speaker, we have now powers within the Act in order to investigate. Mr. Speaker, we'll always be on the side of renters. We'll always be on the side of consumers, and we'll always be on the side of Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, more bad news from experts. New Stats Can data shows that per person GDP is shrinking again. For the 8th time in the last 9 quarters, Canadians are getting poorer. This is a made-in-Canada per capita recession that's lasted 2 years, caused by a government that's driven out investment by hiking taxes on everything: income, financial institutions, housing, fuel, and investment. The opposite is happening elsewhere. Yesterday, the U.S. Commerce Department said the U.S. economy grew at 2.8% last quarter. Will the government admit that this is a made-in-Canada per capita recession?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it seems that Conservatives can't see past their own doomsday narrative. Canada leads the G7 in reaching a soft landing in the global post-pandemic surge in inflation and highest interest rates. The first G7 country to cut interest rates not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times in a row. This is good news for homeowners who currently have mortgages that need renewal and for first-time homebuyers. Inflation has fallen to 1.6% in September, marking 9 consecutive months within the Bank of Canada's target range. I count that as good news for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, here's another expert from the Bank of Canada, Deputy Governor Carolyn Rogers. On March 24th, she issued a stark warning. She said Canada is falling behind other countries because of weak business investment, a lack of competition, and a failure to integrate immigrants into the workforce, all responsibilities of this government. She said, and I quote, "I'm saying that it's an emergency. It's time to break the glass." Simple question. Does the government agree with the Bank of Canada that we are in an economic emergency of their making?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
The Canada Governor has also reported numerous times that our government has stuck to its fiscal guardrails, which through that discipline has allowed for inflation to drop in this country. The IMF also, in their World Economic Outlook, projects Canada to have the highest growth in the G7 in 2025. Wages in Canada have outpaced inflation for 20 months in a row. For Canadians, that means more jobs, better wages, and a higher living standard. We should be positive, and I will never apologize for being positive about the future of this country.
The honourable member from Durham.
New data from StatsCan confirms a made-in-Canada GDP recession. Over 8 of the last 9 quarters, per capita GDP is in decline. To put that in practical terms, Mr. Speaker, the average American now earns $20,000 more than the average Canadian. The root cause is the Prime Minister's tax hikes. When will the Prime Minister axe the tax hikes that are making Canadians poorer?
Great question. The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell something that the Conservative, they want to acknowledge. The root cause of our success, Mr. Speaker, is our Canadian workers, Mr. Speaker. We have attracted record level of investment in this country. These people are reading, I don't know what. Talk to Volkswagen, talk to Honda, talk to Dow Chemical, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member from South Shore, St. Margaret's, please. I'm going to invite the Honourable Minister to start again. The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I will always stand up in this House to talk about good news about Canada, Mr. Speaker. Exactly. Canadians should be cheering. This is the land of possibility, of opportunities. We have attracted record level of investment, Mr. Speaker, in this country. Just talk to the CEO of Honda, of Volkswagen, of Dow Chemical, of Northvolt. People are investing in this country because they believe in our workers. We have the best workers in the world. We have the critical minerals. We have the energy. We have the access to market. We have what we need to win in the 21st century, Mr. Speaker.
Before I return the floor to the Honourable Member from Durham, I'm going to ask for the second time the Honourable Member from the South Shore, St. Margaret's, to please not take the floor unless recognized by the Chair. The Honourable Member from Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals across the aisle may be having a party or some kind of celebration, it seems, but in the process, they are cutting the standard of living in Canada. They are slashing the quality of life for people in our country. It's their tax hikes, their increases in the capital gains tax, housing tax, carbon tax that are making life difficult for Canadians across our country. When will they accept some responsibility for what's happened for the last 9 years and axe the tax hikes that are making Canadians poorer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Talk about celebrations. 10 years ago today, former Conservative MP Dean Del Mastro was found guilty, Mr. Speaker, of violating the Elections Act. That was the leader of the Conservatives' buddy at the time, Mr. Speaker. He actually went on to become the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, and the Parliamentary Secretary at the time was the leader of the Conservative Party, who was advanced to become the Minister responsible for elections. He tried to delete thousands of Canadians from being able to vote, Mr. Speaker. Why should any Canadian have confidence in the leader of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for... The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, let's be serious. We all know that this government is costing Canadians a lot of money, but now StatsCan is proving it. The last numbers show that per capita GDP has dropped 8 times over the last 9 quarters. What does that mean? That means that GDP has gone up barely by 1% this quarter. In the United States, it's up 3%. The Americans are 3 times luckier than Canadians because of this government. Will the government finally understand that increasing taxes doesn't help Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So on Halloween, my esteemed colleague that I respect a lot can invent as many numbers as he wants. It's not going to work. What he can do is ask his colleague who's sitting right next to him, the member for Brantford-Brant, to rise at least one time in this House to apologize for his words about French last week. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. The member knows very well that he apologized, Mr. Speaker. What's the reality here? The reality is that it's time to put the focus on the economic reality. And if this university professor was attentive to reality, then he would see what StatsCan has put forward and that it's real. And even The Economist, I'm sure he's familiar with The Economist. He's probably read it at least once in his life. The Economist concluded that Canada is now lower than Alabama, the poorest state in the United States. Is he proud of his record? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Well, let's talk about three realities. Economic reality. Interest rates are down, inflation is down, unemployment is down. Let's talk about the reality that the Conservative leader still doesn't understand on Halloween. It's that the Canada Dental Care Plan exists. It hasn't magically disappeared. Third reality, it's that the member for Brantford-Brant has still not apologized in this House. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, it's Halloween, and the worst house of horrors is right here in Ottawa. It's the Canada Revenue Agency. Fraudsters got $6 million in fake tax returns. The agency didn't even realize that different people were seeing their money paid into the same bank account. And that's not it, Mr. Speaker. There's one particular fraudster who managed to modify his tax returns to try and get $40 million back. And the CRA gave him $10 million before the guy's bank told them that something fishy was going on. How many other cases like this of fraudsters who have two hands in the candy jar? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, fraud is completely unacceptable, and I can assure you that we are taking the necessary measures to deal with the situation. Obviously, the CRA, with all the personal information that it has, is a target of choice, but it's not the agency that's directly targeted, but often the information that we share as citizens through different systems is more at risk. So personally, we all need to be more careful, but the agency is very vigilant. We have experts who are being very careful, and as soon as fraud is identified, the citizen impacted is informed and the account is blocked, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the Minister might think that it's our fault, but we want to know how many other times the agency has been a victim of fraud because there's a lack of verification, because the agency has been hiding the real numbers. Since 2020, in 2020, they've told the Privacy Commissioner there have been 113 cases where private information has been used for fraud. But when media asked questions, the agency revealed that it wasn't 113 cases. There were more than 31,000 cases. The Minister, meanwhile, is a true ghost. She's refused to stand and participate in interviews, so why can't she tell the truth the first time? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, you know, I do what I say what I do, and I'm not hiding from anyone. The law prevents us from discussing specific cases. The member knows that. However, the agency is very well equipped. We have experts. We're working with all kinds of specialists. We're working with other countries as well to share best practices. And there was a meeting just 2 weeks ago in Ottawa, and I can tell you that we're doing what we have to do, and we have the experts that we need. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing more and more fraud at the CRA because nobody is doing the necessary verifications, including the Minister, who has the power to request investigations. And that's not even counting cases where there was where the agency frauded itself, where we had 330 employees who gave themselves a CERB and had to be fired. It's vampires who are guarding the blood bank, Mr. Speaker. The CRA is haunted by problems with verification, with accountability, with transparency, with leadership. It needs a little exorcism, I think. When is the Minister going to clean things up? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the Canada Revenue Agency has 60,000 employees. When we went through COVID, there were a number of countries that envied us because our country, our Liberal government, did what was necessary to help people, to help businesses, and that's why we've had a softer landing than almost any other country in the world. 60,000 employees, and all those who got CERB were verified one by one because they did what was necessary, and the necessary actions were taken.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Just a few days after the Leader of the Opposition introduced a common-sense plan to axe the GST on new home sales, even the Housing Minister's own advisors were raving about the proposal. Right. Economist Dr. Mike Moffat said, quote, "It's a bold, bold plan," and he calls himself, quote, "a big fan of the idea." He and other Canadians know that housing has become out of reach and the government has doubled its cost in this country. So will the Housing Minister listen to his own advisors and implement our common sense tax cut so that Canadians can finally afford a home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
If the member is going to quote Mike Moffat, Mr. Speaker, she ought to include the entire quote. What he said was that if the Conservative proposal was to go ahead, they ought not to propose things like getting rid of the Housing Accelerator Fund. They ought not to also get rid of infrastructure programs that enable housing, Mr. Speaker. He should listen. If he doesn't want to listen to Liberal MPs, that's fine. He should listen to Conservative MPs, a dozen, Mr. Speaker, probably more, who want the Accelerator Fund, who have advocated for it because they know it's vital to getting more homes built.
The Honourable member from Thornhill.
Or maybe that member should listen to the Housing Minister, who said his $3 billion of Housing Accelerator money built 0 homes. Right. 0 is less than the 195,000 homes built under the Leader of the Opposition when he was Housing Minister. And now add this to the stellar record of a guy who broke our immigration system, who lost track of all of the people that he let in. While the Prime Minister is fighting his own caucus, he gave that minister a promotion. So when will the Housing Minister leave Fantasyland, join Conservatives in the real world, and axe the tax so we can build the homes?
Yes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Years ago, Mr. Speaker, when I worked with the Leader of the Opposition on the Finance Committee, he told me something that might shock you. It's hard for him to make friends because of his personality. What we look at now is he at least has one friend on the opposite side. His best friend, as I understand it, Mr. Speaker, the MP for St. Albert Edmonton. In fact, that member has advocated for the Housing Accelerator Fund. He went behind the Leader's back. I hope it doesn't affect their relationship, their friendship, Mr. Speaker. He went behind his Leader's back to advocate for the half, and they want to get rid of it.
Order. Order. But if you're going to heckle, let it be a good joke. Anyway, the Honourable member from Kenora.
They're not worth the cost of housing, Mr. Speaker, and many young Canadians have given up completely on their dream of home ownership, and it is why common sense Conservatives will axe the federal sales tax on new homes. Mr. Speaker, for an $800,000 house, this tax cut would save the home buyer $40,000. In other words, $2,200 per year in mortgage payments. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister finally listen to our common sense plan, axe the GST on housing to ensure that young Canadians can finally afford a home?
Yeah, way to go,
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Slogans, Mr. Speaker. You scratch the surface of that so-called idea, what do you find? They would axe something. They would get rid of the Housing Accelerator Fund, which is so crucial. What does it do? It provides funding for affordable housing to counter homelessness. It provides funding for zoning changes. It provides funding for housing-enabling infrastructure, for community centres, Mr. Speaker, even for vacant buildings in downtowns, Mr. Speaker, so they can be converted for housing. If he doesn't believe me, take the member for Central Okanagan who advocated for it, their former finance critic who unfortunately is on the back benches because he advocates for good programs.
The Honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this week Special Interlocutor Kimberly Murray delivered her final report on missing and disappeared Indigenous children and unmarked burials in Canada. Among the obligations was adding residential school denialism to the criminal code. It is an essential measure to protect survivors from incitements of hate and violence. The Attorney General accepted this report, but will he listen to survivors, adopt my bill, put an end to the incitement of hate, and implement this obligation now?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg Centre for that very important question. I want to acknowledge the report from the Special Interlocutor, which was received by the Attorney General earlier this week. It puts forward some very compelling issues that should be discussed and studied. We as a government are going to look into it, and we will get back to both the Special Interlocutor as well as Canadians on next steps forward.
The Honourable Member from Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians' homes have been swept away in floods, and hundreds of people have died in BC's heat waves. This week, the Lancet report revealed a stark escalation in health threats caused by the climate crisis. Despite this, and against all advice, the Liberals keep handing out billions in subsidies to oil and gas. And the Conservatives can't even agree if climate change is real. The health of Canadians is at stake. Will the Liberals stop fueling the climate crisis and end fossil fuel subsidies today?
Yes.
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. The good news is that Canada is the only G20 country to have eliminated fossil fuel subsidies thanks to the NDP, Mr. Speaker. I'd be happy to provide her office with a briefing on this. Thank you.
Bravo. The Honourable Member from Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, dental care is health care. Today we have hit a milestone of 1 million Canadians who have already accessed care with our government's Canadian Dental Care Plan. A single visit to the dentist can cost hundreds of dollars. Canadians shouldn't have to cancel their dental appointment because they can't afford it. Can the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions tell this House how the Canadian Dental Care Plan will make life more affordable for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for her question, Mr. Speaker. Today we've hit a milestone across this country. Over 1 million Canadians have access to dental care services. That is certainly something that we, on this side of the House, we are proud of, Mr. Speaker. But this is what we know. Here are the facts. Conservatives continue to vote against Canadians. They vote against dental care plans. They vote against the things that make life make sense. Common sense for Canadians, whether it is dental care, whether it is affordable child care, whether it is a national school food care program. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we are taking care of what matters most to Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
After 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. The Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed that the carbon tax is costing Canadians more than they get back. The Prime Minister's plan to quadruple the carbon tax will cost Manitoba families an extra $1,300 per year. Evergreen Basic Needs, a food bank in Gimli, Manitoba, has seen a 30% increase in usage since 2020. When will the Prime Minister finally start listening to Canadians and have a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, what the member is saying would be tragic if it was only true, which is not. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has said in his report that Canadian gets more money back from carbon pricing than what they pay, Mr. Speaker. And that's even after he doesn't factor in the impacts of climate change. July and August of 2024 are the costliest months ever. It's the costliest year ever for climate impacts in Canada. $7 billion in climate impacts, Mr. Speaker. What do the Conservatives have to say about that? Let the planet burn. Not on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. We will work to fight climate change and we will work to support Canadians.
The honourable member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, the minister knows that a tax plan isn't an environment plan. And with the Prime Minister's out-of-touch policies and reckless spending, 1/4 of Canadians are relying on food banks this fall. Sadly, this includes members of the Canadian Armed Forces who can't afford to eat under this costly Liberal NDP government. Earlier this year, military personnel doing cyber training at Wills College had to rely on food banks because they couldn't afford to eat. At one point, college staff even had to set up a food bank to support them in the college. Will the Prime Minister quit making life more unaffordable for our troops and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
I've heard a number of Conservative MPs just talk about Jasper. Let's talk about Jasper, Mr. Speaker. Do you know how much money?
Order, colleagues. Order. Order. The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change from the top.
Let's talk about Jasper, Mr. Speaker. Do you know how much they invested in 2011 in prescribed burns and mechanical removals around Jasper? $0, Mr. Speaker. They cut funding for $30 million in 2010, 2011, all the way to 2015. Do you know who was the director of the Minister of the Environment in those days? The member for Thornhill, Mr.
Colleagues, at some point we're going to run out of time to be able to have all the questions posed. The chair cannot hear the answer. Can we allow the minister to please give his answer so that we can move on and make sure that all the questions that have been planned to be asked today be asked today? The Honourable Minister from the top, please.
For 4 consecutive years, the Conservative Party of Canada slashed funding for Jasper fire prevention by $30 million every year, Mr. Speaker. We've invested in the last 6 years alone $800 million. And if the Conservatives want to blame someone, they can go and talk to their colleague from Thornhill, who was the director of the Minister of the Environment in those days, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Colleagues, I see members from all sides of the House who are dependent upon translation devices who cannot hear what the answer is, or in sometimes the question is. I'm going to ask the honourable member from Cumberland Colchester to ask this question. I'm asking all members to please listen attentively.
Speaker, after 9 years, the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost. Stats are clear. Nova Scotians relying on food banks have increased by over 50% in the last 5 years to over 40,000 visits per month. Another staggering report this morning shows that 40% of Atlantic Canadians are struggling to afford necessities like food, rent, and home heating. The failed former Minister of Immigration and now floundering Minister of Housing clearly cannot help Nova Scotians, but Speaker, there is an answer. Will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by saying Happy Halloween to Canadians today. But what kids should be most frightened about this Halloween is the cuts that would be made by the Conservative leader. And I apologize to Johnny Depp in advance, but the leader of the Conservatives is like the Edward Scissorhands of politics. You know what else is truly spooky is that the Conservative leader refuses to get his security clearance to protect Canadians against foreign interference. I can only speculate he must be concerned about the ghosts in his closet.
Colleagues, comparing any individual member to a fictional character is not within the realms of what we're doing here. I'm going to ask all members to restrain themselves from doing that. The honourable member from Selkirk, Brandon Source has the floor.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberal government, life is more expensive than ever.
That's right.
Food Banks Canada's hunger report indicates over 2 million Canadians used food banks in March, up 6% from last year. In my riding, the Samaritan House Food Bank saw nearly 2,000 more people accessing their services in the last 2 years. 4 in 10, Mr. Speaker, were children. 1 in 10 was a senior. Despite this, the NDP Liberals continue to increase the cost of groceries by increasing the carbon tax. When will this Prime Minister call a carbon tax election?
That's right. When? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This question has already been answered. But let me tell you and talk about the foreign interference. The Leader of the Conservative Party says, Mr. Speaker, not to worry. My Chief of Staff has the clearance, and he will tell me. The Leader of the Conservative Party doesn't understand law, Mr. Speaker. It would be illegal for the Chief of Staff to give the names to the Leader of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. It's time. It is time. Okay.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Order. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 7 seconds left on the clock.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Conservative Party doesn't understand it. He's asking his Chief of Staff to break the law. That is a bad thing. You need to understand. Breaking the law.
Order.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquis-Angers. The filibuster in the Senate against C282 and the protection of supply management should outrage every party. No one here should accept that two unelected senators, are trying to overturn the majority vote of all parties in this House. This is a full frontal assault on democracy. Peter Beam and Peter Harder are unelected individuals who act like monarchs appointed by divine right. Letting these two get away with it is like dialing democracy back 3 centuries. Enough. Will the Prime Minister ask them to immediately pass C282? The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all the respect I have for my colleague, I feel that he should also respect our institutions, whatever his opinions of them are. It's important we are for supply management, 110% for supply management. We want this bill to be adopted. We supported this bill. A number of us have encouraged our Senate colleagues to act much more rapidly. We're asking them loud and clear to act with due diligence. We want it to come back as quickly as possible, but they are independent. We have to let them do their job. But we are ready to receive this bill once again. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquis-Angers. The biggest institution is our democracy, Mr. Speaker. Peter Beam and Peter Harder, two unelected individuals, even refused to meet with the Minister for International Trade at committee. They took care to meet every imaginable group opposed to supply management, but they didn't want to see the minister. This is full proof that the Prime Minister must personally intervene. He is the one who appointed these senators, who now want to turn the Senate back into the House of Lords, superior to the House of the People. We can't allow this to happen. When will the Prime Minister finally ask his two monarchs to stop harming our farmers and producers? Before we move on to the answer, I would just like to remind all members it is part of our usual practices and it's part of our regulations to always be respectful of the other place and those who are taking care of the other place. So I'd ask members to be careful in the vocabulary used. The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement. My colleague is right. Harming farmers and producers is exactly what the Bloc Québécois is doing by allying themselves with the Conservatives. Only the Conservatives are for now against supply management. So signing an alliance with them, saying that all they'll do now is try and trigger an election, means that they support Conservatives that will cut, including supply management. And so they're going to have to explain this to their electorate as well. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, Moisson-Saigné-Lac-Saint-Jean, a food bank, states that there are 2 times greater an amount of people asking for help than 2 years ago. More and more people are fighting just to feed themselves. The Bloc Québécois has done nothing for Quebec. Why does the Prime Minister and the leader of the Bloc Québécois prefer to feed bureaucracy in Canada rather than allow Quebecers to feed their families? The Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Oceans. Listen, the leader of the Conservatives and the Conservatives have always shown their true colours. They've confirmed that their main plan is to cut, Mr. Speaker. That's what the Conservatives are. Cut, chop, chopping dental care, chopping helping families. With regards to small boat ports, chop, Mr. Speaker. Medicare, pharmacare, chop. They have understood. And children are scared of the Conservatives. It's Halloween and they are absolutely spooked by the Conservatives today. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-le-Fjord. It's rather ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. After 9 years of our Liberals, food banks cannot meet demand. 107% increase in food bank use in my riding. Those who used to give food are now those who are coming to get food. This because of this government's obsession to tax fuel and everything, and food. And the Bloc agrees because they voted for confidence twice. They voted against Quebec, so it's high time for an election. When will the Prime Minister finally trigger this election, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister for Fisheries, Oceans and the Coast Guard. Mr. Speaker, you were right earlier. You can't compare people from fictional characters because the reality is worse than fictional characters, Mr. Speaker. What I would like to know is when will our colleagues inform us of the other cuts they will make? Cuts to the most vulnerable, those who they will attack, those who find it hard to put a roof over their heads. We are impatient to hear what they're going to cut next. And we invite them to clean up their own act and get their own security clearance before that. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this Halloween, the Liberal scarecrow has been spooking Canadians for 9 years now. They're impoverishing our families, our seniors, and our young people. With the pure complicity of the Bloc Québécois, they are letting the poor suffer and beg for food. Today, in the La Presse newspaper, the headline is The Silent Crisis. The Moisson-Montréal Food Bank notes a sharp increase in requests, with 1 million requests per month. And unfortunately, 14% of these requests are from students. Why do the leader of the Bloc and the Prime Minister prefer to feed the bureaucratic machine in Ottawa rather than allow Quebecers to feed their families? The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement. It's rather astounding, Mr. Speaker, to hear Conservative members talking about how we need to take care of children when their very leader says that it's sheer bureaucracy to support breakfasts and free food in our schools, in my riding, in his riding. So how can my Conservative Quebec colleagues accept that their leader call this sheer bureaucracy? Well, I know it's Halloween. I know that everyone's looking forward to trick-or-treating this evening. But come on. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier has had his opportunity to ask his question, so he should wait his next turn to speak. Now, the Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative leader comes to Quebec and has promised to fund a hypothetical third link. And no one knows what the costs are going to be. But he doesn't seem to be shy in removing dental access to the 10,000 youth that have been able to have dental care in my riding. Now over 1 million Canadians have received necessary dental care that we implemented, and the Conservatives are threatening this. Can the Minister for Public Services and Procurement explain to us how this programme benefits Canadians from coast to coast to coast? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. It's Halloween, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservative leader is quite the prestidigitarian. He says that dental care doesn't exist. Poof! He just managed to make it disappear. He says that it doesn't exist, but he can't say why he's against this dental care. But there are 20,000 seniors in one single Conservative riding that can now have access to dental care. How will the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Conservatives, make these 20,000 people disappear?
Mr. Speaker, 9 months ago, Belleville, Ontario was rocked by an opioid crisis. 36 overdoses in only 48 hours. He would be there for Belleville, Ontario, but after 9 months, not one more dollar for infrastructure, no more treatment beds. And just last week, we had 11 overdoses in only 2 hours. Wow. How many more months does Belleville, Ontario have to wait for any support for mental health from this Prime Minister?
I ask the honourable member from Orléans to not take the floor unless recognised. The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member well knows, I visited Belleville and met with the mayor and all stakeholders involved, because every loss of life in Belleville or in any community across this country is tragic, Mr. Speaker. But that is exactly why we launched the Emergency Treatment Fund, which is already open and accepting applications from municipalities and from Indigenous communities across this country, because we are there for communities, Mr. Speaker, each and every day. Harm reduction, treatment, all of these tools are health care, Mr. Speaker, and we will stand by communities and save lives.
The honourable member from Bay of Quinte.
Well, Mr. Speaker, while Belleville's waiting for any dollars from the federal government, Belleville's been paying dollars to the federal government. Belleville Council this week released a report that showed over the last 5 years they've paid $1.5 million to the carbon tax and getting no refund. You know, when this money could have went to supporting mental health, could have paid for the renovations for their hub for mental health. Not only that, when this Prime Minister quadruples that tax, Belleville's going to pay $5 million in 5 years. Why doesn't the Prime Minister give that money back to Belleville, or better yet, call a carbon tax election so Belleville and its residents can decide how to spend their money on mental health?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me be clear, actions speak louder than words. When the Conservatives were in power, Mr. Speaker, they cut the drug treatment fund by 2/3. Let me ask this to the member. Why does he allow the Leader of the Conservatives to use those who struggle with addiction and substance use as props in fundraising rather than standing by those who need help? Why do they advocate to close safe consumption sites that have saved 58,000 lives? They don't care, Mr. Speaker. They will not invest in what's needed. On this side of the House, we are fighting to save lives. Shame on them for criminalizing people who need health care.
The Honourable Member from Kildonan and St. Paul's.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, crime is up and churches are being targeted. A Winnipeg neighbourhood saw a 61% increase in crime. Churches are having to pay thousands of dollars for repairs and security. One church had to put up an 8-foot barbed wire fence to keep criminals out. A woman was victim to an armed carjacking while leaving church, and 2 people died last month after a church was set on fire. In fact, 30 churches have been burned to the ground over the past few years, and countless more have been vandalized in Canada. When will the Liberals stop blocking the Conservative Bill C-411, which specifically holds arsonists accountable for church burnings?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr.
Speaker, we believe in this country everyone deserves to be safe where they go to school, where they pray. Mr. Speaker, safety in our communities is our utmost importance. This is why we have provided more funding to help religious institutions, places of worship right across this country to put in place additional measures to help keep them safe. Mr. Speaker, we are deeply committed to this. This is not something the Conservatives own because we are investing in our communities to keep all places of worship safe.
The honourable member from Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians from different ethnic backgrounds are now scared. They can be target of violent crimes by foreign nations. The RCMP believes agents from India have been targeting the Sikh community, bullying, blackmailing, and even plotting to kill some of them. Foreign interference is a serious issue, and all of us need to work together to protect Canadians. Can the Minister for Emergency Preparedness tell us this House to the best way to protect Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, the allegations made by the RCMP over the intimidation, the extortion, murder by a foreign government on Canadian soil should be taken serious by all parties. We owe it to the Sikh community and to all Canadians to put partisanship aside and work on solutions to assure the integrity and sovereignty of our country. And that is why it is deeply disturbing that the Conservative leader still refuses to get a security clearance. Why is he willing to put our democracy and the security of Canadians at risk?
The honourable member from London Fanshawe.
London families with loved ones trapped in Sudan have been failed by this government. It has been 8 months since the Liberals announced a program to bring families in Sudan to safety, but only 5 applications have been approved. As the humanitarian crisis in Sudan gets worse, more and more people will die. Londoners were promised their family would have a path to safety by this government. Will the minister fix his failed program so families can save their relatives before it's too late?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Well, we worked with families to devise this program. She also knows well, or should know, that since the war broke out, we have facilitated the departure of 9,000 people from Sudan. In this particular program, we will continue to reunite families and work through to make sure that they come to Canada in safety.
The Honourable Member from Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And unspeakable tragedy. A Canadian mother of 6, known as FJ only. Her 6 children were repatriated to Canada, but this government refused to allow their mother to travel with them. She's now dead in a Turkish prison. I ask the honourable government members here, the Minister for Public Safety, the Minister for International Affairs, will they follow the requirements of justice to have an immediate independent investigation into FJ's death and immediately repatriate all remaining Canadian detainees in northeast Syria?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her compassion and for her concern for people around the world. It's well noted and respected. My thoughts are indeed with children who have already endured so much in this particular situation. We are well aware of these reports, and we are treating this situation with the utmost seriousness and the sense of urgency it absolutely deserves. Unfortunately, I'm not able to comment further due to privacy concerns, but we will continue to keep this House updated. Thank you.
Oops. It being 3:19, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the second report of the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Thériault, seconded by Ms. LaRouche, moved that the second report of the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying, presented on Wednesday, February 15, 2023, be concurred in. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamouter.
Mr. Lamouter.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Back to Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Rabillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Sauvé.
Monsieur Sauvé.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Here.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Duncan Stormadanta, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormadanda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Genereux.
Monsieur Genereux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Liepert.
Mr. Liepert.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
La Chambre attendra, mais
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Zerillo.
Yes.
Mr. Epp. Mr. Epp. Mr. Epp.
The app failed. I vote nay.
Mr. Epp, nay count.
Mr. Brock.
App's not working, Mr. Speaker. I vote nay.
Mr. Brock, nay count.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats du vote.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 209, 209. Nays count 115, 115.
I declare the motion carried.
Je désire informer la Chambre qu'en
I wish to inform the House that because of the vote, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes.
Well, people are getting up, actually. I'll do the earpieces. I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Je désire aviser la Chambre que le volume des oreillettes sera maintenant réinitialisé. Et maintenant, c'est l'heure de la question hebdomadaire.
And now it is the time for the Thursday weekly statement. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Speaker, and it being Thursday, it is time for the Thursday question. I note that the calendar is just about to change over to November. And that means that this government has kept Parliament paralyzed through the latter half of September, all of October, and now tomorrow will be the third month that they would rather tie up the business of the House with a privilege motion on the refusal to hand over evidence to the RCMP in their $400 million corruption scandal. Now, the government has had a lot of time to go through hard drives, to go through file folders, to go through all the documents that are surrounding this sordid affair where Liberal-friendly board members funneled taxpayers' dollars into their own companies. I know that I hear from constituents every day who want to know who got rich, who knew that it was happening, and what the government is doing to get their money back. And this all starts with the RCMP being able to do their job. So, I'd like to ask someone from the government side what the business of the House might be should they finally comply with this lawful production order and let Parliament get back to work.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, over the past few weeks, the Conservatives have been preventing members of Parliament from doing their job. As a former senior legal counsel in the Office of the House of Commons Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel, Stephen Chaplin wrote in the Hill Times this week, and I quote, Madam Speaker, "It is time for the House of Commons to admit it was wrong and to move on. There has not been 3 weeks of debate on a questionable matter of privilege based on a misuse of House's power to order producing documents." He goes on to say, and I quote, "In short, there must be an underlying parliamentary purpose or function to support what amounts to a summons for the production of papers, or documents, I should say. In this case, an order of departments and agencies to provide documents to the RCMP through the law clerk is completely untethered and to any parliamentary business, and therefore lacks any constitutional or legal basis, including any basis in parliamentary law." And he ends with a stark warning indicating, and I quote, "It is time for the House to admit it is overreached. It's overreach before the matter inevitably finds its way to the courts, which do have the ability to determine and limit the House's powers, often beyond what the House may like and may like. The House has been held hostage by the official opposition. There is only one potential party that is obstructing the work of Parliament. That is the reality. As I have shared many times in this chamber, the government supports the motion that the Conservatives themselves moved and which...
Point of order. I do... go ahead. The Honourable Perth Wellington.
Madam Speaker, I mean, the point of the Thursday question is very clear. It's to respond to the business of the House. It's very clear, as in Chapter 10 of Bosque and Gagnon. And what's more, Madam Chair, he's reading in verbatim an outside source into the record. And as you know, Madam Speaker, you're not supposed to read verbatim into the House, as he's just simply reading it. He should tell us what the business of the House is for the coming week and dispense with the nonsense.
Oh, yes. I want to remind members, so first of all, as the Honourable Opposition House Leader did go into details as well, and I felt that it was a point of debate, so I just wanted to double check that with the table, as this other member was also doing. So I would ask members to please stick to the question of the day and to please stick to the answer for the question of the day. So if the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can wrap up, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I have shared many times in this chamber, the government supports the motion that the Conservatives themselves moved and which they continue to filibuster to refer the matter to committee. Let's be clear, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives have decided that they want to grind the House to a halt rather than work for Canadians, which is preventing the House from debating and voting on important business that we would like to get back to, including, Madam Speaker, Bill C-71 relating to citizenship, Bill C-66 on military justice, Bill C-63 concerning online harms, the Ways and Means motion related to the capital gains, and the Ways and Means motion tabled this week, which contains our plan to require more transparency from charities that use deceptive tactics to push women away from making their own reproductive decisions. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, while the Conservatives shake their fist saying that they are holding the government to account, what they are showing Canadians is just how reckless they can be in their relentless pursuit of power. We, on this side, will continue to work for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, resuming consideration of a privilege motion concerning the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Muse.
À l'ordre.
Order.
Les députés veulent avoir des...
If the members wish to have discussions, I would ask them to take them outside of the House so the House can continue to debate its business. Sorry, I couldn't think of the word.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always an honor and a privilege to be able to rise in the House of Commons to speak on behalf of the great people of Southwest Saskatchewan. I've done so many times before, and it seems to be a recurring theme that I have to rise in this place and talk about Liberal scandals. It's happened over and over and over again. But you know what? If they want to keep abusing the taxpayer, Conservatives are going to keep standing up. We're going to keep pointing it out, and we will do it as long as it takes and as many times as we have to until they agree to comply with the will of the House of Commons. So, what are we here for today, Madam Speaker? Well, it's the Sustainable Development Technology Canada and the Liberals' failure to produce documents demanded by this House. More than $400 million were funneled to Liberal-owned and Liberal insider corporations. When Liberals say that they're here to deliver for Canadians, what they really mean is that they're here to deliver for their friends and make sure that they get the first crack at the taxpayer's dollar. Whether it's public scandals like the Prime Minister's blackface, where he told reporters, quote, "I should have known better, but I didn't," or corruption scandals like the SNC-Lavalin affair, where the Prime Minister became the only Prime Minister to violate the Conflict of Interest Act, and of which he's done multiple times. The list goes on. In fact, the list goes on so long, it makes up more than 1/3 of all corruption scandals at the federal level in our nation's history. 1/3 of every single scandal in the history of Canada has been committed by this government in the last 9 years. And I wish I could tell you that corruption stops there, Madam Speaker, but it doesn't. On April 9th, in 2020, the government received an unsolicited proposal for a youth program from We Charity. Just a couple weeks later, the Prime Minister announced a student grant program for this very proposal. In June, when the program officially launched, the Prime Minister said it wasn't a conflict of interest, despite the charity not only paying its family members to speak at events totaling, get this, $425,000 in expenses and money paid out. We Charity co-founder Craig Kielburger also happened to have donated nearly $2,500 to the Prime Minister's leadership campaign back in 2013. And yet we're supposed to take the word of the Prime Minister when he claims his decision involvement with them wasn't a conflict of interest. Not going to happen. The then Finance Minister, Bill Morneau, also had 2 daughters who had ties to or were currently working for We Charity at the time of the scandal. He took paid vacations and he also attended special dinners and didn't think it would be wrong to do so. All the former Finance Minister had to say on the subject afterwards was, quote, "In retrospect, I should have recused myself from the discussion." Madam Speaker, isn't it so easy to try to tell the public you should have made a different decision after you've already made it, especially when it's a bad decision? At what point do elected officials need to be expected to make good decisions and not just constantly apologize for making bad ones? As the Prime Minister routinely says, well, we can all learn from this. Madam Speaker, We Charity was put in charge of a $900 million grant with an estimated operating cost of $19 million. But, as we learned, it could have been $43 million and it was underreported. We has 3 branches, one in the UK, one in the US, and between those branches, more money has been sent to the organization in Canada than abroad to where they claim to be doing charitable work. Where they claim to do the most charitable work, Kenya, they aren't even listed in the top 50 NGOs, instead being known for bringing North American and European celebrity visitations and photo ops, as a reporter from the national newspaper puts it. We Charity also claim they sent medical supplies as another way that they spent on charitable efforts, but their U.S. tax filings from 2019 have no such purchases, and they refuse to make their Canadian statements public. The Prime Minister then prorogued our Parliament to halt further investigations into the We scandal. Madam Speaker, I wish I could say that this was a poor decision on who they wanted to do business with, but the Liberals have shown time and time again that they deliberately do business with either corrupt or conflicted organizations, and it's not until they're publicly exposed that they claim to have regrets about their actions. Like the Prime Minister said, oh, we can all learn from this. Madam Speaker, as a parent, you try to teach your kids to be sorry for their actions and to be sincerely sorry for their actions, and not just simply for getting caught. What you want to see as a parent is the corrective actions, steps and measures that they've taken to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And yet, here we are in a gridlock once again over more Liberal corruption. It seems to be something that the Prime Minister was never learned, possibly never taught, but either which way, he's the one who's in charge leading this country, and we know that a fish rots from the head down, and it seems to be true of the case of this government. Before We Charity, it was SNC-Lavalin. After We Charity, it was the Manitoba Labs. And then it was a Rive scam. And then it was, a sister-in-law as the ethics commissioner. And now, today, the Green Slush Fund. What kind of a government thinks it's okay to appoint a sitting cabinet minister's sister-in-law to be an ethics commissioner amidst potential spending investigations into conflict of interest allegations? A government that is trying to hide its corruption, Madam Speaker, and that is just unacceptable, no matter what the member from Winnipeg North says. And so many scandals, and yet the NDP Liberals have found ways to avoid accountability for their corruption. The latest being withholding documents that belong to the public to hide the names and information of people involved within this corruption. But let's take a look back into how they've avoided accountability before this. SNC-Lavalin, where the Prime Minister pressured the Justice Minister to interfere with the lawsuit so that they could get away without prosecution, or the We Charity, where they prorogued Parliament to avoid further investigations into the scandal. When Canadians demanded accountability in the convoy, the Prime Minister responded by enacting the Emergencies Act to avoid being held to account on his trampling of Canadians' rights and freedoms. The Prime Minister seems to believe that this House belongs to him instead of the people, and that is a very serious problem. And in fact, when it came to the Winnipeg Labs, he even took the Speaker of the House of Commons to court. The only thing that stopped that from happening was an election, conveniently called by the Prime Minister. Canadians shouldn't have to worry about the institutions of their nation stealing from them. This government has robbed the taxpayer and has made no efforts to make things right or to take accountability. The Prime Minister has still not demanded that the taxpayer receive their money back from the Arrive scam scandal. Madam Speaker, why is it that it's always the taxpayer who gets stuck being the ones paying for this government's unethical behavior. Today we're in the House debating a privilege motion on the corrupt Liberal Green Slush Fund, the SDTC, and how they launder more than $400 million of taxpayer money to their friends and even in some cases their own businesses. They refuse to hand over unredacted documents as per the will of the House of Commons and the Speaker's order. Madam Speaker, these documents, along with everything in this House, belong to the people. These documents aren't the Liberal government's property, and they have no right to keep them from the taxpayer, especially seeing how these hundreds of millions of dollars that were spent belonged to the taxpayer. The government has no money. They only have taxpayers' dollars that they have taken from the taxpayer. The SDTC has become a playground for conflicts of interest. In 2022, the SDTC appointed Mr. Michael Denham, a previous appointee to the BDC from the Minister of International Trade. Mr. Denham has been a generous donor to the Liberal Party, donating thousands of dollars, including to former violator of the Conflict of Interest Act, former Finance Minister Bill Morneau, who's now Bill No More. It's no wonder this Liberal government has been responsible for more than a third of all scandals present at the federal level in all of our country's history. How about a board member at the SDTC, Stephen Kikucha, who not only helped funnel taxpayer dollars into Liberal insider corporations, but has made hundreds of donations totaling in the tens of thousands of dollars to the Liberal Party, including donating to the Prime Minister's leadership campaign in 2013. Annette Verschuren, who was the director of the board, was, as you guessed it, also a Liberal donor. This is another example of a person like Mr. Kielburger, who purposely invested in this Prime Minister's success to be the head of the Liberal Party, who has benefited greatly from receiving either money or positions years later from this government. And somehow it doesn't occur to the Liberals that this could be wrong, going even so far as to tell the public in the WE scandal that it wasn't a conflict of interest. Just believe me. I wonder how many others have gotten a return on their investment from this government that we don't even know about just yet. Well, Madam Speaker, sunlight is always the best disinfectant. It must be nice to have friends like the Liberals do. I'll scratch your back, you scratch mine. It should be hard to believe that in just 9 years, once again, I'm just going to keep saying this over and over again, in 9 years, the Liberals have committed more than 1/3 of all of the public corruption scandals in the entire history of the federal government. It should be hard to believe that they think the House belongs to them, that they're above accountability for their actions. And it should be hard to believe that they've stolen hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money and have given it to their friends and their own companies. But when you look at how the people who are appointed to arm's-length institutions are often donors or in-laws or close friends, it's just as bad as breaking the conflicts of interest is also using the executive powers of this House to appoint their insider donors and friends to oversee the accountability that's supposed to prevent this kind of theft from happening in the first place. Time and time again, the Liberal government proves that they have absolutely no regard for the sanctity of this chamber or for the offices that they hold. The Liberal government's managed to tally up, all in all, 1/3, again, of all Canadian ethics violations, while having been in government for less than a decade. Liberal grifting knows no bounds. There's been an ethics scandal every single year that this Liberal government has been in office. One of my first speeches in the House of Commons after I was first elected as a member of Parliament, Madam Speaker, was the Joe Pescisolito report, which was a report from the Ethics Commissioner of former Liberal MP Joe Pescisolito, which was in the conclusion of the Ethics Commissioner was involved in serial ethics breaches, meaning more than one, meaning that it was something that was happening on a regular basis. Once again, permeating from the top down, clearly from the Prime Minister to the rest of his cabinet. I talked then about how as a new MP, it was unfortunate that what I was getting to speak about this early in my term was the culture of corruption that the Prime Minister was continuing to demonstrate over and over again to his caucus, to the bureaucracy, and then allowing it to happen within their own ranks. From coast to coast, and especially across the Southwest, Canadians are struggling more than ever Just this morning at committee, I heard from witnesses explaining the debt that Canadians are digging themselves into just to afford the essentials like food, clothing, and shelter. All the while, Liberal insiders are being funneled taxpayer money to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. Scandal after scandal and report after report. The Liberals still have absolutely no remorse for what they've done. The house of cards that sits across this chamber keeps trucking along. It's just insane, Madam Speaker. The Liberals do the same thing over and over and over again, and yet we expect something to change, and it never does. Maybe this time they'll obey the rules. Listen to the will of Parliament and release the documents. So far, no. Canadians know this though, Madam Speaker. Canadians can see the rotten to the core Liberal government, and they are ready for change. It's worth pointing out, Madam Speaker, the complacency of their coalition partner in the NDP, who are so terrified of facing Canadians and losing their pensions, refuse to help bring this government down. In fact, Madam Speaker, the leader of the NDP, it's 116 days until his own pension vests. And he's been making news lately telling Canadians that he is absolutely not interested in bringing down this Liberal government. I wonder, 116 days from now, February 25th, is that when he's going to magically grow a spine and be willing to take real action on behalf of Canadians and bring this tired, corrupt government down? Or is he going to keep propping them up? Are they going to pass the election reform bill that's going to lock in a change to the election date so that way he can make sure that his caucus members and those on the Liberal side and guarantee that their pensions will get locked in? Or will he do the right thing and call a carbon tax election at the soonest available opportunity? Is he going to put his pension above Canadians? I guess time will tell. The Liberals hate the thought of accountability, whether it comes from this chamber or from their own caucus. Then Attorney General Jody Wilson-Raybould and former President Treasury Board Jane Philpott were kicked out of caucus for doing the right thing when it came to SNC-Lavalin. And as I said, Madam Speaker, 1/3 of all federal scandals in Canadian history belong to this Prime Minister and his cronies. The Prime Minister has had as many scandals in his 9 years as Canada's first 20 Prime Ministers over a span of 137 years. Now, no matter what way you look at it, that's impressive to be able to do that. Not to mention he spent more money onto the national debt than every single Prime Minister combined. But I guess when you're involved in that many scandals, of course it's going to cost the taxpayers that kind of money. I'd like to remind this House what happened in April, that for the first time in over a century, this House had called someone to its bar, right over there, for questioning. That man, Christian Firth, exercised absolutely no remorse over him lining his pockets with taxpayer money. Even when the most exclusive powers of this House are used, the Liberals do not care. Their friends do not care. They fundamentally believe that they are above accountability and certainly think that they are above the will of this House. It's disgraceful, Madam Speaker. The man summoned to the House back in 1913 was imprisoned because he failed to answer the questions of this House. And yet today, the Liberals and the people that they empower do it shamelessly and just walk out. At the core of this debate is the Speaker's ruling on the 26th of September declaring that this place's privilege has been violated. For nearly 350 years, the supremacy of Parliament was something cherished in Westminster systems like ours across the world. Here in Canada, our government, the executive branch, does not operate outside the confines of this place. It is formed by it. The Prime Minister and his cabinet sit just across the way, where every day they face the scrutiny of the opposition in question period. The centralization of power that this Prime Minister has overseen should worry everyone in this chamber and everybody across this country, because it flies right in the face of how our system of government works. Parliament is supreme, and the Liberals must respect it. Madam Speaker, the government is a public entity, and everything in this House belongs to the public. When will the Liberals stop hiding their corruption by withholding documents that don't even belong to them so that the House can get back to work and Canadians can get the answers that they are owed? There's another public entity out there, Madam Speaker. This one hits home a little bit more closely. Within Parks Canada, they operate down in Grasslands National Park. And if you want to talk about the way that they are abusing the authority that they have, when you look at the species at risk, they're trying to tell Canadians and trying to tell the ranchers down in Val-Marie in that area that, hey, you know what, the prairie dog is this species at risk that must be protected. Well, Madam Speaker, a quick Google search shows that the prairie dog, it's not even a native species to Canada, but it's also thriving. Not just surviving, but thriving all the way down from the southern tip of Saskatchewan, all the way down to Mexico, all the way through the central states. But yet the bureaucracy that this government is overseeing is saying, oh, it's a species at risk. And then what are they doing with the sage grouse? Well, what they're doing with the sage grouse is they're trying to say that, oh, these two species coexist. And the way that you can prove that they don't coexist, but also that the prairie dog doesn't belong in Grasslands National Park in the way that this government says it does, is that the prairie dog, what it likes to eat is the root of the sagebrush. Well, a sage grouse, it's called a sage grouse for a reason. It likes sagebrush for its shelter and its protection. Well, when the prairie dog eats that root, that sagebrush just turns into a tumbleweed and blows away, leaving the sage grouse to be exposed and at risk and in danger. So when they're trying to protect another species at risk, namely the sage grouse, they are creating all kinds of issues in their own way because of the way that they are managing it. And then let's talk about this new bridge that they are building down at one of the historical ranches there. They're building in a location that wasn't even recommended by the local RM when they were looking at it, but they decided to plow through ahead of it anyway. There's another species of interest of risk out there, Madam Speaker, called the nighthawk. And all of their nests and where they like to be is right in the path of this bridge that they are building right through it. But you know what? Parks Canada said, you know what? Forget it. We're building this bridge here anyway. So they are deliberately ignoring another species at risk, and they're doing it for triple the cost of what the municipality is able to build similar bridges for. If they would have just accepted the proposal that the municipality had, they would have been able to have the bridge already done, but done for a third of the cost. But no, we got to get more bureaucracy involved and make it way more expensive. So rather than just take the local perspective and the views of the locals, they would rather take a view that, again, creates excessive spending, unnecessary spending. They would rather kick the ranchers out of the park and try to say that bureaucrats can manage ranch land better than producers can, that have been doing it for way longer than the bureaucracy has even been around for. It's shameful, Madam Speaker. If they want to try to prove Canadians that they actually care, they would listen to locals, they would listen to the producers down in Grasslands National Park, they would listen to the RM of Val-Marie, and they would do what's right.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Workforce Development, Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Languages. There we go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Who's next? That's the fundamental question. That's the fundamental question. Today, the Conservatives seek to direct an RCMP investigation. Tomorrow, who's to say tomorrow, they won't direct an RCMP investigation into the affairs of unions and labor organizations. This is a dangerous precedent. This is a dangerous precedent that the Conservatives want to set here today. 15 years ago, they passed legislation, Bill C-377, under the guise of transparency and accountability that would destroy unions, weaken unions, and prevent them the ability to represent workers. And they're trying to do the same thing here. This is the danger of the precedent that you're trying to set here today. Who's next? Who's next?
I want to remind the honourable member that he's to address all questions and comments through the chair and not directly to the members. The honourable member Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, maybe what he should be asking, Madam Speaker, is whose pockets are they going to line next? Because conflict keeps happening over and over again with this government. But let's talk about unions. Let's take a look at what unions are saying. They're looking at what this government is doing with some of their legislation. Legislation that's going to strip away the hard fought for and earned rights of unions, their health care plans, their prescription plans. Their legislation that they've teamed up with the NDP for is going to strip that away from them. The unions have said, not a chance. The leader of the Conservative Party has also stood up in his place and said that he will not let them strip that away from them. And he's going to proceed and make sure that we prioritize workers, Canadian jobs, and make sure that we do what's best for our country and our economy, and that involves unionized labor.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
It's fascinating to hear this honourable member talk about and fighting for unions, which we know that they don't do in that side. However, One of the things that the honourable member also talked about was my leader's pension, and I would just like to mention that the leader of the official opposition's pension is now worth $3.4 million, which is 3.5 times larger. So I'd love for him to talk about the value of that pension. But the fact that as New Democrats, we actually fight for other people to ensure that they have a pension in this country, and yet Conservatives fail to do so, and they actually want to bring everybody down to that bottom denominator. Thank you.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, actually, Conservative values are about empowering people. Now, I know that member will have heard us talk about powerful paychecks. The whole point of having a powerful paycheck is that it enables a person to have the pension that they have with their work, with their employer, but it allows them to also make other investments if they would want to, because they have more of their own money in their own pocket rather than paying it to the government or paying it to somebody else. So, but again, 116 days, February 25th, that's when the leader of the NDP's pension is going to vest, and we're still waiting. He made this big grand display where he ripped up the supply and confidence agreement between him and the Liberals, saying, he's done, that's it. What's he done since then? Oh, I'm not gonna trigger an election. No. Oh, I'm gonna keep supporting the Liberals. That's what he's done. So, which version is the truth here? Who can trust the leader of the NDP? Nobody can, because he's proved it time and time again. He keeps changing his position on these things. If he's true about actually standing up for Canadians, he's going to not worry about February 25th, and he'll defeat this government at the very first opportunity and not worry about what happens on February 25th.
Questions and comments. The member for l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, Madam Speaker, it's been Groundhog Day for 3 weeks. We keep engaging in the same debate. It's quite hard to keep finding relevant questions under the circumstances. But I do have a question for my colleague that I asked one of his colleagues recently. Does he realize that for Quebecers, independence is a legitimate option?
Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I appreciate the question from that member. I've been here for 5 years, and you know what I never hear the Bloc talk about? Is them separating or their independence. I don't think they're actually truly interested in that. I think they want to keep the arrangement going as they are. They keep stringing along voters trying to say that, oh yeah, we care about our independence, but yet they voted with this government over and over and over again. They've supported the centralization of power here into Ottawa rather than respecting the jurisdiction and authority of the province of Quebec. You know, Conservatives believe in empowering provinces, strong provinces. The way that this country works with our federalism is that we have jurisdiction authorities for the provinces. We respect that. This government dabbles in that all the time, especially when they think that it benefits them. And then when it blows up in their face, oh, we blame the provinces. And if I was the Premier of Quebec, I'd be sick and tired of that from happening. And in fact, the Premier of Quebec has already said that he wants the Bloc Québécois to support bringing down this tired, corrupt government. I see that their leader has finally got on board with that idea. It's just unfortunate that it took so long.
Questions and comments. The honourable for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague from Southwest Saskatchewan, being from Southwest Manitoba myself. He outlined a number of the people that have been involved in this scandal in his presentation to us today in his excellent speech. And there's a size involved in this particular scandal that's the biggest in Canadian history. And I wonder if he could just elaborate a little bit more on whether this is, people have been rejected from Parliament, I guess you could say, for a glass of orange juice versus $400 million here in $58 million worth of untendered projects that weren't even qualifying for the money in the first place. I mean, it's amazing that they just didn't even qualify and they still got that money.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, I want to thank my colleague for that question, and he's absolutely right. And when you look at the different standards that exist, a colleague that had this happened long before I was in this place, was held accountable over a $16 orange juice. Now, the Chrétien Martin government was held accountable by Canadians for the sponsorship scandal, which was way less than this scandal. And we're at over $400 million. The Auditor General said, based on the findings and the fact that there's things like deleted emails, that it's hard to know exactly how big this is. It could be even bigger, which is absolutely ridiculous. The lack of accountability, the lack of transparency that continues to be demonstrated by that government is absolutely appalling. That's why Canadians are sick and tired of this government. That's why Canadians are saying over and over again that they want an election, because they want a say and a choice in what kind of government is going to run this country, and they're overwhelmingly looking forward to a Conservative government that's going to restore transparency, going to respect the taxpayer dollar.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the King's Privy Council and Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And through you, I'd like to ask the member opposite. We had a chance to work together on the Industry Committee, and we had a good opportunity to work together on this. And I actually sit on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, which is the committee that would be tasked to look into this. And we have a lot of legislation before us, including C-66, which is the Military Justice Bill, which I think is incredibly important in terms of getting justice for victims of assault in the military. And I would like to ask my honourable colleague if they would be willing to allow this, this motion to go to PROC to get to the bottom of what happened and make recommendations to the House. Thank you.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, I want to thank the member for the question, and yeah, it was great to be able to serve on the Industry Committee with her before. You know, we're both New England Patriots fans, so we had some chats about that over time as well too. But I think what's important here, Madam Speaker, is it's the will of Parliament to have these documents turned over to the RCMP, and then we'll let the RCMP do with them. And once that happens, once they've turned the papers over, at that point, then I think it would be good for PROC to take a look at what next steps could happen. That's why we actually have a sub-amendment here today to try to talk about getting more people on the list that would speak at PROC to be able to do it to how we can make better changes here. But I think what's important first and foremost is it's the will of Parliament. It is the will of this institution that we are standing in here, which means that it's the will of Canadians to have the government turn over those documents to the RCMP and then let the RCMP decide what to do with them. They're already investigating. We know that they're already investigating. So these papers, as I said in my speech, they belong to the public. Everything within this institution belongs to the public. Turn these public documents over to the RCMP and let them decide.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's indeed, I am indeed grateful for the opportunity to rise and participate in this debate today on the sub-amendment. I had the privilege to speak to the amendment, and so it's a great opportunity to pick up where I left off and to speak to this important sub-amendment that has been moved on this privilege motion. The fact is, though, we're still where we were. To refuse to release the documents that it has been ordered to produce by this very House. They do not wish to turn over the documents that will help to uncover clear corruption that has occurred at the Green Slush Fund. Sadly, corruption has benefited Liberal insiders during the entirety of these 9 years of this Liberal government. But, Madam Speaker, it's important. It's of vital importance that no matter how hard Liberals try to push it away from Parliament, we must continue to pursue this issue. No matter how many times the member from North comes up with an attempt to shrug this off, we will continue to pursue this on behalf of all Canadians. And after all of these days of debate, the facts remain clear. First, taxpayer money was taken by conflicted board members of SDTC to benefit their own financial and business interests. And second, and equally as important for the integrity of this place, the House has still not been provided with the documents necessary, and there's been no indication of when or even if the money of these conflicted payments will ever be paid back. Now, Madam Speaker, in the time between when I spoke to the amendment to the time that I've spoken to the sub-amendment, more and somewhat interesting information has come to light. In my previous intervention on October 8th, I discussed the importance of Parliament being the grand inquest of the nation, and the necessity of the power of this House to send for persons, papers, and records. Unfortunately, those in the Liberal cabinet and those in the bureaucracy seem to fail to understand this essential, constitutionally protected power of Parliament. This indifference was clearly on display last week at the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. On Wednesday, October 23rd, a high-ranking official, a deputy secretary, in fact, at the Privy Council office, one of the highest bureaucratic offices in this country, appeared. I asked the deputy secretary a very clear question. I said, do you accept that Parliament has the constitutional authority to call for documents without redactions? I did not get an answer. Instead, I got invalid excuses that ignored the key constitutional facts. The right of Parliament to send for documents is not limited by any policy or statute. As explained in Boscan-Gagnon, quote, no statute or practice diminishes the fullness of that power rooted in House privileges unless there is an explicit legal provision to that effect, or unless the House adopts a specific resolution limiting the power. The House has never set such a limit on its power to order the production of papers and records. Madam Speaker, it's quite frankly unacceptable that the Privy Council office and their senior officials have chosen to ignore that fact. And it's a simple fact that Parliament and its committees are the grand inquest of the nation. Our ability, constitutionally protected ability, is to call for the documents that we deem necessary, as this House did in June of this year when we ordered that the documents be provided to the law clerk, unredacted, to be provided to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Now, Madam Speaker, the power of this House to send for persons, papers, and records is an old power indeed. It is part of the very essence of our work within parliamentary democracy. Our Constitution, since the founding of our country in 1867, has affirmed such a right. In fact, the British North America Act, now called the Constitution Act 1867, lays this privilege out in Section 18, and I quote from Section 18. The privileges, immunities, and powers to be held, enjoyed, and exercised by the Senate and by the House of Commons, and by the members thereof, respectively, shall be such as are from time to time defined by Act of the Parliament of Canada, but so that any Act of the Parliament of Canada defining such privileges, immunities, and powers shall not confer any privileges, immunities, or powers exceeding those at the passing of such Act held, enjoyed, and exercised by the Commons, House of Parliament of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, and by the members thereof." End quote.
Order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it's just somewhat ironic. The member stood up on a point of order earlier today suggesting that I'm not allowed to read, and it would appear that he might actually be reading.
Again, it's not unusual for members to be reading something into the record verbatim. So on each side, I think that the issue earlier, I know that the honourable member raised that, but there was an issue on both sides that it was more about they were elaborating more than what was supposed to be the question of the Thursday question and the response. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And just to reaffirm, I am quoting a passage from the Constitution itself, something that defines this very House and defines the very issue at play as well. And not to send a spoiler alert across the way, but I will have some more interesting quotations coming up later in my remarks, and I know the member from Winnipeg North will be very intrigued intrigued to hear some of those quotations on this important issue. After all, I believe that no member has contributed more to this very debate than the member from Winnipeg North. I believe it's north of 300 interventions he's had on this very debate, so I do congratulate him on his verbose contributions to the extensive debate that he is taking part in. So, Madam Speaker, let's get back to the important constitutionally protected issue at hand. Because, Madam Speaker, those privileges, immunities, and powers that were held by this House in 1867 and by the United Kingdom, its predecessor place, are continue to be here today and have some of their roots dating back centuries. In fact, some of the greatest protections that we have as parliamentarians originate in 1215 with the Magna Carta. And I'm going to give another quote for the member from Winnipeg North, and I quote from the United Kingdom Parliament that states, quote, Magna Carta was issued in June 1215 and was the first document to put into writing the principle that the king and his government was not above the law. It sought to prevent the king from exploiting his power and place limits on royal authority by establishing law as a power in itself. Madam Speaker, how true that is. 800 years later, the Magna Carta still stands as the principle that no person, no king, no ruler is above the law. Now, I have but 20 minutes in this place to express my points, but I could go on at great length on the Magna Carta alone. But let's jump ahead a few centuries to 1688. And I know members will be intrigued with the discussion on the glorious revolution of 1688. And Madam Speaker, I would note that the long-term impacts of the 1688 glorious revolution, a revolution that did not have bloodshed, I might add, are so important to where we are today and the rights that we have as parliamentarians, not for our own purposes, but on the behalf of the people that we have the honor of serving. Now, I want to quote from the Right Honourable John Dalberg Acton, one of the great UK parliamentarians, in his writing Lectures on Modern History. He wrote this about the Glorious Revolution, and I quote, "It is the greatest thing done by the English nation. It established the state upon a contract and set up the doctrine that a breach of contract forfeited the crown, the former in the English Convention, the latter in the Scottish. Parliament gave the crown and gave it under conditions. Parliament became supreme in administration as well as in legislation. The king became its servant on good behavior, liable to dismissal for himself or his ministers. All this was not restitution, but inversion. Passive obedience had been the law of England. Conditional obedience and the right of resistance became the law. Authority was limited and regulated and controlled. The Whig theory of government was substituted for the Tory theory on the fundamental points of political science. The great achievement is that this was done without bloodshed, without vengeance, without exclusion of entire parties, with so little definiteness in point of doctrine that it could be accepted and the consequences could be left to work themselves out." And that's the end of that quote, Madam Speaker. But I point this out because our Constitution, our history of parliamentary government in Canada has a proud and a long and a respected history. This country, this system of government was built on those powers, where power was removed from the absolute crown and given to the people's representatives. The people's representatives who are here to express the common sense of the common people. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm sure that you will agree that parliamentary democracy ought to be protected, and it ought to be done with the protection of each and every member of this very House. No less a constitutional expert than the late Peter Hogg expounded on this in one of his seminal works, The Constitutional Law of Canada, 5th edition, at page 314. And I know the member from Winnipeg North is eager to hear this quotation from the great late Peter Hogg. And he said, and I quote at page 314 for those following along at home, "The Crown is, of course, subject to Parliament or legislature. So long as a legislative body acts within its power, it is free to make its laws applicable to the Crown or government, just as it is free to make its laws applicable to other legal persons within its jurisdictions. Any other conclusion would be inconsistent with the supremacy of the legislative branch of government. Indeed, it was settled in England as early as 1561 that the Crown was bound by any statute which applied to it. And this is one of the fundamental principles of the British Constitution that was received in the British North America Act." End quote. Madam Speaker, this reaffirms the very clear essence of this privilege debate. This House ordered the production of unredacted documents. It wasn't a, oh, if you have time, would you be so kind as to provide these documents? It was an order of this House, an order of this House's parliamentarians. Indeed, Madam Speaker, it comes down to the very essence of responsible government. And you would notice, Madam Speaker, in the sub-amendment that we're debating, we request the presence of certain experts, one being a senior official at the Privy Council office who had some interesting things to say on responsible government. But let's dig into a little deeper on the importance of responsible government. By the time the fathers of confederations were discussing plans to become a united Canada, it became clear that it was preferable to continue with the constitutional precedents inherited by the United Kingdom and not to adapt a system similar to what had been done in the United States. On February 6, 1865, the then Attorney General, soon to be the first Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Sir John A. Macdonald, rose in the House, the provincial province of Canada, to provide his thoughts on responsible government. And he said, and I quote, "In the Constitution, we propose to continue the system of responsible government, which has existed in this province since 1841 and which has long obtained in the mother country. This is a feature of our Constitution as we have it now and as we shall have it in the Federation," and that's end quote, Madam Speaker. And again, that is from page 33 of the debates, the third session of the 8th Provincial Parliament of the United Provinces of Canada. But Madam Speaker, it goes on to explain, the first Prime Minister, that having Cabinet held responsible to the legislature was in an effort to avoid giving too much power to the executive branch, as had been seen elsewhere, including south of the border. Macdonald went on to say, quote, "With us, the representative of the sovereign can only act on the advice of his ministers, those ministers being responsible to the people through Parliament." End quote. This is the essence of parliamentary democracy, that Parliament is supreme, and that Cabinet is responsible to Parliament. It cannot ignore, it cannot refuse an order of Parliament simply because a minister or even a Prime Minister may disagree with it. Now, Madam Speaker, where does this bring us today? Well, in normal cases, ministerial responsibility means that the minister ought to take responsibility for the challenges within their department. When the Leader of the Opposition made his initial question of privilege, he referenced a memorandum he had obtained from the Privy Council office at the beginning of this Parliament. That memorandum was written by a certain Paul McKinnon, and it states, "Public servants do not share in ministers' constitutional accountability to the Houses of Parliament, but support ministers in this accountability. The ultimate accountability for deciding what information to withhold from or release to parliamentarians resides with a responsible minister." So where is the accountability from the accountable minister? The Liberal government may believe that the rights and privileges of Parliament do not matter, but we will soon see if the responsibility of the minister responsible is there. It is time that the Prime Minister and his ministers account themselves to this Parliament. Now, I do want to recognize that the current minister wasn't the minister at the early days of the SDTC. So who was? Well, that minister was Navdeep Bains, who has since left cabinet and politics. We have now twice attempted at the Standing Committee on Public Accounts to hear evidence from the former Liberal minister, Navdeep Bains. He may no longer be a Liberal minister, but he sure still talks like a Liberal minister, with empty statements that mean nothing and are intended to convey nothing. He refused to answer even basic questions at committee about dates and names, and he even refused to confirm where he was currently employed. This is yet again further evidence that the Liberals, even after their careers in politics are over, refuse to accept the responsibility and accountability for their actions. Which brings us to the sub-amendment before the House today. I must admit that I was slightly disappointed with the original ruling in that I do not believe the best course of action is to refer this to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. And I know the member opposite is wondering why I would have the concerns with the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, but that member knows very well about past Liberal scandals where lengthy filibusters occurred at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, led by the members for Whitby or the member from Hull Aylmer, who tried to prevent us from getting to the bottom of important Liberal scandals, like the We Charity prorogation scandal or the foreign interference scandals that we have seen. And that is why I think these amendments and sub-amendments are so important to strengthen the motion of the Speaker's ruling. The sub-amendment would ensure that Paul McKinnon, the former Deputy Secretary to Cabinet, and the Privacy Commissioner both appear as witnesses. Paul McKinnon, as explained by the Opposition House Leader on September 26th, is the official at Privy Council, the Council Office who authored the memo that I cited earlier. It is important that he explain before members of Parliament what he meant by the ultimate accountability for deciding what information to withhold from or release to parliamentarians resides with the responsible minister. In my view, this is me speaking, I'm ending the quotation. In my view, the ministers relevant to the June 10th motion have not been held accountable. The other witness that the sub-amendment proposes is the Privacy Commissioner. The Commissioner is obviously an expert in the matter of protecting documents and could also provide valuable insights to the rules and procedures for providing papers and records based on an order of the House of Commons versus based on what means such as an access to information request. And I might add as well that the Privacy Commissioner is a former officer of this Parliament as our law clerk, and so also has the added benefit of knowing and understanding the rights and privileges of this very House. This sub-amendment, if passed, would further strengthen the main amendment and ensure that we get the answers necessary. Madam Speaker, this debate could be over today if the Liberal government simply handed over the documents as ordered by this House so that they can be provided to the RCMP for them to do what they will, but to ensure that the accountability of this House is upheld. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it was interesting listening to the member talk about the Parliament in such a fashion, and he articulated. But one of the things that he forgot to talk about is that the only Prime Minister in the history of Canada, not only Canada, but the entire Commonwealth, to be held in contempt of Parliament was Stephen Harper. His current leader of the Conservative Party was his parliamentary secretary, Madam Speaker. Now, fast forward to today. Today we have the leader of the Conservative Party that feels that he doesn't need to get a security clearance. After all, his chief of staff has that security clearance. But he doesn't understand that he's saying to his chief of staff, if you tell me the names, it would be a criminal offense to do so.
the leader of the Conservative Party doesn't understand that he's abusing the powers of the House. He is abusing the issue of foreign interference. Why won't the leader of the Conservative Party do the honorable thing, put the nation's interest ahead of his personal and party's interest, and get the security clearance, and while he's at it, stop abusing?
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, I thank the member from Winnipeg North for his question. I believe that was probably his 321st contribution to this debate. So I do wish him well on his continued interventions. But let's be very clear: the Prime Minister can and ought to release those names right now. We would call the Prime Minister into this House, release the names of any party. But let's take, he wanted to take a little walk down.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, the honourable member knows full well he cannot reference the presence or the absence of someone in the House.
That's not exact. That didn't happen at all.
He just asked for him to call the Prime Minister to come in the House.
So I'm sorry. There is there's debates going on now, so I will remind members that they're not to mention anyone's presence, whether a member is present or not in the House. Now, the honourable member Perth Wellington.
I would rephrase that to call the Prime Minister to rise in this House and make known the names of those individuals. But if the member from Winnipeg North wants to take a little walk down memory lane, let's talk about the corruption of this Liberal government. We have a Prime Minister who was twice convicted by the Ethics Commissioner for breaking the ethics law. The Prime Minister's Parliamentary Secretary, the member for Hull-Aylmer, was convicted of breaking the ethics law. Madam Speaker, the ethical challenges that are being faced by this Liberal government are the real issue and challenges at play here. So they can try to distract the Canadian people from the real issues, but the issue is, at the end of the day, the Canadian people will decide of who they wish to govern this country in a carbon tax election. And I say I'm ready any day to put the record of our Conservative Party up against any other party.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually have a two-part question for the member from Perth Wellington. The first part is, in the Auditor General's report, she noted that 1 in 6 projects that were approved by this board for the slush fund monies were actually completely ineligible for any of the funding, had nothing to do with green technology. All it had to do is with enriching Liberal cronies. So I wanted to comment on that part of the issue because I think it's incredibly important. The second part of it is a little bit more specific to the member of Perth Wellington. Will he confirm to this House that, in fact, his PhD dissertation was written on the Thursday question?
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On the first point, indeed, the fact that 1 out of 6 projects was indeed ineligible is a concern. But of an equal or perhaps even greater concern is, in addition to that, the number of projects of the sample that the Auditor General looked at that were conflicted. Meaning the board members themselves were voting specifically on matters that were ought not to have been voting on. They were voting on enriching their own pockets by voting in favor. So that's the first point. To the second point, I do need to correct the member. I've not finished my doctoral dissertation, but it was actually an article I wrote on the Thursday question, not my doctoral dissertation, which is a long languishing project. But perhaps we can get into what my actual topic is on my dissertation another time, because it may be slightly out of the scope of this debate. But I thank the member for his important question.
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Before I ask my question, I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, if I would have unanimous consent to table a document about Stephen Harper's serial abuser of power. The evidence is...
Already have a no for a question, so therefore we don't have unanimous consent. Questions and comments. The Honourable... the honourable member for Brandon Service. I can come back to the honourable member if he has another question.
Thank you. I'd just like to congratulate my colleague on his excellent speech. And, he was speaking in his speech about the production of documents and going back in history to, I think it was about 25 years before Confederation, the quotes that he used for John A. Macdonald. But even in 1561, when it was Bates, I believe he used, but he can recall the name of the individual because I probably have it wrong, but he will have it on his fingertips, I'm sure. To be able to provide that is how long ago production of documents were required. They are by law, required to be able to be put forward. I just wonder if he could expand on that, because it's even more pertinent today.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you, thank you to the member from Brandon Souris for that excellent question. And he is right. We are talking about a centuries-old tradition that gives Parliament the authority, and in fact the constitutional authority, to call for documents. And virtually the only limitation on this ability to call for documents is that the records have to exist, and they have to exist within Canada. And it doesn't matter if they are written documents or digital documents. These matters are constitutionally obligated, when ordered by this House of Commons, on behalf of the people of this country, to be produced. They must be produced, provided they meet those very, very narrow exclusions about being available, existing within Canada. But why is this important, Madam Speaker? It's important because it's our job as parliamentarians to represent the people in the country. And the people are talking to us every day about demanding responses and demanding answers from this tired Liberal government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm a little disappointed the member didn't want me to share with him all the scandals and corruption and abuse of power that his current leader and Stephen Harper were involved in. Having said that, I do have a quote for him, Madam Speaker. And this comes from iPolitics, and it's in regards to the refusal of the leader of the Conservative Party because he doesn't feel that he needs to get the security clearance. Here's the quote. The leader of the Conservative Party's approach to national security is complete nonsense, says an expert. Follow up with another quote. The Conservative leader is playing with Canadians by refusing to get a top-level security clearance and receive classified briefings on foreign interference, according to one national expert. Madam Speaker, this story has a lot of quotes, and it doesn't reflect very positively on the leader of the Conservative Party. The suggestion is that he actually ultimately put the nation's interest ahead of his personal interest and the interests of the Conservative Party. Would the member not agree? And I'm more than happy to share the story with the member if he would like the full story, because it is a serious issue. The leader of the Conservative Party, needs to get the security clearance.
The Honourable the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Winnipeg North for his 324th intervention now on this issue. But let's be very clear: the Prime Minister can release the names at any point he wishes to inside this House, where he has the privilege to do so as a parliamentarian. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my colleague for another excellent speech. Now, this is almost the third month that we've been talking about this scandal, and it's clear to me that there must be criminality, as the whistleblower alleged. What could the member say about it?
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend from Sarnia-Lambton for her important question. I'm not sure about criminality, but there sure is corruption, and there sure is disgraceful conduct that we've seen at the Green Slush Fund, where you have conflicted board members voting to give themselves in massive amounts of contract. It's simply unacceptable, and that's why these documents need to be provided to the law clerk so they can be forwarded to the RCMP for them to do what they wish. But the documents have to be provided and redacted.
We have time for Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I heard the honourable member's speech. He talked a lot about Constitution, the various branches of the government and their division of power. I want his comment on the current, where RCMP has written to the law clerk of the House of Commons, stating that it's very unlikely they'll be using they'll be able to use these documents in their investigation.
The Member for Perth Wellington, a brief answer.
Very simply, the RCMP can do what they wish with the documents, but the order of this House is that they be provided.
J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir à la Chambre.
I have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill: C-20, an act establishing the Public Complaints and Review Commission and amending certain acts and statutory instruments.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar, Emergency Preparedness, and the Honourable Member for Yorkton-Melville, Carbon Pricing. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a privilege to rise on a point of privilege that has taken our country by storm over the last number of months. And no matter what the Liberals say, no matter what argument they throw at Canadians, it comes down to one very simple fact. The Conservative Party of Canada will not relent in our protection of the Constitution and our protection of the powers granted to this House by the people of Canada when it relates to reviewing documents and knowing what takes place in the Government of Canada. Madam Speaker, I was a member of the Industry Committee when the honourable member from South Shore spoke for the first time about the $400 million of waste in question today. Across Canada right now, Canadians are facing crises like they've never seen before. The cost of living is up big time. In my riding, food bank usage has more than doubled. Canadians are struggling to pay their mortgage. In fact, since the Liberals and the NDP came to power, house prices have doubled. Mortgages have doubled. Cost for a mortgage is over $3,500 per month, and the average rent for a two-bedroom apartment in Canada's biggest 10 cities is over $2,300 a month. Young Canadians are losing hope because the Canada they once knew is not the Canada before them today. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I've said in this House before that for a young Canadian, say someone in the age range of their early 20s, say that person is actually in a career that they make more than the average of $55,000 that the average Canadian worker makes. To save up for a home in my community would take them nearly 20 years if they put a large portion of their salary to those savings. Madam Speaker, Canadians are struggling. In British Columbia as well, we're paying a carbon tax of over $80 per ton. And just to pay the gas to get to work every day is costing Canadians hundreds of dollars a month that goes directly into the coffers of this government. Madam Speaker, just going back to housing, when we think about housing, Canadians have lost hope. Canadians don't know where to go. Canadians are wondering what happened. It's going back to the young man or young woman making a good salary in Canada. Say they were able to save up $500 or $600 a month. It would still take them close to a decade even to get into a condo in the market I live in today. Canadians are struggling. Canadians are losing hope. So when we get to the House of Commons today and we hear from this government that simply refuses to do what this House of Parliament is asking them to do, they are concerned. They are concerned that the government is willing to stall the business of this House, possibly stall a carbon tax election, a housing tax election. They are concerned. They are deeply concerned. I could talk a little bit about small businesses as well. Our productivity for small businesses is in a crisis. In fact, from May to June 2024, Canada lost 9,037 businesses and 6,331 declared insolvency year over year during that same period. The closures we are witnessing right now are even greater than the ones we saw during the pandemic, when the entire country was shut down. While Canadian entrepreneurs and workers are struggling, this government is still hiding behind a facade and hiding behind lies, Madam Speaker, about what this House of Commons can in fact ask. In the spring, I addressed the damning report released by the Auditor General, which revealed close to $400 million had been misappropriated by the board of the Sustainable Development Technology Corporation, otherwise known as SDTC. 2 weeks ago, I spoke on the privilege motion calling on the government to provide the relevant documents. Now, once again, we find ourselves discussing a sub-amendment to bring the Privacy Commissioner and the former Deputy Secretary to the Cabinet to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee as well. Yes, Canadians want us to get on with that work. We're simply waiting for the... So as parliamentarians, we must stand up for Canadians and ensure they have the information needed to make informed decisions. The Liberals' refusal to table these documents has effectively paralyzed our country, hindering our ability to do the work which we were elected to do. This obstruction makes it impossible for us to address many of those pressing issues that young Canadians are faced with every day: skyrocketing housing costs, rising food inflation, and increasing crime. You know, this summer I was out door knocking across British Columbia, and no matter what part of my province I was in, no matter what street I was on, I heard about a middle-class family that just couldn't get ahead. At the end of the month, after either a massive mortgage or rent payment and a car payment, fees for school programs and athletics, they were left with nothing. And one family said to me, and it stuck out so clearly, they said, "Just a few years ago, I was donating to the food bank. Now I got to go there a couple of times a month to make up for the loss. With the cost of gas, getting to work is more expensive." And Mr. mentioned the fact that in our community today, the amount of crime we're facing as well is just through the roof. This family, like so many others, is wondering what happened to the Canada they knew and the Canada they still love. So it's more than just $400 million to Liberal insiders and friends. It's about what this country stands for and what Canadians expect us to do in this House of Commons. Let me take this time yet again to remind you of the government's corrupt mishandling of SDTC, otherwise known as the Green Slush Fund. This program was designed to support innovation in sustainable development technologies. Established in 2001, it operated with few issues under both Liberal and Conservative governments until this Prime Minister took office. In the Auditor General's report, it outlined that there were a staggering 90 instances where conflict of interest policies were not followed. Nearly $76 million spent on projects connected to friends of the Liberals who sat on the board. The most egregious example comes from the Minister of Environment, a member of Parliament from the Montreal area. He worked for a company called Cycle Capital. And at Cycle Capital has received hundreds of millions of dollars from the Green Slush Fund. In fact, Environment still has shares in this very company. So when we on this side of the House stand up for the rights of Parliament, stand up for the Canadians struggling, the Liberal Party is only standing up for their rich friends who have been enriched by taxpayer dollars at the expense of everyone else in this chamber. Not only that, $59 million of projects were awarded that were not eligible for funding, and $12 million was spent on projects that not only fell into conflict of interest, but were also ineligible from the very beginning. This situation not only represents a betrayal of public trust, but also illustrates a significant failure in oversight by the current minister. We have to ask ourselves in this chamber, how can we ensure accountability in government if those that are in power are not held to the same standards we expect from taxpayers? Conservatives have proven through this debate that the privileges of parliamentarians were violated by the government's refusal, which is why we are continuing to speak, and which is why we will not relent about the serious action this government has taken. This is not just a procedural misstep. It is not just political wrangling. It is a direct challenge to the very foundation why all of us are in this House in the first place, and that is to approve and disapprove of how government spends money. That authority rests with the 338 of us in this chair. And as my colleague from Southern Ontario so aptly mentioned in the debates related to Sir John A. Macdonald in the province of Canada, our system of government was designed to ensure that Cabinet remained accountable to this very House. But, Madam Speaker, they're shying away from their responsibilities to be accountable. They are taking every step possible, sharing every single false argument related to prevent them from doing what is right in the eyes of our Constitution and rights and right in the eyes of the taxpayers who pay for this place in the first place. And it's not just us saying this. The Auditor General made it clear that this scandal falls squarely upon this government, that they did not sufficiently monitor the contracts, that they did not sufficiently follow due diligence procedures. To understand the gravity of this situation, we must first reflect on the historical context of parliamentary privilege. Our rights and privileges as parliamentarians are not mere formalities. They are rooted in centuries of struggle against tyranny. As the British House of Commons, I would like to add, gained evidence as a legislative assembly, it established privileges as statutes and part of common law aimed at protecting its members from interference, namely the Crown. A cornerstone reference in parliamentary procedure defines privilege as the sum of the peculiar rights enjoyed by each House collectively as a constituent part of the High Court of Parliament and by members of each House individually, without which they cannot discharge their functions. In other words, I can't do my job, nor can anyone in this House do their job, for that matter, if our privilege is disrupted. In Canada, we inherited this legacy through the Constitution Act of 1867, which enshrines our rights and privileges, ensuring that they are not exceeded by any authority outside of this House. The Parliament of Canada Act of 1985 further states that we retain these privileges, not exceeding those held, enjoyed, and exercised by the House of Commons in the United Kingdom. In other words, we inherited the democratic traditions of the Westminster Parliamentary responsible government system. And this is a powerful affirmation of our rights and responsibilities as members of this institution, drawing on hundreds of years of precedents, which brings us here today. So back to the motion, in June, the opposition House Leader tabled a motion asking for all files, documents, briefing notes, memoranda, emails, and other correspondence exchanged among government officials regarding SDTC. The motion was sent through, and the SDTC and associated parties either redacted the documents, withheld the documents, or outright refused to present the documents to the official opposition. This is a clear violation of our collective parliamentary privilege. In making his argument, the opposition House Leader referred to page 239 of parliamentary privilege in Canada, and I quote, "Disobedience to rules or orders represents an affront to the dignity of the House, and accordingly the House could take action not simply for satisfaction, but to ensure that the House of Commons is held in the respect necessary for its authority to be vindicated. Without proper respect, the House of Commons could not function." When the rules of parliamentary privilege and the House are disregarded, it undermines the authority and the powers the House can enact and diminishes its ability to govern properly. Let us not forget that it is not the government that decides which papers it must provide. It is the Parliament of Canada which decides which paper it needs. Without respecting the use of parliamentary privilege and obeying the orders of the House to produce and bring forward the requested documents, it displays a complete disregard of respect for the House, its authority, and our duty to Canadians to provide them with accurate and transparent information. And again, why does this matter? Well, it matters because we're in a housing crisis. We will not get out of the housing crisis without building more homes.
There seems to be a phone that's vibrating, and I just want to. I'm just not sure if it's on the member's desk or on the desk beside, but I just wanted to raise that because it's a problem for the interpreters. So I would just ask members maybe to take the vibration off of their phones and make sure that they're on silent mode. The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Again, Madam Speaker, $400 million matters because Canadians cannot afford a nice place to live. We will not get out of the housing crisis without building more homes. To build more homes, we need everyone pulling in the same direction. The federal government, the provincial government, municipalities, workers, and yes, the private sector. Demonizing, taxing, and blocking private sector involvement in Canada's housing market not only keeps us from solving the housing crisis, but actually makes things worse. Smart federal housing policy incentives the private sector smart federal housing policy incentivizes the private sector to build the housing people need across the housing spectrum instead of demonizing them. And that's what we've seen from this very government in our new policy to remove the GST on new homes under $1 million. We can't get to this important work because the government and the House of Commons has been hamstrung with this government refusal to put documents forward. So we either have to go into a carbon tax election, a housing tax election, or get to the bottom of why this government is so corrupt that they refuse to give Parliament the documents it requested. You know, since this government came to power, the price of a home in Canada has doubled. Monthly mortgage costs have more than doubled to over $3,500 per month. The average rent for a two-bedroom apartment in Canada's 10 biggest cities is over $2,300 a month, and 9 out of 10 young people in this country who do not own a home believe they never will. It now takes over 60% of one's income to cover the cost of owning a home. And according to the OECD, Canada has the largest gap between home prices and incomes of all developed countries. Canada has the fewest number of homes per capita in the G7, and the CMHC is predicting that housing starts will continue to decline by up to 32% right now. Now, the government has spoken a lot about their Housing Accelerator Fund that has actually led to no homes despite billions of dollars more of taxpayer dollars wasted. In fact, my community of Abbotsford was one of the communities that received money under this plan. And you know what? Know what the city of Abbotsford is doing right now, Madam Speaker? They're about to increase the DCC charges by 46% and levy a new $7,800 tax on all new homes built to pay for our recreation infrastructure deficit. As a young parent, I understand the need for effective recreational opportunities for our youth, but it should not come on the backs of Canadians who want to purchase their very first home. What we need to do, Madam Speaker, is incentivize more home construction. And how are we going to get there? It's to push municipalities to approve more homes quickly, to incentivize them with infrastructure dollars to densify, to build up around our transportation statements so Canadians can get to work faster, save more money, and live in the community where they are in fact working. We can do this. We are a country of resilience, but unfortunately, we've had a government that's had $90 billion directed towards housing, and all they can do is point to the statistics that I raised earlier, that housing is more expensive, that rent is more expensive, that young people don't have an opportunity to get into the market. Indeed, the Liberal record on housing is so bad that young people are giving up on owning a home and in some cases thinking about moving south of the border because there's more opportunities there. The Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation that says that Canada needs a total housing stock of over 22 million units by 2030. To reach 22 million units by 2030, the CMHC says we must build 3.5 million more units beyond what we are building right now. The CMHC says those 3.5 million units that are required by 2030 will require an investment of at least $1 trillion to build. The CMHC says we need increased participation from the private sector to meet those goals. And that's exactly what the Conservative Party is saying as well. Let's incentivize the private sector to play a larger role in home construction. And it's not just the Conservative Party saying this. TD Economics came out with a study in September about the productivity crisis we're facing in Canada. That report said that the crisis is no more worse than in home building construction, and we need to incentivize private sector players to get back into building homes that Canadians need, where they can live the Canadian dream. So as I turn back to the parliamentary motion before us, it is about the production of documents, but more importantly, it's what this government is signaling to the entire country. That corruption is okay, that mismanagement of public funds is okay, and that the rules that have governed our country since we came into inception don't seem to matter anymore. Madam Speaker, I don't know if this government, with the 24 backbenchers who stood against the Prime Minister, I'm calling on them to stand with the Conservative Party, to have a carbon tax election now, to have a housing tax election now, just to have an election, because it's clear that Canadians don't have confidence in the Prime Minister and that this House of Commons really doesn't have confidence in this Prime Minister any longer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to honourable member's speech and he mentioned about cost of living and rent. I would like to have his comments on first on the rent thing. The rent rates are softening. In fact, in Vancouver, the rents are 7% down this August compared to the same month last year. In fact, this is the 9th consecutive month that the rents are going down in Vancouver. In Toronto, the rent in August was 7% down compared to the same month last year, and the 7th month is consecutively going down. On the cost of living, Madam Speaker, the Canadian Consumer Confidence Index is at its 30 months high on the back of the low inflation rate of 1.6% and the interest rate cut fourth time to 3.75%. I would like to ask the member his comments on these facts.
Honourable for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
Sure, right. In the last year, but it's still up over 50% over the last 9 years. You could look at rent, but if you look at the overall cost of living, food bank usage is soaring, mortgage costs are up, purchasing general goods is up, buying groceries is up. Everything costs more because of the policies of the government that member supports. 7% isn't enough relief to give people hope again. We need something radically different than what this government is doing, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable for Saskatoon Grassroots.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, this afternoon. Thank you. You know, Madam Speaker, we're talking about $400 million here. It's a big number, $400 million. And we all know the cost of living is up. We all know the food banks in this country have seen lineups out the door. The carbon tax is a big issue. Housing, I mean, this member comes from BC. BC is one of the highest housing costs in the entire world, not the country, the world. Yet this $8 million budget overrun, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, is not helping Canadians with the cost of living. To the member from BC with the highest cost of living in the entire world, we can blame the Liberals, and everyone in BC knows the problem, certainly in your hometown of Abbotsford.
Member, I don't live in Abbotsford, so I just want to make sure that he's addressing questions through the speaker and not to, and not directly to the member. The honourable member of Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
Well, Madam Speaker, I have to say on an MP salary, you might have a hard time affording a mortgage in the community in which I live today. You know, when we talk about the $8 billion budget overrun, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, people in Abbotsford say, you know what, we produce a large portion of all the chicken, eggs, dairy, fruit, and other vegetables that are consumed in the province of British Columbia. They're grown down the street from where I live, but I can't afford them anymore because the carbon tax is so high. I can't afford them anymore because my taxes are so high. I can't afford them anymore because commuting 100 kilometers to and from work every day has drained my bank account. Madam Speaker, people are scared in British Columbia. The severity of the challenges we face are only heightened where I live. Heightened with young Canadians and newcomers who said, what happened to the Canadian dream? What happened to the way of life I thought existed in Canada. What happened to the government of Canada? I thought they were supposed to be a force for good, but all they have done is rob me of my well-being and the future of my children.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I don't know Stephen Chaplin, but to the best of my knowledge, I've never met him. There's an interesting story in the Hill Times, and I would recommend every Conservative member read the article. And I quote what he has to say. Now, he's the former senior legal counsel of the Office of the House Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel. He says, and I quote, "It is time for the House to admit its overreach before the matter inevitably finds its way to the courts, which do have the ability to determine and limit the House's powers, often beyond what the House may like." Goes on, Madam Speaker. "It is time for the House of Commons to admit it was wrong and to move on." And that's talking about the production of papers. Whether it's this particular individual, the RCMP, the Conservatives are abusing power. And it's no different than the leader of the Conservative Party today in refusing to get foreign interference. It's time that the Conservatives start abiding by the rules, respect the law, and do the right thing, and act what's in Canadians' best interest, not the leader of the Conservative Party's best interest.
Member for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
Madam Speaker, I wish the member from Winnipeg North would review the Speaker's ruling where he found a prima facie case of privilege. Had the government, had Cabinet listened to the orders of Parliament months ago, we could have either been into a carbon tax election today or gotten to the bottom of their very corruption.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks and the theme that he touched upon about betrayal in public trust. And that's what it is. It really resonated with me, those words, betrayal of public trust. And that's what that green slush fund scandal is all about, a $400 million waste. Well, the cost of living is up, food bank use is up, carbon tax is up, housing taxes are up. In my community, 1 in 7 residents is visiting Project Share, our food bank. Project Share now feeds 120 families a day. Perhaps my colleague could touch upon why does he think this government is so lack in wanting to provide those documents, and perhaps he can tell us what those $400 million could provide hardworking Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
You know, as I was on Industry Committee, I heard the testimony of Annette Verschaeren. She refused to answer any basic questions. I've heard the testimony of the former industry, Mr. Baines, who now works for, I believe, Rogers Communication, and they were indifferent about the cost of living crisis that is impacting Canada. This government seems to only care about one thing, protecting Liberal friends and insiders from their duty to serve Canadians. Time and time again, we have asked this government, we have pleaded with this government to come clean with Canadians about their corruption and their criminal activity as it relates to the $400 million in the SDTC or Green Slush Fund. They refuse to do so because they're afraid of accountability, and they are hiding behind the cloak of false constitutional arguments to protect their friends and insiders.
Then comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, allow me to be crystal clear. The leader of the Conservative Party today is abusing the power of Parliament. That is something that is becoming very well established. The leader of the Conservative Party today continues to refuse to get the security clearance, which is not in the best interest of Canadians, and it is unacceptable that the leader of the Conservative Party is putting his personal interests ahead of the interests of Canadians. The leader of the Conservative Party needs to step up to the plate and do the honourable thing, not only get the security clearance, but also stop the game that he's playing today.
It is abuse of parliamentary privilege, I would argue, Madam Speaker.
Order. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's, he doesn't have the floor. I would ask him to hold off on his comment. The honourable member for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
The member from Winnipeg North has forgotten my quote from page 239 of Parliamentary Privilege in Canada. Disobedience to rules or orders represents an affront to the dignity of the House, and accordingly, the House could take action, not simply for satisfaction, but to ensure that the House of Commons is held in the respect necessary for its authority to be vindicated. That is what the loyal official opposition is doing. We are standing up for the rights of all parliamentarians, for the rights of Canadians to have accountability with their taxpayer money that government abused, that government doesn't care about. While they suffer at the food bank, they rest knowing that they are obfuscating this House and the well-being and interests of Canadian citizens who just want to get ahead and live their lives accordingly, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What a beautiful day, Halloween, to tell spooky stories of the Liberal government and their cronies who have been stuffing candy in their bags since 2015. And there are many spooky tales to tell. Over the last 9 years, we have entered many haunted houses and found many skeletons in closets in our efforts to shine a light on Liberal scandals. From the sponsorship scandal to the Green Slush Fund scandal we are seeing today, it's all the same thing wearing one costume, the costume of the Liberal Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, I am honored to rise in the House this evening to proudly represent the interests of the people of Lévis-Lotbinière. I am pleased that I have the opportunity to do right by hard-working Canadians who deserve better than to have their hard-earned cash used for partisan purposes or placed in the pockets of Liberal Party donors, something that we have seen all too often. And let's not forget all of those who managed to get privileged access to ministers so they could talk about their pet projects that tend to serve their own interests and harm those of Canadians and of Canada. Madam Speaker, this is the second time I'm speaking on this current motion of privilege. And the heart of the problem is still the same. The Liberal government still refuses to send unredacted documents to the police so that they can do their job and determine the scale of the corruption identified by our Auditor General. What really saddens me in all this, Madam Speaker, is that, once again, the Liberal Party and their Prime Minister are destroying the dreams, the trust, the respect, and the hope of Canadians. Madam Speaker, let's go back over the facts. The Auditor General identified irregularities in the granting process for businesses receiving money from the Green Fund, a fund intended to help businesses develop solutions to greenhouse gas emissions. In the Conservative Party, we believe that technology is the best way to reduce our carbon footprint. As such, it is a future pathway for Canada, something distinct from punitive measures and anti-economic measures like the carbon tax, measures which burden Canadian workers and families. Despite this, Madam Speaker, Sustainable Development Technology Canada gave a significant portion of money from its budget to businesses that belong to members of its own board, a board which is made up of long-standing Liberal insiders. The rigorous merit-based selection process has been chucked out the window, and what has been put in place is an arbitrary approach that benefits Liberal cronies. Forget about fairness. For the Liberal Party, it's more important to help out their buddies. It is Liberal unfairness that has undermined Canadians' trust in their government. Let's go back over it, Mr. Speaker. Handouts to some businesses, but not others. Favoritism. Punitive taxes imposed on certain sectors. A distorted capital gains tax. All of these are ingredients that went into the Liberals' cauldron. If the price of this government was just a few embarrassing selfies from time to time, the music must eventually end and the masks must eventually come off. The bill of systematic Liberal incompetence has been the worst consequences our country has ever seen. We can barely recognize our country after 9 years of this government. Currently, more than 2 million people have to line up at food banks because of this government's failed policies. More than at any other point in Canadian history, a 90% increase over 2019. As former Finance Minister Bill Morneau wrote in his memoir, the Prime Minister is less interested in good public policy and more interested in scoring political points. It is easy to see, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister's star has faded. Many people are wondering, is the Prime Minister in it for Canadians or for himself? As someone who has been in politics since 2006, I can tell you that if the Prime Minister truly supported Canadians' interests, he would call elections rather than refusing an order by the House to provide documents on the Green Slush Fund to the authorities. It is this Prime Minister's decision that is causing the current paralysis affecting the House, paralysis which is reasonable and legitimate. Meanwhile, our teary-eyed blockiste colleagues are playing the victim card because all of their maneuvers have left them empty-handed. They've said that now they are actually ready to stand up and do the work, but when the time comes to vote for common sense, the Bloc shows their opportunism and hypocrisy. At the end of the day, whether the Liberals are being propped up by the Bloc or the NDP, it's all the same. They're the same people wearing different costumes. We now have the ultimate proof, Mr. Speaker, that even in a minority government context, the Bloc Québécois cannot secure gains for Quebecers or Canadians. They simply have no influence. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc is very good at strutting around bragging for the work done by others, but facts are facts, and the best way to describe the blocistes is all talk, no action. Mr. Speaker, there is one word on the lips of all of my constituents. That word is elections. My constituents are fed up with this feckless Prime Minister. They say they want to see elections immediately so that they can hold this minority government to account. The costs of housing have more than doubled, and an entire generation has already had to bid farewell to their dream of home ownership. In the Canada I once knew, Mr. Speaker, anyone with a good job and a salary could eventually secure home ownership and dignity for themselves. But today, this foundational aspect of our society is at risk because of Liberal mismanagement. The Liberal government failed to meet its own goal to build housing at the same pace as population growth. The immigration tap has been turned on to full blast with no consideration for the ability or inability of governments to offer services. These crazy policies have caused the Canadian consensus on immigration to crumble. Canadians are the most welcoming people on earth. But when the government ended common sense immigration policies like we had under the previous Conservative government, it led to anti-immigration sentiment throughout the country. So much anti-immigration sentiment that the Liberals have had to go back on their dogmatic position. And earlier this week, they announced a 20% reduction in immigration levels. Mr. Speaker, Canadians were shocked to hear this, but unfortunately, it's probably too little, too late. I dream of going back to the days of the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, in whose government I had the honour to serve. Back then, immigration levels were something that brought Canadians together rather than dividing them. It is still not too late for this government to do what the Conservatives want them to do. They can put in place a common-sense measure by aligning the immigration levels with the pace of housing construction. The Conservatives will put in place a mathematical formula to adhere to this principle and bring prices down. We will also put in place a mathematical formula to ensure that the number of doctors and jobs grows faster than the population does. This would be very different from what this Liberal government is doing, namely out-of-control immigration. I recently read an article in La Presse, an article by Boucard Diouf. He wrote that history will remember Justin Trudeau's government as a government that led to a significant increase of intolerance in Canada. I will quote from the article. The Prime Minister's naive view on immigration and societal cohesion has bent Canada towards greater intolerance. And then the Prime Minister has the nerve to go after Quebec for any sort of intolerant remark. He's been doing this since 2015. This, when recent polling has shown that Quebec is the province that is most open to immigration. The Prime Minister even chucked 2 women out of his caucus, Judy Wilson-Raybould and Selena Caesar Chavannes. While they were not part of the same party as me, I recognize that they are 2 great examples of intelligent, courageous politicians. Ms. Caesar Chavannes reminded us in an interview this week how little consideration the Prime Minister had for his colleagues and the nasty sort of person that he was. She brought up a number of incidents where she had to deal with the man she served as parliamentary secretary. He even tried to influence the date she left the caucus because he said he could not have 2 women of color leave on the same day. It's this sort of behavior that shows the extent to which the Prime Minister is more concerned with his image than with Canadians. The former MP for Whitby also said that when she would meet with the Prime Minister to try and work out their differences, he showed so much scorn and so much hatred that she had never been so scared to be alone in a room with someone in her life. The Prime Minister apologized to her before the House of Commons, something that she described as cowardly. Mr. Speaker, I am going back over these events to show how phony this Prime Minister truly is. For weeks, he has refused to obey an order from the House. This has paralyzed the House. We now wonder what the Prime Minister is really trying to hide. What political pressure is he putting on his MPs to hide information and push agendas? Is he treating them the same way he did Jody Wilson-Raybould in the SNC-Lavalin affair? Mr. Speaker, people have already left the Liberal Party because of unjustified pressure. Now, 24 members of the Liberal Party are calling for the Prime Minister to step down. They're trying to have a secret ballot vote. It is obvious that the Prime Minister's departure is overdue. It's time to go back to normalcy and transparency. It's also time to go back to the days of where good paychecks could allow Canadians to live in dignity. It's time to stop subjecting future generations to out-of-control spending and out-of-control inflation. And now, Mr. Speaker, we see that the Liberals are dusting off the idea of a high-speed train. I wonder how much that will cost. It's always fun to see Liberals dress up as snake oil salesmen for Halloween. Do they even have the intention to build the train, Mr. Speaker? Well, if they did want to build a train, they would have made it a priority back in 2015 rather than waiting until the last minute when they were running around panicking due to scandals. The only people who still believe in this Liberal government seem to be the NDP. They really are beating that dead horse. It's worth wondering, what is the NDP's problem even? What is motivating the NDP to systematically give their support to this government? Does their leader want to get his pension?
Is it because they don't have enough money to run their campaign? Are there organizational problems? Not enough volunteers? What about election signs? It's really hard to know what's going on in the heads of these new Democrats. They're more scared of an election than they are of Halloween. This Liberal Bloc coalition was woke up quickly to realize that that time was running out, and the leader looked very sheepish. This Sovereigntist Party that wanted to take the Federalist Party hostage realized that their ultimatum wasn't going anywhere, and now the Senate is not obliged to do anything with regard to going forward on C-282. Because the Bloc wanted to score political points, it undermined legitimate requests from farmers. The failure of the Bloc strategy shows the limits of this party, which has not accomplished anything since it was created. Why should the Bloc support 182 times this government, and instead of toppling it, nothing? Furthermore, the Bloc's support for over $500 billion of estimates from this Liberal government shows that they are simply in cahoots with them. The Bloc leader has always supported Justin Trudeau in his measures that increased crime. Point of order. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member knows full well that the members cannot be named. I think he mentioned the Prime Minister. He said it.
On va regarder ça de proche.
We'll look at that closely, the Honourable Member for Lévis-le-Bonnier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I did make a mistake, I do apologize, but I'm convinced that my colleague is perhaps hearing things. I'm not sure. So on we go. Today, the Bloc leader has always supported I think we have another point of order. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, there's a privilege motion that we're really sick of hearing about, except that my colleague has not yet mentioned it. He's talked about the NDP, he's talked about the Bloc, the Liberals, he's talked about all kinds of things, but not at all about the question of privilege. I'm sure he's just as sick of it too, but thank you. Point of debate. I think that the questions are perhaps not quite relevant. The Honourable Member. My colleague just has to go back to the beginning of my speech where I did mention it. Today, street gangs are distributing drugs in high schools without any punishment at all. And unfortunately, this happens in my riding of Lévis-Vaubynière. The Lévis police forces have been obliged to put more officers on the streets because a criminal gang is trying to recruit young people from high schools. Luckily, additional prevention services were given to the students by the police, which is considering increasing its officers on the streets to solve the problem. And the quantities of drugs available have increased drastically. In a recent report in Le Devoir, we learned that 28 kilograms of cannabis were seized in Quebec high schools over the past 5 years. And look at these other substances that have been seized. Speed, 802 pills. Prescription drugs, 499 pills. Opioids, 264 pills. ecstasy 51, magic mushrooms 219 grams, cocaine 137 grams, crystal meth 35 grams, and 27 grams of crack. And that is just the tip of the iceberg. There are more and more teenagers who are dying suddenly after taking drugs, which does, and in addition, other young people suffer from this consumption all their lives. This is an entire generation that has been poisoned, and their parents are inconsolable. These are dangerous and addictive drugs, and what does the Bloc do in the meantime? It does not make this a priority because the party supports the Prime Minister because the Bloc is soft on crime. You never hear the leader of the Bloc Québécois speak out against the Liberal measures that have led to this public disorder. The leader supported Bill C-5 on the pretext of helping addicts and people in our communities eliminate a number of mandatory minimums for very serious crimes. And this allowed traffickers to go unpunished. And the Bloc leader has the same naive approach as the Liberals to harm reduction. Now, the Conservative approach wants to understand drug victims, and it wants to promote treatments the associated treatments to help these poor people get better, but not at the price of law and order, not at the price of innocent victims who have made the mistake of trying these drugs and gotten hooked. The Bloc doesn't scare the Prime Minister, and so it's enough of these soft on crime sentences and Netflix sentences at home, especially when it's the entire youth of a country that's affected. I'm almost done, Mr. Speaker. I know you're going to be happy about that. In closing, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has one more chance to disguise himself as Superman. If the Liberals stop their arrogance, listen to this House, obey the orders of the Speaker, and hand over the documents to the RCMP, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals have given so many candies out to their cronies that they are going to have to use the dental plan to cure all these cavities.
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Sherbrooke. Well, we finally heard the speech and the end of the speech, but we can see that the leader of the opposition doesn't want to get a security clearance to get security briefings. What does my colleague think about the fact that the RCMP and the Auditor General and legal counselors have all said that it is for security that this should happen? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lauvinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, speaking of safety, I would like to see this government. I would like to know why they haven't worked on public safety. People want to sell drugs and destroy the lives of Canadian children. So something has to be done. Will this government finally do something? Questions and comments?
And I'd like to thank the member for his performance. That was great to hear his presentation. I just wanted to, before I ask him my question, I know that my constituents are starting to probably go trick-or-treating. Hope that all Canadians during this evening, while they're trick-or-treating, do have a safe trick-or-treat and to make sure that your treats that you're getting are safe, to check your candies before you give them to your children. And during this debate, during this filibuster, we've been treated a lot with a lot of tricks. I think that we have a lot of tricking going on with the filibuster, including giving figures like what the NDP leader's pension is. We've heard $910,000, whereas the leader of the opposition, once he gets his pension, will be $3.4 million. And I wonder if the member can do some math for us and tell us what that difference will be in their pensions, and maybe share with us that maybe we need to get back to representing our constituents' needs and getting this to committee so that we could address urgent matters.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Obviously, all of us in this House, especially on this side, we all want to work for the interests of Canadians, but unfortunately the only solution towards doing that is to allow Canadians to choose their government. And we're at the end of this minority government. This Prime Minister and his party are on life support, so will the NDP finally vote with us in order to give hope to Canadians? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I must say I am profoundly convinced that my colleague is a hypocrite. He has spoken for 20 minutes, and he accuses Liberals of all the crimes. No, calling people a hypocrite is non-parliamentary language. Can the member find something different to describe his colleague? Thank you. The Honourable Member. A liar?
Okay, hypocrite, menteur.
Hypocrite, liar. All right, I retract hypocrite and liar, because it's as if that for this past 20 minutes, he criticized everyone in this House, and he said, we are ready to govern, but they're not ready to govern at all. They're not ready. They love having the Liberals in power. So, we are ready for a confidence motion. Now we're ready to vote on a confidence motion. They are not ready. They've been wasting time in this House for the past weeks. So we're just wasting all this time because of them. When are they finally going to stop with this motion and finally go forward with a confidence motion? We are ready to topple this government. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind my colleague of all the wasted time of the existence of the Bloc since 1993. 3 bills. They changed 2 riding names, and they created one national day. That's the record of this party's achievement since 93. Questions and comments? Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I'd like to thank my colleague. That was an excellent answer, but he could have gone on because he didn't even mention the things that Bloc did and didn't do, because over the past 30 days, they say they're ready for action, but they could have voted with us on confidence motions a couple of times recently. Now, Mr. Speaker, here's my question for my colleague. The cost of living is up, the use of the food bank is up, taxes are up, housing taxes are up, everything is up in Canada. The cost of everything is up, and that makes it hard for Canadians to make ends meet. They don't have enough money for groceries, for heat, for housing. And those are realities we see in our ridings. It's not in some imaginary world, it's at home. And now, we've got this government who won't hand over documents regarding a $400 million scandal. I would like my colleague to tell us what we could be done with $400 million. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. That's an excellent question, and he is also an excellent member for his riding. He's legendary now. Now, $400 million, well, we could feed Canadians, and because we wouldn't need food banks anymore. This Liberal doesn't care about food banks. And so think of all we could do to feed Canadians. They need stable jobs. They need more money in their pockets. They need lower taxes. The carbon tax alone has doubled the cost of living, Mr. Speaker. but we are going to eliminate this abusive tax for Canadians. So let's have an election very quickly. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, happy birthday. Rumor has it you're 55 or something like that today. And if I could sing, I would. Happy birthday. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, I want to be able to quote Stephen Chaplin, a story in the Hill Times, and I highly recommend every Conservative. Here's a homework assignment for you all. Go and read the article. If you understand the article, you'll understand what you're doing wrong and why it is you should not be supporting this leader, the leader of the Conservative Party's initiative. The essence is, it is time for the House to admit its overreach before the matter inevitably finds its way to the courts, which do have the ability to determine and limit the House's powers, often beyond what the House may like. Stephen Chaplin is an individual that members need to take a note of. And it's the leader of the Conservative Party believes that he can use his abuse of powers to override Parliament, much like when he was the Parliamentary Secretary to Stephen Harper, who was held in contempt of Parliament. I would suggest to my Conservative friends across the way that while they ask and beg their leader to do what's right on getting the security clearance, putting Canadians ahead of his own personal leadership in the Conservative Party, let's put Canadians ahead, get the security clearance, and let's stop the game. Stop the abuse that we're seeing on the floor of the House of Commons.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say to Mr. Chaplin, Charlie Chaplin, you know, he was a famous, actor, but I wish my colleague across would be less mute about the scandals that his government has been guilty of. I've never heard my colleague criticize the Green Slush Fund or the sponsorship scandal, SNC-Lavalin. They never mention it. So, in addition to being mute, he's blind, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise in this House today to speak to this privilege motion, which has now been going on for a month. So I am quite frustrated because we're still having to discuss over and over this masquerade. This is a scandal that underlines the scorn this Liberal government has for the citizens of this country. Mr. Speaker, it has been paralyzing this House for the past month. It is the scandal of STDC, and I'm going to be using the acronym for the rest of my speech. Once again, the Liberal government has betrayed the trust of Canadians by diverting some $400 million of public funds for its cronies. As usual, it has tried to hide its errors and sweep them under the rug. But we are not going to let them go unpunished, and we promise that. This House ordered the production of the documents to get to the truth, and we required all of these documents, including essential documents, so that the RCMP could investigate in depth the dubious activities of this Liberal government. By asking for this, Mr. Speaker, we are not asking the Liberals for a favor. We're asking them to simply respect Canadians and the authority of this House, especially yours, and also respect the authority of all Canadians that we represent in this House. This is a request that is part of a legitimate exercise of the powers of this House. It is a request that represents the interests of all Canadians. In fact, what is this Liberal government doing? Well, it's doing what it does best. it is shirking its responsibilities and circumventing any decisions that would make it uncomfortable. It is refusing to hand over the documents, which is what we're calling for. We want these documents that are unredacted. That's not very complicated. And so Mr. Speaker, this is a grave breach of privilege. It's not only that, it's an outrage to our privilege. It is an attack on this democratic institution, and it's shameful. We must understand, with regard to STDC, we're not just talking about a few errors or administrative omissions. It is a deliberate strategy, something that was carefully crafted to protect all of those who benefit from this corruption to the detriment of the honest citizens of this country.
This isn't the first time I've risen to speak about this over the past month. I'm on the Industry Committee. With my colleagues, we've heard from a series of witnesses there. And some of my colleagues also heard from people on this topic at other committees. Yesterday, former Liberal Minister of Industry, who was part of a so-called independent organization, also appeared. Now we know that finally they had to slash that fund because the level of corruption in the fund finally came to light, thanks to us. They say it was an arm's length organization, but actually it was the minister who decided to put an end to it. So clearly they do control it. Again, this is nothing new or isolated. The Auditor General report published in June shows some very shocking details. STTC gave hundreds of millions of dollars to ineligible projects or projects with conflicts of interest. These ineligible projects were projects where there was no environmental advantage, because the whole point of STTC, and this is a program that's existed for some time, the whole point of it was to use...
C'est pour moi, ça? C'est ton téléphone, je pense.
That's not my phone. Oh, I'll just ask whoever is looking for their telephone.
Ben, ils ont peut-être perdu le téléphone, donc ils ont pesé le bouton de chercher.
Maybe they lost their phone and they're using the Find My Phone function. Okay, the honourable member from Manille-les-Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much. So these ineligible projects are those that had no environmental advantages, because the whole point of SDTC is to support environmental green projects. And so the idea here, and this is what we still want, by the way, in the Conservative Party, we want to help people. Instead of using carbon taxes, we want to help people with new technologies for the environment. But in this case, the Liberals seem to forget that this was a sustainable technology fund, not a way to help their buddies. So $58 million were invested in projects that had nothing to do with sustainable development, completely non-eligible projects. That's $58 million that were wasted with no tangible results for the environment. It's very galling. I'm a businessman, and I don't get this kind of thing. Other SMEs in Canada don't either. What we want is that when there are green technologies, we want these technologies to be effective. But instead, this sum, $58 million, was completely wasted. And then on top of that, there's this shockingly high sum, $338 million, that were distributed under circumstances of flagrant conflict of interest. This is not something that is just according to the Conservative Party of Canada. The Auditor General of Canada is the one who checked this, who looked into all the documents. She actually had to stop because she didn't have enough time, because this is just the tip of the iceberg. If she had more time, we might have even more of these cases. How can we accept this kind of thing? It's completely inappropriate. Just on a personal note, after I lost an election in 2011 by only 9 votes, I went back to school as a business administrator, or in the business administration program at Laval University. This was something that took place over a course that was offered over the course of several weekends. And I quickly learned that when you're managing public funds, and I was a mayor, I was previously a mayor, and prior to becoming mayor, I was actually a supplier for the municipality, but I quickly realized, I knew that when I became a mayor, I could no longer work with the municipality in that way. So this is a bit of a digression. But in 2015, this government appointed members of the board who were friends of the Liberal Party. We know perfectly well that there are plenty of diplomas offered in Canada at all sorts of universities to train people to administer organizations like companies, public and private companies, organizations, funds. These are people who have all the training they need for this kind of thing. And so there's really no need to appoint people who, in many cases, had already received money from SDTC prior to that. Now, of course, these people did declare that they had potential conflicts of interest, but they didn't do anything to avoid receiving money after they were appointed to the board, even though there were plenty of other people in Canada who could have been members of the board instead. And then later, we hear from the Liberals that they just didn't have the right information, that they got bad legal opinions. Well, what I would say is that I spent a few weekends at university to understand more about business administration, and we learned very simple things. It's really very basic. You can't receive money directly or indirectly from the organization that you are operating. Look, as an MP, I can offer all kinds of services, but I can't offer them to myself because it's very simple. I would be in a conflict of interest. In order to become an MP, I also have to distance myself from my own business. And that's just how it is. It's completely normal in business. So, in addition, this is taxpayer money. This $334 million could have been invested in sustainable projects. But instead, it went into the pockets of the wealthiest. It's typical Liberal policy. Once again, they're making the rich richer. This type of scandal should never happen. This government should be doing something to protect public funds and ensure that every taxpayer dollar is used appropriately. These actions at SDTC and the Liberal government's total lack of restraint or of ability to restrain the actions of the fund. They've admitted it here in this House. They admitted that they messed up. They put an end to the fund. They took the money and sent it to another department, the minister's department, so that they can continue investing in green technology. So they actually completely scrapped the board of SDTC. They were right to do that. That was the only thing that could be done at that point. So the complete lack of action taken by the government shows that this government, even though it claims to be a champion for transparency and good management, it's really disturbing to think about that. In 2015, this government and Prime Minister arrived and said that they were going to be the most transparent government in history. And yet, it's actually the exact opposite. It's the worst government in terms of transparency that we've ever seen. They not only failed to check what was being done with the money, but still today they're trying to hide the truth. And this is by no means an isolated example of this government's behavior. The Liberals have a string of scandals behind them, each more shocking than the last. They haven't been able to excel as a government, but they have excelled in terms of corruption. This Liberal government has always prioritized protecting itself and its allies instead of protecting the public, the Canadians that elected it. I would just remind my colleagues across the way that it is our constituents who enable us to be here to represent them, not to make them poorer and to lie to them. So coming back to what I was saying, we need to understand that this SDTC scandal is not an isolated case, but rather it's a great example of the modus operandi of this government. Conflicts of interest seem to be the norm, not the exception. How can this government expect to be trusted by Canadians when it prioritizes its buddies above and beyond taxpayers? Sorry, I've lost track of time. How much time is left, Mr. Speaker? I have 10 minutes left. Great. And this contempt that they've shown towards Canadians is completely unacceptable. In fact, it's deeply insulting. Meanwhile, Canadians are struggling to house and feed themselves, to pay for gas and other aspects of the cost of living, which is extremely high. We're all hearing that in our writings. We all know that the cost of living is far too high. This weekend, I was in my riding, and I met with some people. People are constantly calling my office. People are struggling. People are really having trouble making ends meet. Interest is higher, inflation is high. People are completely stuck with the current cost of living. And we can chalk up this increase in the cost of living to the current government's policies. And we know that the Canadian situation with the debt increasing, when we compare it to the US, we're really struggling with our per capita GDP. Things are really bad for Canadians compared to Americans, which was not the case only recently. This morning at the Industry Committee, Mr. Charles Lebois, a Dalhousie University professor, came to appear at the committee. And he explained to us that the cost of living will only keep increasing. And then in La Presse this morning, there was an article that said that we should get ready because next year the cost of meat will be much higher. And things are already expensive. Like, for example, I saw a package with 2 T-bones at the grocery store the other day that cost $87. I could barely believe my eyes. And now we're seeing that interest fees on credit cards are going up too. Not only for users but also for businesses. We know those fees are going up and up and up. This is how the big banks are making money. Whereas in other countries, there are set fees, which are much lower than what we have here in Canada. These are all parts of the problem. This government has not made good decisions, which means that people are now completely overwhelmed with the bills they have to pay. And the end result is that Canadians just can't meet their daily needs. So what we have to say to this government is that if they really want us to move on and start talking about something else after a month of debating this, we're simply asking them to give us the documents. What do they have to hide? That's so important that they can't simply hand over the documents. I really think this government needs to start doing things differently because people are fed up. This government seems to be in a bubble. It seems to be completely disconnected from the people that they're supposed to be representing. And when I was in my riding last week, people keep telling me that they want an election as soon as possible, that they are sick of this government and that they need change. In my riding, there are many, many small businesses, and I'm very proud of that. I myself am a proud entrepreneur. I've been a businessman for 33 years. And I'm proud because my daughter just took over part of the business, and it's really a family. We're really a family business, and we work very hard. Just like all entrepreneurs, we work hard to create quality, well-paid jobs. And that's the most important thing for people in business, is to create jobs. Small businesses in my riding are going through a very difficult period. I speak with small businesses every day. These business owners are having a very difficult time in this economic situation. And when I think about this SDTC scandal, I really have trouble finding the right words to express how I feel because it's hard to stay polite when I'm so upset about the situation. With the endless scandals of this government, money just seems to evaporate. And then the chair of the board, Ms. Verschuren, came to see us and said, well, I'm not a member anymore, so I have no further responsibility in the matter. Well, I'm sorry, but she was there when these decisions were made. You can't just race off and disappear and say, no, it's not my responsibility anymore. Oh, SDGC doesn't exist anymore. Okay, it's not my fault. I'm not responsible anymore. No, someone has to take responsibility for what happened. For those who were on the board at the time and who simply gave themselves money. And the worst part is that as entrepreneurs, we all suffered through the COVID crisis. And yet for the lucky people who got money from the Green Slush Fund, well, those people gave themselves 5% of all of the loans handed out, just like that. Well, I'm so sorry, but other businesses did not just get 5% of loans that they had to take out at the bank. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of work left to do, and the Liberals really need to hand over these documents as quickly as possible. Before moving to questions and comments, I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that Mary Simon, Governor-General of Canada, has granted royal assent in written form to the following bill on October 31st, 2024. Thank you very much. Secretary to the Governor-General, the bill assented to on Thursday, October 31st, 2024, an act establishing the Public Complaints and Review Commission and amending certain acts and statutory instruments. Bill C-20.
House that a communication has been received. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by a written declaration to the bill listed in the schedule to this letter on the 31st day of October 2024 at 5:05. Sincerely, Ken McKillop, Secretary to the Governor-General. Bill assented to, Thursday, October 31st, 2024, an act establishing the Public Complaints and Review Commission and amending certain acts and statutory instruments, Bill C-20. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his speech, My colleague talked about the diploma he received. I congratulate him on his efforts on going back to school, but we offered free training to the leader of the opposition. We'd be happy for him to take us up on the security briefing. But in any case, moving on, everyone in this House is in agreement. We should all vote to move this matter to committee. With that in mind, I am wondering why my colleague wants to keep paralyzing this House of Commons, and if he really cares about his constituents who come to see him and who come to ask him for help, why won't he let us vote on this, refer it to committee, and then Parliament can continue working hard to help Canadians? The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lisée, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what's so hard for these Liberals to understand. The matter is simple. Through this question of privilege, we are asking the government to grant unredacted access to documents to the RCMP. It's really not that hard to understand. If they do that, then we can get back to work.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech with great attention. It was a great speech. I don't understand the NDP's current influence over the Liberal Party of Canada. It looks like they're propping them up artificially. I wonder if my colleague would like to tell us what this looks like to Canadians. The Honourable Member from Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, in my region, we often talk about holding someone by the balls in my riding. And that it looks like that's what's happening. The reality that we are seeing in Parliament is that you seem to be making faces at me, so I'm not going to repeat my phrase, but it looks like the opposition leader has this government corner pressed against the wall, if you will. Despite the fact that the government is saying one thing and its opposite. The government says that we want to help Canadians because they're struggling, they're having trouble paying their bills. And yet the NDP is still propping them up even after tearing up the agreements. I wonder if the NDP leader is doing this to get his pension. If it's not because of the pension, why isn't he allowing for elections?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member mentioned the testimony this morning at the Industry Committee. I would like to ask him, in the same committee this morning, the Superintendent of Bankruptcy told us that the insolvencies and bankruptcies today are less than the pre-pandemic level, and in fact they're even less than the 2009 levels when there was fiscal meltdown in the country. This is because our plan is working. Our actions, our programs are yielding the results that Canadians deserve. Today, the Canadian Consumer Confidence Index is at 30 months high on the back of the low inflation rate of 1.6%, interest rate down for the fourth time at 3.75%, and the economy is Canadian economy is projected to be the best among all the G7 countries in 2025, and this is the reason why the things are much better than what it is made out to be. I would like to have my honourable friend's opinion on this.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. That was a great question. I wonder if he's trying to say to Canadians that things have never been so good. He's saying that the Superintendent of Bankruptcy is saying that there are fewer bankruptcies now. Well, it's because a number of bankruptcies have been very narrowly avoided. So there's fewer bankruptcies, but more people who are on the verge of bankruptcy. So now, and banks are able to enter into agreements with people to stave off bankruptcy. That's the current context that affecting both Canadian businesses and Canadian households. People are, sorry, I speak like I do in daily life. And I'm sure you're going to, if I said everything I wanted to, you would want to bleep me out. But I would say that the situation is not that great. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
My colleague's speeches, and I love the work he does on the industry committee with him. I'd like him to comment, though, in the keeping of the theme that he was just asked about this morning's industry committee. We also had the person known as the food professor appear, Professor Charlebois from Dalhousie University from the great province of Nova Scotia. I know, Mr. Speaker, you love dearly. And Professor Charlebois outlined a very shocking stat in his latest report, and that's that 46% of Gen Z are emptying their savings or borrowing money to pay for food. 46%. That's an astounding number. And for millennials who have families and mortgages, that number's 35%. And he said it's growing quite a bit. What do you think might have caused that situation?
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lake Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I'll tell you what caused that. The conditions brought on by this Liberal government after 9 years in power. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tie my colleague's comment to the question from my Liberal colleague. We had two testimonies at the Industry Committee, one after the other, and they both witnesses agreed with one another. They are both saying that the young people, the new generation, is having increasing trouble to find food and housing. They're disproportionately affected by the housing crisis. That's why our leader is talking about axing the GST on new houses sold for under $1 million. That's something concrete that the government could do, but instead they just tax Canadians. We, on the other hand, want to help the next generation and support them so that they can eventually become homeowners.
For Windsor-Tecumseh.
Speaker, 10 years ago, the Conservative government of Stephen Harper fired 1,000 Veterans Affairs staff and closed a dozen Veterans Affairs offices across the country, including in my community of Windsor. And I wanted to ask the Honourable Member, what drives the Conservatives to fire Veterans Affairs staff and to close Veterans Affairs offices in communities across Canada?
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lake Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, that's a strange question because the Liberals have painted themselves in the corner. They know that they're screwed. But nowadays it's 2024. I'm sure things were all things happened in the past, but today people are having trouble getting by. Liberals must think of the people who are struggling today. And the same can be said for veterans. We need to work on behalf of Canadians because this government has done nothing for veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. $400 million. $400 million. That is the amount of money tied up in this scandal. Perhaps my colleague could discuss the sorts of things that the government could do with $400 million to bring down the cost of living for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lake Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. First and foremost, let's help veterans. There's all sorts of things we can do. But continuing along the same path, will not work. We will propose something different. We just announced getting rid of the GST on new housing bills. We will continue making similar announcements. And I am so very much looking forward to sharing good news in the next election campaign. I look forward to telling the population about what Conservatives will do to bring costs down, especially for young people. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased I was able to catch your eye. I'd like to ask the following to my colleague. As my other colleague noted, almost $400 million were taken away from taxpayers' wallets to grease the palms of Liberal insiders. What could the Prime Minister have done with $400 million? Very quickly. the honourable member, just to put it in perspective, $400 million is immense. We're talking about huge sums of money here. And when you think of all the good uses that this money could be put to, don't cut me off, Mr. Speaker. I have groups in my riding that are asking for help. Here's a very tangible example. Nonprofits that run food banks. They have their work cut out for them because 2 million Canadians are lining up at food banks. There's 40 million Canadians in the country. 2 million of these Canadians attend food banks every month. They could use some of that money.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I do want to wish you a very happy birthday today.
Here, here.
Are you one? Are you two? Okay. It might take up 20 minutes of my speech if I continue. Look, normally they're continuing to count back there, but normally I'd stand up in this place and say that it's an honor to rise on behalf of the people of Barrie Innisfil, but the reality is such that we have got a standoff, an effective standoff that's going on in this place because of Liberal obstruction and not providing the documents that have been were requested back in June by Parliament, and an order of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, that was reaffirmed by the Speaker, that the privileges of its members had been violated by the government because there had been quite literally tens of thousands of documents that had not been submitted in order for them to be moved to the RCMP. And how do we know that there's that many documents? Because publicly we've heard from the Justice Department, for example, who have got over 11,000 documents that they have advised the parliamentary law clerk that they've not submitted to them. So it begs the question, how many of those documents from industry and science haven't been following the order of Parliament or through environment and climate change? There quite literally could be tens of thousands of documents that haven't been submitted as per the order of Parliament so that we can get to the bottom of this scandal. How much of that information is being hidden, Mr. Speaker? How much advice from the Department of Justice to ICED, to Environment and Climate Change, to the board of SDTC are in those documents? What was the cost of that advice to taxpayers, and what were they discussing? How much were they trying to suppress the information in order that parliamentarians not become aware of just how deep the rot and the scandal goes of $400 million being allocated by the board of directors of SDTC in 183 circumstances where this money was being funneled and being approved that we already know was a conflict of interest. The Ethics Commissioner has already deemed it a conflict of interest. And I've had a front row seat on this whole thing. It was over a year ago, Mr. Speaker, that this very issue came to the Ethics Committee. And as chair of ethics, I recall that we had Annette Vesturin, we had Leah Lawrence appear before the committee. We actually had the minister appear before the committee. And you could tell, based on the responses to the questions from parliamentarians, that these people who were appearing in front of the Ethics Committee, that something stunk. Something wasn't right. And through the course of time and further investigation by parliamentary committees, through an Auditor General's report that saw hundreds of millions of dollars being funneled to board of director members who are not declaring conflict of interest, we're now just scratching the surface on this thing. And this is why it's so important for us, Mr. Speaker, for Parliament to invoke its will and its right, its constitutional right, to have these documents go to the RCMP, not to a committee, Mr. Speaker. It's well known that committees are places where things go to die around here. This is criminal, I would suggest. And there are many people who would suggest the same thing. And this is why the RCMP needs as many documents as it can in order to do a proper investigation. As I said earlier, there's literally tens of thousands of documents right now that haven't been provided either through the Justice Department or other departments, contrary to what Parliament's order was, reaffirmed by your ruling, Mr. Speaker. So when we go back and we look at this over the last year, the Auditor General of Canada found that the government, led by this Prime Minister, had turned Sustainable Development Technology Canada into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. We also heard, and we heard this at committee, in fact, we had Doug McConaughey in front of us, who was the subject of this recording, and Mr. McConaughey had said that this slush fund was on sponsorship level scandal, and we find out that we're looking at $400 million. The sponsorship scandal, not to diminish that, under the Chrétien government was $40 million. So this scandal is 10 times more. So they knew they had a problem, and they knew that that oversight wasn't being done in a manner that protected taxpayers, that people were actually benefiting and gaining as a result of their involvement on the board. The Auditor General found out that SDTC gave $58 million to 10 ineligible products that on occasions couldn't demonstrate an environmental benefit or development of green technology. $334 million over 186 cases to projects in which board members held a conflict of interest. Imagine that. Can you imagine if any of us operated in that way? I mean, not only would our professional careers be ruined, but our personal reputations. And I would expect that there would be some criminal investigations into this. When you've got that level of rot and corruption that's going on, $58 million to projects without ensuring contributions agreements terms were met. They were just giving it away. And of course, one of the companies that was the benefactor of that was Cycle Capital, which we now know the Minister of Environment and Climate Change was a shareholder in. Now, I checked his registry under the Conflict of Interest Commission tonight, and although he's got them in a blind trust, he's still listed as a benefactor of Cycle Capital, and we know that they received quite a substantial amount of money as a result of what went on. And the Auditor General made it clear that the blame for this scandal falls on the Industry Minister, who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were given to Liberal insiders. And in fact, we had, as I said earlier, the Industry Minister appear before our committee, and he told the Ethics Committee at the time that measures were taken to ensure that SDTC was aligned with policies. Well, we subsequently found out that that wasn't the case, and there was an inference, and it was implied by a whistleblower that the Industry Minister had not been truthful in his testimony with the Ethics Committee. In fact, the whistleblower had told us that the Industry Minister was well aware of what was going on within SDTC, and that he turned a blind eye to what was going on. And it wasn't only until this became public that it became a political issue for the government that they started actually dealing with the rot and the corruption that was going on in there, and in fact hired outside consultants to come in. And at the time, the Ethics Committee had asked for the report unredacted. Well, guess what we got? We got a redacted report. The very thing that we're standing here today arguing against, and that you ruled in favor of, to make sure that these documents are given to Parliament in an unredacted fashion. And so this, again, this is a government that in 2015 came in and said that they were going to be transparent and open by default, and they've been anything but over the course of their government. In fact, we see the Freedom of Information laws, just basically nobody's abiding by it anymore. We, at the Ethics Committee, we did an FOI study, and we had witness after witness coming in front of us telling us that it's taking years to get access to information, that the access to information system has effectively been broken. Another thing that's been broken as a result of this government. But we are talking about $400 million, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, what could $400 million go to? A lot of things right now. There are families that are hurting all over this country. In my community of Barrie-Innisfil, similarly to what we're seeing across the country, food bank usage is rising. People are stressed. Moms right now are wondering, you know, they've got mortgage renewals that are coming up, the cost of groceries, how they're actually going to look after their family, and much of the security blanket that they've had in the past under previous governments is being ripped from them as a result of the cost of living and affordability, housing affordability and housing attainability crisis that is going on in this country right now. And many of them, Mr. Speaker, moms, single moms, those who you know, they're worried about their families. They're worried about their kids and their kids' future, about the ability to be able to afford a home. And in fact, the food bank usage, we now know that, you know, Mr. Speaker, 2 million people, and again, I'm talking about $400 million. What could that $400 million that went to these liberal connected insiders and cronies, what could it be used for? Food bank usage has increased significantly as a result of the economic policies of this government. We're seeing 2 million people a month, according to a food bank study that was issued just the other day, going to food banks, Mr. Speaker, in Canada, a G7 country. And in fact, I just pulled off the latest before I stood today, the latest statistics from the Barrie Food Bank. And interestingly, the Simcoe-Muskoka District Health Unit has done a study, and 30.7% of people in Simcoe County are experiencing food insecurity right now. The Barrie Food Bank saw 400 first-time visitors, 7,000 individuals every month are using the Barrie Food Bank. To put that in context, with the population of the city of Barrie right now, that represents 5% of people in the city of Barrie that are using the food bank right now. 5% in a supposedly prosperous country, G7 country like Canada. And of those statistics, of those 7,000 people that are using the food bank in Barrie every month, 37% of them are children, Mr. Speaker. So when I speak and spoke earlier about moms worried about affordability, about how they're going to put food on the table, about paying their mortgages, keeping a roof over their head, that number is an indication of just how difficult it is for families in this country. And I know in speaking with representatives from the Innisfil Food Bank, their demand has increased significantly as well, proportionate to what we've seen, not just across this country, but also with the city of Barrie. And it's not going to get any better, Mr. Speaker, because mortgages are due for renewal. The number is roughly around 900,000 mortgages are due for renewal in the next little while in this country. We've seen mortgage percentage increase, rates increase by almost 30 to 40%. That means more and more families are going to continue to be under the cost of living and affordability crisis that is a self-inflicted wound as a result of this government's economic policies. The other aspect of this is the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. And we've stood here, I think, how many have we put up? 12, 14, 20, 24 motions to axe the carbon tax. And we're not doing it because of a political, ideological advantage. We're doing it because it's impacting people in a negative way. It's impacting the cost of the necessities of life, everyday things that people are buying, groceries, gas, consumables, other things, are all subject in this cascading effect of the carbon tax through the supply chain. And we're hearing about people that move the food, people that move the goods, the increased costs that they're seeing as a result of the carbon tax. We're seeing it among municipalities. You know, the member from Belleville stood up today and talked about $1.5 million in additional costs to the city of Barrie, just based on the carbon tax alone that they don't get, the city of Belleville, that they don't get a carbon tax rebate from. And I've asked the mayor from the city of Barrie to provide me with, and the town of Innisfil, to provide us with the cost to their municipalities on the carbon tax and the impact that it's having on heating recreation centers, on putting gas in police cars, putting fuel in fire trucks, putting, heating city buildings. It's significant, Mr. Speaker, and all of those costs end up getting passed on down to the consumer. Now, I know the government will say, well, we give rebates. I mean, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has already shown the difficulty in their argument. Nobody's ever answered this question for me. If I was to take $1 from somebody only to give them $1 back or maybe less, why am I taking that $1 in the first place? It doesn't make any sense, and it's just costing Canadian families in an affordability standpoint, Mr. Speaker. But the other thing that we're seeing as well, and the carbon tax, for example, it's not going to stop. Right? We're at $80 a ton right now. That carbon tax, according to this government, is going to go up to $170 a ton. It's going to more than double. It's going to add 61 cents a litre to the cost of fuel. And Mr. Speaker, this is a government who in 2019, during the election campaign, said that the carbon tax wasn't going to go past $50 a ton. They stood there and said that during the campaign, the Prime Minister did. And now we're at 80 on our way to $170 a ton. So the information that they provided Canadians at the time and the reassurance that they were giving them, because there was concern at that time about the cost of living crisis and the fact that the carbon tax was going to go up, they did not tell Canadians the truth. They did not tell them the truth. And the truth is that they've gone beyond the $50 a ton that they said they were going to go, and it's on its way to $170. So all of those things, the necessities of life, cost of groceries, price of fuel, cost of goods that are shipped, the cost to our agriculture community, all of those things will have a material impact in the cost of goods going forward as they work their way through the market as a result of the carbon tax. The other challenge that's going on right now is the housing crisis. I touched on that a little bit more. And again, we're talking about $400 million in a scandal that went to Liberal-connected insiders and cronies. A lot of that money can be used to offset the cost of housing. Our Conservative leader came out with what has been universally called a game-changing plan this week, among other plans, through our Building Homes and Not Bureaucracy program that's going to see the GST taken off of homes. That's going to have a down effect on people. It's going to have a great effect because that saving is going to be passed on to the people that are buying the homes, Mr. Speaker, the ones who can least afford it. And there's a generation right now, a generation of young people who don't just feel lied to and let down by this government, they're actually despondent because the hope, and 90% of them are saying, 90% of young people are saying they don't have any hope of owning a home. And so that despondency is a direct result, again, of the economic policies that have been created by this government. And so this is one in a multi-step approach that's going to lead to the build of more homes in this country, to work with municipalities to incentivize them to build more homes. And we're going to see, and not just for the short term, Mr. Speaker, not just for 2 or 3 years. This is a program that will be instituted that will benefit municipalities and benefit home building for a long, long time to come, because that's what we need to do, Mr. Speaker. So I know I've only got a couple of minutes left, and I'm going to wrap up with the fact that this scandal and this standoff that is happening in Parliament can be resolved. And it can be resolved if the Liberals follow the will of Parliament and the constitutional obligation that we have and the constitutional right that we have to compel documents, and that was reaffirmed by you, Mr. Speaker, so that we can get those documents to the RCMP so that we can truly understand and give them the investigative ability to understand just how deep and rot the corruption goes. And before questions and comments, Mr. Speaker, the other thing that $400 million can do is to buy subscriptions to the National Enquirer and maybe buy tinfoil hats for Liberal members who are peddling conspiracy theories in this place and have been over the last month because they know that they are a government that is failing, a government who's run out of ideas, and a government whose time is up. We need not just a carbon tax election in this country, Mr. Speaker, but we need, for the sake of all Canadians, to get back to some sense of normalcy in this country where people aren't divided, where region is not pitted against region, race against race, faith against faith, with the apparatus of the government being used to divide Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be perfectly clear to members of the Conservative Party. I've made reference to the Hill story, and I would highly recommend that the member read it. What we're witnessing is nothing but a game to the Conservative Party. It is something that is intentionally being played because the leader of the Conservative Party has put his personal ambitions ahead of the interests of Canadians. This is an abuse of parliamentary process that we're actually witnessing. And there is no doubt about that. It is unfortunate that not only does the leader believe that he can abuse the authority of the chamber, he also believes that he doesn't need to get a security clearance, unlike every other leader here, because he doesn't want to know, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate. When, and the question I have for the member is, when are the Conservative members going to tell the leader to do the honourable thing and put Canadian interests ahead of the political partisan interests of the Conservative Party and the leader of the Conservative Party, and stop the game?
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've had the displeasure of sitting in this place and listening to this member peddle his conspiracy theories over the course of the last month, hence the reason why I think tinfoil is on sale at Giant Tiger this month if he wants to go and help support one of our members. But the real travesty here, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that the will of Parliament is not being followed. The supremacy of Parliament is not being followed. That supremacy, which has been supported by you in your ruling that this government did not provide the documents required and asked for by Parliament in order to get to the bottom of this scandal and find out just how deep the rot and the corruption goes by Liberal-connected insiders and cronies. That's the real travesty in what we're dealing with. And unless and until this government becomes what they said they were going to be and has not been that way, transparent and accountable, and provide those documents, then this standoff will continue, and it will continue with the support of other parties and your ruling, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciated when my colleagues started to talk about the concerns of young people in this country, their desperation, their despondency, and the feeling of hopelessness. And, you know, they are concerned about having a home, and the cost of everything is so expensive. But one thing that I'm hearing a lot that maybe he would speak to, he mentioned briefly about the Minister of the Environment. And this younger generation, of course, is very concerned about a healthy world for them and for their next generations. And here they have the minister who is responsible for this carbon tax, who's responsible for supposedly doing everything to enable our country to become even more and more efficient environmentally, and he is on the wrong side of the discussion here tonight. And how discouraging that is to see a government that doesn't basically follow its own recommendations.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Yorkton Melville, because she does bring up an interesting point about the despondency of young people who, as I said earlier, feel lied to and let down by this government when in 2015 there was so much hope and so much inspiration that this new government was going to provide them with opportunity. Well, in fact, what we've seen over the course of the last 9 years is anything but. Young people right now can't afford a home. They're way behind than what prior generations were because the cost of everything has gone up. We've got young people that are living in their parents' basement, or worse yet, living in encampments in this country. We know in Ontario, for example, there's 1,400 encampments that exist today. In Halifax, the latest number that I heard was 35 encampments. These are people who, who want the hope and the prosperity and the opportunity of what this country can provide them. But instead, and this is a perfect example of it, if you're a well-connected Liberal or insider, you prosper, but everybody else seems to be suffering.
Questions and comments? Point of order, the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Quorum call. I don't see quorum in the House.
Let's begin a count of the members in the chamber. How many online? Okay, nobody online. All right. Appreciate the quorum that we now have. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member wants to focus on the issue of anything but his responsibility as a parliamentarian. The member is misleading Canadians when he does not tell them directly what is taking place in the House. There is a motion to have it go to Procedures and House Affairs. The production of papers that they're talking about, Mr. Speaker, is being recommended by the RCMP, the Auditor General, other legal experts, that this is not a good thing, a good tactic that the Conservatives are using. Read the Hill Times story if you want even more detail. What the Conservative Party is doing is an absolute, total disgrace. It's an abuse of parliamentary procedure. When are they going to smarten up and allow legislation and the government to work with other opposition parties so we can get things done for Canadians? Stop the game and allow us to get back to business, Mr. Speaker, to serve Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
They're all happy because their bellies are full, I guess. But let me just ring out my ear. Look, the abuse lies on their side. The abuse lies on their side, Mr. Speaker, because it was Parliament, through a majority of parliamentarians representing a majority of Canadians, who wanted these documents unredacted and to be presented. Mr. Speaker, you ruled in favor of the parliamentarians and that their privilege was being undermined by this government. The right and supremacy of Parliament is paramount. We, Mr. Speaker, have the authority to compel these documents. The Liberals have no authority to make sure that these documents are not given as Parliament has demanded. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the member for Winnipeg North likes to quote the Hill Times. Well, I'm going to quote Canada's national newspaper, the Globe and Mail, because 2 weeks ago today, the Globe and Mail said the Conservatives were right. The Liberals are wrong. The redacted documents should be presented in Parliament. And the Conservative Party of Canada is right. The Liberals have held everything up. This is Canada's national newspaper, not the Hill Times. I wonder if the member from Barrie Innisfil would like to comment on Canada's national newspaper actually supporting the Conservative Party of Canada in asking for the unredacted documents from the Liberal Party.
Sorry, I'm having a little bit of problems. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member is quoting a story. Is that a legal opinion, or is that just a letter to the editor?
That's just debate, and I'm sure the question was almost done there. So the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's customary around this place that a lot of information is plucked from different sources to be used for for political purposes. I am aware of what the member from Saskatoon Grasswoods is speaking about. I'm not aware what the member from Winnipeg is speaking about in the Hill Times, because frankly I don't read the Hill Times. But I look at it this way: the majority of Canadians who are being represented in this place by a majority of parliamentarians, using their power and their supremacy as MPs and as Parliament, has compelled the government to provide these documents in an unredacted form, in a way that a proper investigation can be held, not necessarily at committee where things, as I said at the beginning of my speech, go to die, but this borders on criminal activity, and those documents need to be given to the RCMP so that a proper and thorough investigation is done to find out just how deep this corruption goes and how criminal this is. And that decision of Parliament, the majority of people, not the Hill Times, not the Globe and Mail, not the National Post, but members of this place, have determined that we want those documents. You reaffirm that decision, and it's up to the government to provide them. And we can end this tomorrow if those 11,000 plus documents in the Department of Justice and probably tens of thousands more in other departments are provided to Parliament as we demanded.
Point of order, the honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to tell my colleague that she was right. I did use the Prime Minister's name. As you know, I am very respectful of the rules of this House, so I would like to withdraw those words from my speech, and I hope that she will forgive me.
Même que c'est fait.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Debate, the honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I assume I have a few minutes left to speak on this important topic, and those who are tuning in here may be curious as to why we're debating a $400 million waste, a funneling of $400 million of taxpayer money to Liberal insiders' own companies appointed by the Prime Minister. What could we done? The member from Barrie Innisfil spoke very eloquently about what could have been done with $400 million of taxpayer money to solve food and housing crises. As we know, food bank usage has doubled. We know that the carbon tax is a major contributor to food inflation. We know that the professor of food, Professor Charlebois, spoke this morning in Industry Committee about the impact of these policies on increasing borrowing of folks. It's a terrible thing that we have to be here because this government, this Liberal government, is filibustering and hiding documents from the taxpayer that the majority, three parties of this House, have demanded be turned over. It is parliamentary privilege. It is the ultimate parliamentary privilege it is. They come up with these lame excuses. They've given up on their charter arguments because we dismissed that when we said, look, it's just like any other business. This business is a business the government owns. When you find potential criminal activity, you turn it over to the police. That is an additional way for police to do this. So their claims of, oh no, we can't do this. I guess if you couldn't do it, why did 9 departments turn over unredacted documents if you couldn't do it? But the hypocrisy is that 19 haven't. The most egregious one is the Department of Industry, who is responsible for the Liberal Green Slush Fund. They have redacted almost every single document they've sent, and they've got many that they have yet to send. What are they hiding? Well, we know what they're hiding. More diversion of taxpayer money, and I'll tell you why. While the Auditor General only sampled a small portion of the transactions, 226 of 420 transactions in that 5-year period, we asked the Auditor General if she would audit all 420. And do you know what the Auditor General wrote back? The Auditor General said, I don't need to, because my sample under accounting standards is statistically valid for all 420. That means that's over $700 million of the 836 under that period that would have gone to Liberal insiders. There has been no scandal bigger than this in terms of diversion of taxpayer money to insiders of the government in the history of this country when you're talking about $700 million. These Liberals have no shame while people are lining up 2 million people a month at food banks, over 2 million, growing every month, while people can't pay their mortgages and rent, while we have a carbon tax that they intend to quadruple that is driving the cost of everything up. They are insensitive to the pain of Canadians. They care nothing about the pain of Canadians. What they care about is covering up the funneling of hundreds of millions of dollars to Liberal insiders companies while they enrich themselves while Canadians line up in food banks in record numbers. They're having their Marie Antoinette moment. You know that one? Yeah. Let them eat cake? Well, we all know what happened to her. And all of this comes from when King Charles I defied Parliament. And Parliament's reign was supreme. And you know how it was supreme? King Charles lost his head over the issue of trying to say that the king, and in this case that's represented by the government, is superior and more important than Parliament. So why is it that they're doing this? When a majority of Canadians, represented by a majority of MPs in this House, have demanded this, and why the Prime Minister's personal office, the Privy Council office, said redact them, blank them out, contrary to the House. And contrary to the Privacy Act, which they used as the Privacy Act says if the House wants documents unredacted, they can get them. Why is it they don't want to do it? Because they're covering up their cronies and insiders and their corruption.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise today to continue, I think, what is an important question. As a proud member of the Environment Committee, we have undertaken at the request of the government the factors that led to the Jasper wildfire that devastated that community, leaving 2,000 people homeless and roughly $1 billion in damages. Now, what this investigation has revealed is staggering levels of negligence or incompetence. I'm not sure what the better word to use here is. And when I asked in question period how much incompetence it takes to get fired from a Liberal cabinet, I did not get a very clear answer. So I wanted to come back for a little bit more clarity on what, in fact, it does take to get fired from this cabinet. At the time, the parliamentary secretary replied stating that the, quote, government did everything it could to prevent the wildfire, end quote. This is clearly and demonstrably false, but the Liberals simply refuse to take any responsibility, to show any humility for their possibility that maybe they could have done more, that they didn't in fact do everything they could have done. Now, the reality is, starting in 2017, the Minister of Environment at that time, Minister McKenna, began to receive letters from experts warning that Jasper was a tinderbox waiting to explode. And it was not a matter of if, it was just simply a question of when. Those individuals that know the region, know the industry, pled with the Liberal government of the day and were dismissed. Everything's in hand, don't worry, we have it. Jasper's going to be fine, everything is fine. It reminds me of what is currently happening in this Liberal government, the gift that in a burning room around you, everything is fine. It is no different in 2017 than it is now. Now, the emails of that time showed discussions that there may be political perceptions at play on whether or not they would do prescribed burns, which are an important tool that have been used for generations in this country and around the world. But the Environment Minister only cleared his department, Parks Canada, only cleared a very small, as former Prime Minister Harper when talking about the future Liberal government's deficits, just the teeny tiniest amount of a percentage of the acres necessary to ensure that the area around Jasper would be protected. Worse, when the disaster struck, trucks were turned away. 20 trucks, 50 firefighters were turned away. And worse, when they realized after they were turned away that Parks Canada, for some reason, had bought the wrong fitting hookups, the wrong threading on the hydrants in that area that didn't align with the rest of BC and Alberta. What we've seen through this investigation is simply a failure, a refusal to accept any responsibility, any acknowledgement, and show any humility that maybe they didn't do enough. Maybe the government of the day didn't do enough. And my hope is that we might see a bit of a shift in that, because the evidence is, I think, irrefutable that the Liberal government did everything that they could to prevent this fire. So I will ask again, when will the Minister of Environment be failed for his either negligence or incompetence? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. It's disappointing that we're back here despite the fact that Jasperites have actually pleaded now with Conservative politicians to tone down the political rhetoric on the disaster which claimed 30% of Jasper and the life of 24-year-old firefighter Morgan Kitchen. But in committee and here in the House of Commons, the Conservatives have persisted to make this a political issue. And I hate to join them, but the fact is that between 2015, or before 2015, between 2010 and 2015, the Conservatives completely ignored Jasper altogether. The Stephen Harper Deficit Action Reduction Plan cut more than $30 million a year from Jasper's wildfire prevention budget. That meant that from 2010 to 2015, there was almost no mechanical thinning and very, very few prescribed burns. That $30 million cut, annual cut, impacted 1,600 jobs and left the park worse off. Yet in 2016, when we took power, we provided $42 million to Parks Canada, and since 2019, we've invested over $800 million. That's all incremental money because the Harper Conservatives did nothing to improve wildfire management, support provinces and territories, and train over 1,000 firefighters. But our support didn't stop there. In Budget 2021, our government committed $100 million over 5 years with Parks Canada Wildland Fire Funding to allow critical firefighters conducting risk reduction, preparedness, and response. Mr. Speaker, our ability to control the weather or extreme weather in the face of unprecedented climate change and drying from the effects of burning fossil fuels is not absolute. We can work with various other jurisdictions, and we can do the mechanical thinning, we can do the prescribed burns, we can work with Indigenous communities like the Indigenous Leadership Initiative and the Guardians to conduct some of those prescribed burns, which has a really positive impact. But that hasn't stopped the Conservatives from amping this up and implying that this was some kind of a human error. That's not what the witnesses at committee have said, and that's not what Jasperites have asked for. But I will read a little bit of what Jasperites wrote recently in the Jasper Local, a newspaper native to Jasper. It's called Recipe for Disaster, Misinformation and Wildfire. Record dryness, extreme heat, high winds, and a lightning storm. This summer in Jasper National Park, all the ingredients for a recipe for disaster were in place. Now, 2.5 months later, that disaster came to pass, another set of circumstances. Misinformation, toxic politics, and facts-starved social media blowhards desperately looking to pin blame have lined up to wreak havoc. And I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I digress, but that is referring to the member opposite. Jasper has taken some big punches. If we're not going to get up from the mat, we first need to know that we're in each other's corner. We'll need to trust each other, we'll need to band together, and we'll need to ignore the bad actors making political hay from our crisis. July 22 had all the ingredients for an unprecedented disaster. But if we can put politics aside and filter out good information from bad, Jasper, the town and the park and all the people have all the right ingredients to make our rebuild unprecedented too. That's what our government's focused on. We're focused on fighting climate change and rebuilding Jasper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am frustrated by the continued effort to distract and divert from the realities. And the money and spending by the government that the Parliament Secretary mentioned is important because government should be nimble. It needs to react to, in this case, the pine beetle, the infestation, and when the actual impact of the deadwood, standing deadwood, and the fuel load that was in front of Jasper was relevant. In 2011, it wasn't. In 2014, it was. And 2017 is why warnings began then. The people of Jasper deserve answers. They deserve truth. They don't deserve excuses and diversion and try to say, oh, they're being political. Well, we are not. That is really, really frustrating. Any level of negligence in any other institution or any job, I think, would be reason for firing. This is on track with the current Liberal government. They blame everybody else for every single part. They did nothing. They did not do enough to prevent this fire. They should have done more, and I would love to hear why they didn't.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's a little rich coming from somebody who worked in the government with Stephen Harper when they did absolutely nothing. They did absolutely nothing to prevent wildfires. They did nothing to do mechanical thinning or prescribe burns, and that left a long hangover of inaction that our government took action on, Mr. Speaker. And if the member wants to talk, we've got a committee meeting on Monday. We can talk then. The reality is, our government undertook a mountain pine beetle strategy in 2016. That was months after we got elected. Months after we got elected, we undertook a mountain pine beetle strategy. We've invested millions of dollars into that program. We've done the prescribed burns. We've done the thinning. I want the member opposite to stop politicizing a wildfire that was started by lightning. It's absolutely disgusting. Jasperites have asked very, very clearly, cut it out. They're trying to rebuild, and they're re-traumatizing Jasperites by making this such a political issue. Read the article and cut it out.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker. I am thankful for the opportunity to rise this evening on behalf of Saskatchewan small businesses, communities, and our people against the NDP Liberal government's greedy carbon tax. Canadians are rightly fed up with this Prime Minister and his cruel tax. I hear it each and every opportunity I have to meet with the people of my riding as I travel throughout. Their frustrations, their despair, and desire for a change of government grow day by day. Let's start with the facts. The Liberal carbon tax increased to $80 per tonne on April 1st of this year. If this government has it their way, their goal is to quadruple that tax to $170 per tonne by 2030. Let's also be clear, that means that the carbon tax will be quadrupled on everything that Canadians buy. From gasoline to clothing to fresh produce, the carbon tax is a punishing tax that affects every pocketbook decision a family makes. It's not a matter of a mere 3 cents more per litre of gasoline or whether the federal carbon tax charge is clearly defined on a monthly bill. Time and again, the Liberals fail to understand a very simple truth about the carbon tax. When they tax the farmer who grows the food we consume, or any product for that matter, they also tax the trucker who ships those goods. The farmers, the businesses, and the truckers have no choice but to pass those added costs on to consumers, and this government knows that. That's why families are paying an extra $700 for groceries this year. That's why food bank lines and homeless encampments have become all too familiar sights in our towns and cities. It doesn't even look like Canada. The carbon tax is quite literally a tax on everything that only gets more burdensome year after year, while all Canadians struggle to make ends meet in the cost of living crisis. None of my constituents voted for this, Speaker, and that is not an unrealistic statement at all. Those who voted to elect the Liberals in 2015 were told by the Prime Minister that his carbon tax would max out at $50 a tonne. They were falsely told that they would receive more money back through rebates than they paid in the taxes. Shockingly, they are still being told the same old story by these NDP Liberals. Those assurances have been completely thrown out. The stories of desperation we hear from our constituents don't align with what this government says, and neither do the hard numbers. It came as no surprise to this House when the Parliamentary Budget Office released an updated carbon tax report that shows most Canadian families are worse off as a result of the carbon tax. In my province of Saskatchewan, by 2030, the average family will have to pay $895 more in carbon taxes than they get back in rebates. It's in the numbers. That's second only to Ontario families, who will have to pay $903 more. Canadians will not only have $1,000 less in their pockets to provide for their families, the carbon tax scheme will shrink our economy. The PBO estimates that by the start of the next decade, the Liberal fuel charge will increase the federal deficit by $4 billion as a result of the decreased employment that's going to take place and the decrease in investment income. This aligns with the NDP Liberal government's own data, which they shamefully tried to hide from Canadians. They know that the carbon tax will cost the Canadian economy $30.5 billion per year by 2030. This is only further proof of what Conservatives have been saying since the inception of the carbon tax. It's nothing more than an expensive scam. It is not an environmental plan, it is a tax plan. What an insult to the people of this country, and particularly the people of Saskatchewan. My province is known globally for its environmental stewardship and innovation, and we are proud of what we do and will continue to do it without a carbon tax on our heads.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't know where to start. First of all, my father used to live in Saskatchewan. I like it very much there. But I think it's a bit rich to suggest that they're world famous for their environmental stewardship when the vast majority of their electricity is generated with coal. It's not 1905. We can do a lot better than burning coal to create electricity. Manitoba is right next door, and they have an 85% clean grid. Ontario has a relatively clean grid, almost 80%, I think, and Quebec's is close to Manitoba's. Manitoba actually has the cleanest grid in the world, but it's a bit rich for the member opposite from Saskatchewan to suggest a province that I love, Saskatchewan. I've spent a lot of time in Regina. I love it there, but your grid's not clean. It's filthy. Coal is a terrible way to generate electricity, and Premier Moe, recently re-elected, boasts about it all the time. However, Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised that I'm standing here with this member as she blames absolutely all of Canada's challenges on carbon pricing. Yesterday, the Conservative leader, the member from Carleton, who's been in this House for over 20 years, continually referred to the inflation rate of food in Canada as 36% higher than it is in the United States. Mr. Speaker, that's incorrect. That's factually incorrect. It's actually closer to the opposite. Food inflation in the United States is higher than it is in Canada, and that's in the absence of a national price on pollution or carbon tax. So we have a federal price on pollution. We have a backstop program, which Saskatchewan utilizes because, as Premier Moe pointed out, he looked at other options, but they're all too expensive. So he decided to go with the federal backstop program. Really important to recognize that when you look at the entire country, we do have a federal price on carbon. It's efficient. It sends more money back to 8 out of 10 families. It's lowering our emissions, and since our food inflation is lower than it is in the United States, it's not having an impact on food inflation. Food's too expensive in Canada. We know that, but we need real solutions. We also know that axing the tax isn't going to do it. I spoke to Sylvain Charlebois about it today. I asked him clearly, will axing the tax lower food prices at grocery stores? The answer is no, Mr. Speaker. There's jurisdictions with higher food inflation with no price on pollution, and it's simply not the case. Food's not taxed in Canada, and carbon tax or carbon pricing does not have a material impact on food inflation. One last thing, Mr. Speaker. The member said that nobody in her riding in Saskatchewan voted for carbon pricing. That's actually also incorrect, because she ran in the last federal election under Aaron O'Toole. And Aaron O'Toole had an environmental plan. He was a good progressive conservative, something that these far-right conservatives have completely abandoned. They won't even acknowledge that human activity in burning fossil fuels has a demonstrable impact on climate change, our warming planet, extreme weather, and all of the challenges that we're facing. You know the #1 cause of food inflation around the world? It's climate change itself. And if we don't want to fight climate change, then we're basically going to give up. The Conservatives want to give up and throw their hands in the air and say, well, like climate change is not human-caused, it's in the Almighty's hands, and we're not going to bother trying to lower our emissions. Instead, we're going to keep burning coal to generate electricity. We're not going to apologize for it. We're not going to be accountable for our actions. And we're also not to acknowledge that, yes, in the last federal election, that member ran under the leadership of Aaron O'Toole, who had a program to price pollution, and we'll all remember it because it was billed as the more you burn, the more you earn. It was sort of like a catalog of green products that you could purchase with your points. And you got more points if you burn more fossil fuels. It was widely regarded by environmental NGOs and researchers as ineffective. It's not a good way to implement carbon pricing. However, the guy that won a Nobel Prize in economics for carbon pricing, William Nordhaus, says our plan is getting it right. We're lowering our emissions, we're fighting climate change, and we're fighting for affordability. The Conservatives can't get past their three-word slogans.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much, Speaker. My province is known globally for its environmental stewardship and innovation, and we made a difference at the last COP convention, much of which has been practiced and perfected long before this Prime Minister took power or before a carbon tax was even on the table. We are consistently ahead of the curve and have made the investments and sacrifices to show for it, and we will continue, but that carbon tax is not required. Middle-class Canadians are losing ground, and those wishing to join the middle class have no confidence that this NDP Liberal coalition will ever get them there. It's no wonder why this Prime Minister's numbers have plummeted, but it's not that simple. Every single member of that party and every other party in this House but ours is complicit in the despair that we see across this country. It's time for the NDP to accept responsibility for their hand in this carbon tax catastrophe, and it's time to allow Canadians to vote in a carbon tax election so they can select a common-sense Conservative government that will axe the tax once and for all.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For my rebuttal, I'm just going to read from Trevor Harriott. He's a Regina-based writer, naturalist, and grassland advocate. And I quote, "As representatives from around the world, we're starting to gather in Montreal at COP15 to work towards an agreement to stave off a biodiversity collapse. Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe decided it was a good time to say a few things about his province's environmental sustainability and stewardship." I suppose that's the record that the member's suggesting or referring to. No matter that, Saskatchewan was ranked dead last in the environmental report cards handed out to the provinces by the Conference Board of Canada. According to Scott Moe and the new website he launched, Saskatchewan has some of the highest quality and sustainably produced food, fuel, and fertilizer that a growing world needs. Hey, that could be true, but it has nothing to do with the environment. A quick glance at the website filled with images of hardworking people out on the land reveals a set of measurements carefully curated to show that in the areas of sustainable resources, environmental stewardship, community support, and clean energy, Saskatchewan is rising to the challenge. However, Mr. Speaker, when they looked at the numbers and they applied some of the international standards, they realized that they aren't doing anything on endangered species protection. They're not doing enough on protected and conserved areas. They're still burning coal to generate electricity. They're not doing enough to protect the wetlands, their grasslands, or they're not doing anything on climate action, Mr. Speaker. So I'm sorry that the experts disagree. The Saskatchewan government are not environmental stewards.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.